A mage, on the verge of death with a blade pierced through his chest, asked for one final response. He wanted to know if there were any survivors left there. He said that if anyone was still alive and unable to speak, they just needed to make any movement or sound. But even after checking everything around him, he realized he was the only survivor in that place. They had faced the one who unified the demons for the first time and brought humanity to collapse, the High Priest. And the one who led the war against the demons to save the innocent was the head mage of the White Tower. Everyone there had risked their own lives for the future of humanity. If it were not for them, no one else would have done it. The demon truly had been killed. At that moment, a dragon woman approached and announced that on April 28th at 3:12 in the afternoon, the death of the High Priest had been officially confirmed. That was Edna Sol Laplace, the last dragon in the world, and also the observer responsible for recording history. She said she had both good and bad news, so the White Tower mage asked her to start with the bad news. Edna Sol Laplace explained that, just as expected, the demon army had invaded the White Tower. During the attack, most of the mages died and a large part of the tower was destroyed. Nearly all the mages and research resources ended up being burned to ashes. After that, she shared the good news. The Empire's forces had arrived earlier than expected, so they managed to save some people, including his disciples. The mage replied that this alone was already a relief. Then Edna Sol Laplace asked if he regretted the choice he had made. He answered that he did not. He said that every member there had been personally chosen by him, so he had no right to claim regret now. After coughing up blood one last time, he asked her to look after his disciples from time to time. He said they were still young and would probably be restless after everything that had happened. She replied that she would do so whenever she had the time. The mage then asked if she had just bowed to him, even though she was a dragon. Edna Sol Laplace answered that he deserved it. She said that neither she nor the entire continent would ever forget the heroic sacrifices made by the White Tower. He replied that hearing that felt good. Even so, he admitted he would be lying if he said he had no regrets. He said that maybe he had been a great mage, but he had never managed to become a good leader, and if he ever had another chance, even if he had to be called a villain, he would live selfishly only for the sake of his people. That was the kind of life he wanted to live. Then Edna Sol Laplace closed her eyes and officially recorded that, on April 28th at 1:47 p.m., the death of the Master of the White Tower had been confirmed. His name was Oscar Sage. The final report stated that the High Priest had been defeated, but many mages had lost their lives in that battle. A long time later, inside a gigantic and extremely luxurious castle, a leaf fell onto a sleeping boy, startling him awake and making him spill the water a servant had just brought him. The man complained that his sleeping habits were terrible and that he did not even show gratitude for being taken care of. But the boy barely paid attention to that. He was far too confused, trying to understand how he had fallen asleep in such a vulnerable state. After all, he was certain he should have been dead. Then he placed a hand on his chest and realized his heart was still there, beating normally. He clearly remembered having his heart pierced and started wondering what the hell was going on. Before he could think further, someone completely destroyed the bedroom door while entering. The large man asked if he had finally woken up. Meanwhile, the younger man beside him tried to calm him down, saying he should be patient since it had not even been 5 minutes since the boy had opened his eyes. But the big man ignored him. He told Frank to get out of the way because he had let this slide too many times already, and now he would make that bastard pay for what he had done. Even so, the boy could only keep asking how he was still alive. The man replied that he also found it impressive that he was still alive after everything. The boy then noticed from the robe that the man was a mage from the White Tower. Because of that, he asked them to explain the situation in detail. But the large man lost his patience and asked how he still had the nerve to demand explanations. He said the boy should be reflecting and begging for forgiveness at that moment. The boy began to suspect he was being attacked. He even thought that man might be an assassin infiltrated by the demons. At that exact moment, he used a windshield. The idea was simple: cast the spell at the precise moment of impact to break the attacker's arm from the collision. In his eyes, that guy was a complete idiot who attacked without thinking. But the result was disappointing. The windshield only blocked the slap before disappearing immediately afterward. The spell was extremely weak. Even so, the man admitted that the windshield had been very impressive. He said that, at the very least, he had not become completely useless during that time, so he decided to postpone the punishment for embezzling research funds, and told him to focus on recovery instead. The man who had been taking care of the boy could not understand anything, and asked what kind of strange magic that had been. Meanwhile, the boy became even more frightened after realizing the windshield disappeared the instant it was used. He began analyzing his own body, and noticed something absurd. His mana circuits were terrible. The amount of mana was small, the purity was awful, and everything felt wrong. He started wondering how long he had been unconscious. The other mage commented that Maxim Bisk had always had a difficult personality, and that he had clearly crossed the line this time. But the boy barely heard him. He was still in shock over the condition of his own body. Then he asked what day it was. The man replied that it was September 21st. Immediately the boy panicked and asked if he had been asleep for 5 months. The other man answered that he had not. In fact, he had not even been unconscious for a full day. Confused, the boy asked them to call Lloyd, Gilly, or Shasha. He said he wanted to hear the current situation directly from them, but the mage told him to forget about those traitors. He also asked why he was speaking so casually about the master and suggested that it must be a side effect of fainting. Then he explained that Lloyd had abandoned the White Tower and become a disciple of the Red Tower. Gilly had stolen a magic book and run away. Hearing that, Oscar Crushen became furious and asked how someone could say such nonsense so naturally. But then he realized there was no sign of lying in their expressions. After that, he asked if Shasha was now the Tower Master. The younger boy replied that, if he ignored the other 20 years of history, then technically that would make sense. At that moment, Oscar Crushen tried to calm himself down. After all, there was no point in getting angry at a boy who clearly seemed to have an overly active imagination. But when he looked out the window and saw his own reflection, he finally realized the truth. That was not Oscar Crushen's face. Later on, he could barely believe what had happened. He was living in a world 20 years after his own death, and many things had changed. The cities were developed, there were street lights, and even cars moving through the streets. All of that was the result of the magical engineering revolution. He thought that the people of the old White Tower would have loved to see such progress. Back when the world had been collapsing, the only things that existed were despair and hopelessness. After calming down a little, he started organizing the memories of the owner of that body. At present, that body belonged to Oscar Crushen. He had entered the magic tower at the age of 10 and was now 20 years old. He was a level 1 mage from a fallen noble family. The problem was that he had terrible talent for magic. He had only managed to reach level 1 at 20 years of age. Probably pressured by that, he ended up embezzling research funds to buy an illegal elixir, and after drinking it, he basically died. It made sense. If the elixir worked, it would drastically increase the user's mana capacity, but if it failed, it would put the person's life at risk. That was why the substance was forbidden. Frank explained that he had remained unconscious for an entire day after taking the substance. The problem was that Oscar Crushen should already have been dead by then. His body was far too weak to withstand a mana explosion of that level. However, while analyzing the situation more carefully, Oscar Sage noticed something strange. The amount of mana in that body was absurd for a level 1 mage, and most of that mana was still pure, completely unrefined. Maybe that cheap illegal elixir had actually worked. But then he noticed something else. Several impurities were being expelled from the body. That was poison. At that moment, Oscar Sage began connecting the dots. He had a guess about what had really happened. First, the illegal elixir was not fake. On the contrary, it was legitimate. A type of item so extremely rare that it was difficult to obtain even by paying a fortune. The real problem was that Oscar Crushen had no idea he was being poisoned. After analyzing the amount of toxin still left in the body and the amount of time he had remained unconscious, Oscar Sage finally became certain of the truth. Oscar Crushen did not die because of a mana explosion. He was murdered through poisoning, and it was a poison far too powerful to be used against a mere level 1 mage. If anyone else had been in that body, they probably would never have noticed the traces of the toxin. He still did not know who had done it, but now he had been given a second chance at life. This time, he would live selfishly for the sake of his people. So he decided he would repay the favor he had received from that body. Oscar Sage would avenge Oscar Crushen in exchange for the chance to continue living. Later, on the outskirts of Searing, the leader of a criminal organization received troubling news. Apparently, one of their shops had been completely destroyed by a mage. According to the subordinates, the intruder had been asking who sold the elixir to him. That led to suspicion that it might have been Oscar Crushen, but the boss rejected the idea immediately. He said Oscar Crushen was only a theoretical mage, and on top of that, had practically been dying because of the elixir. There was no way he could destroy an entire shop alone. Even so, one subordinate asked whether the White Tower might have started an investigation. The boss replied that it made no sense, because the person who ordered the hit on Oscar Crushen had been wearing a White Tower ring. But at that very moment, someone invaded the place. A voice asked if they really believed someone would be stupid enough to use something so revealing. It was Oscar Crushen himself. In reality, Oscar Sage had managed to track down the location thanks to the faint scent that remained on the elixir bottle, and now he realized that more people were involved in this story than he had imagined. The boss asked if he was the one who destroyed the shop. He replied that he was. He also said he had become very interested in the subject they had been discussing. Without wasting time, the boss ordered his men to kill him. One of the guards immediately rushed forward with a sword, but a simple wind slash was enough to rip his head off instantly. Even Oscar Sage himself found it strangely easy. Then the boss stood up and fired, using a firearm, something Oscar Sage had never seen before. He became intrigued. Even so, the windshield blocked all the bullets effortlessly. While analyzing the weapon, he commented that he had not detected any mana inside it, and asked what principle was being used to generate so much power. He said he would analyze it properly later, because it was genuinely interesting. For now, he simply returned the bullets to the sender. The shots pierced through the criminal criminal boss's body, though without hitting any vital points. Then Oscar Sage warned him not to expect reinforcements, because every sound in that room had been completely blocked off. Frightened, the criminal asked how a mere level 1 mage was using a level 5 magic silence spell, but Oscar Sage replied that it was not even magic silence. He had simply imprisoned the sound inside the room using a sound prison. After that, he said he expected to receive some answers. Then he asked who had ordered the attack against him. When the boss refused to answer, he took a direct kick to the face. Oscar Sage commented that it seemed his pride was worth more to him than his own life. Right after that, he channeled wind into the criminal's body, causing unbearable pain. He made it clear that he did not enjoy torturing people very much, so it would be better for the man to start talking immediately. He ordered him to reveal everything about this so-called patron. After being partially released from the spell, the criminal finally gave in. He said that the man had delivered the elixir and also paid a large amount of money so they would sell the product at an extremely low price. According to him, there had been no option to refuse. The problem was that nobody had managed to see the man's face because he wore a hood. Even so, there was one thing he was certain about. The man wore a ring from the White Tower. Then the criminal remembered another important detail. He said that, if it could help, the man had an extremely distinctive scent, the smell of mint. Hearing that, Oscar Sage thought the information was more useful than it seemed. After that, he asked how the criminals planned to deal with his own death. The boss replied that the White Tower was far too busy dealing with the withdrawal of the 4 great magic towers to conduct any serious investigation. That confused Oscar Sage, who asked what he was talking about. Withdrawal of the 4 towers? The criminal found the question strange and replied that he should know that better than anyone. So Oscar Sage made up a story about having amnesia and ordered the man to explain everything. Covered in blood, the criminal grabbed a few documents and handed them to him. As he began reading, Oscar Sage discovered that White Knight Day had officially been established on April 28th, the date of the High Priest's death. The Emperor used the holiday to honor Oscar Sage's sacrifice, granting several benefits to the White Tower, including a 30-year tax exemption. But there was another important detail in the documents. Among all the magic towers, the White Tower had shown the worst results in recent years. The tower that had lost everything 20 years ago had never truly managed to recover. The documents also mentioned a major announcement from the imperial family that would take place during that year's White Night Festival. According to the experts, the White Tower's greatest problem was the complete absence of advanced magic. Oscar Sage was confused. What did they mean the White Tower had made no magical advancements? He clearly remembered handing all the documents to Edna Sol Laplace precisely to prevent something like that from happening. But the worst came afterward. They said the White Tower had also produced the worst commercial results among all the magic towers. At that moment, he wanted to understand what that actually meant. Then they explained how each tower had evolved over the years. The Eastern Yellow Tower, which controlled lightning, had opened the great era of magical engineering and created revolutionary inventions such as streetlights and magic-powered cars. The Southern Blue Tower, specialized in water magic, had dominated the businesses of drinking water, agriculture, and potions. Meanwhile, the Western Red Tower, originating from the desert, had joined forces with the military to participate in missions and subjugate monsters, and the White Tower delivered packages. Oscar Sage was incredulous. Deliveries? Delivering items? The criminal confirmed that yes, it was basically a postal service, only more efficient because the Wind Knights could fly. That was a brutal reality check for him. The mages of the White Tower once soared through the skies and were seen as symbols of freedom and bravery. They were compared to dragons and eagles, and now they had become delivery workers. Outraged, he asked who the damned fool was responsible for dragging the White Tower into such a ridiculous business. The criminal replied that, as far as he knew, it was the current tower master. After that, Oscar Sage asked about potions. After all, they had always been the greatest source of profit for any magic tower. The Blue Tower had only managed to monopolize that market because the White Tower had disappeared from it. 20 years ago, the White Tower had been the greatest authority on potions, but all the creation methods had ended up burned away. The criminal explained that the drinking water and agriculture sectors were making absurd amounts of profit, selling clean water at high prices and bringing rain to regions suffering from drought. Oscar Sage could not believe what he was hearing. In his mind, nobody should have to pay for water. People could simply drink water from a well. To him, it was just another ridiculous obsession of the rich. Even so, he quickly realized the truth. The White Tower simply could not compete with the other towers. Their businesses operated on an entirely different level, and the White Night Festival was practically the tower's last chance to prove its worth to the world. The problem was that only 7 months remained. At that point, the criminal was practically dying. Oscar Sage even considered saving him. After all, the man had provided important information, but then he saw the man's criminal record: arson, assault, illegal loans, extortion, and even solicitation of murder. After reading all of that, he simply left the man to die alone, saying he was basically a walking piece of trash. At the very least, maybe he could become a better person in his next life. Late at night, Oscar Sage returned to the White Tower completely exhausted. Even using only basic spells, that weak body drained him far too much. Even so, he decided to attempt the magic that had turned him into the greatest mage in human history, the Chronicle of Wind. He tried to activate the spell, but it immediately dispersed. He still could not use it. Before anything else, he needed to perfectly understand the current condition of his body. So he began a detailed analysis of himself, while recalling the information Frank had told him about Oscar Crushen. To save that body, it was essential to understand who Oscar Crushen truly was. He was the heir of Count Crushen, and the sole survivor of a disastrous mansion fire. Since childhood, the magical world had recognized his genius. Expectations surrounding him were enormous, and many people had tried to recruit him. During the 6 years he studied at the Imperial Faculty of Magic, he earned nothing but perfect grades, and when he published his extraordinary thesis, he proved to everyone that he was a true genius. The problem was his mana deficiency syndrome. Oscar Sage thought that, if that were true, it would explain why Oscar Crushen was still only level 1. He understood magic better than anyone else, but simply could not use it. However, when the analysis was complete, the result was even more shocking than a disease. Someone had deliberately sealed his mana circuit. Mana deficiency syndrome was a condition in which the body could not properly circulate or store mana. A mage could create up to 20 physical circuits in addition to the main mana circuit, and the number of those circuits defined their level. But when someone suffered from that syndrome, the entire system became unstable. Even training for an entire lifetime, that type of mage could never surpass level 3. But Oscar Crushen's case was different. His circuits were not defective or tangled. They had been intentionally tied down. Someone had done that on purpose. And if Oscar Crushen truly was a genius, then he probably knew it from the very beginning. Ideally, he should find a diary or something similar. But according to Frank, Oscar Crushen was an alcoholic. Even so, Oscar Sage began to suspect that it might all have been an act. Maybe he knew someone had blocked his circuit and was trying to kill him, so he decided to behave like a reckless playboy in order to throw everyone off. If that were the case, Oscar Sage could understand him perfectly. In a situation where he could trust no one, Oscar Crushen needed to break those chains by himself. And now, in his place, Oscar Sage only needed to untie the final knot that remained. While gathering a few books to help him, he found a volume filled with notes, stickers, and observations. It was a book about reinterpreting basic magic. Inside it, Oscar Crushen theorized about the windshield in a completely different way than normal. Instead of using the spell purely for defense, he imagined advanced ways of applying it in combat, while also leaving notes on how to improve the technique depending on the situation. Oscar Sage was impressed. Oscar Crushen could not properly use magic, yet he still carried out countless extraordinary experiments. At that moment, Oscar Sage realized just how similar the two of them were. Just by looking at that book, anyone could clearly understand that the boy had never given up on magic. On the contrary, he had worked harder than anyone else. At the end of the book, there was even one final message. He said he hoped that book would blow even the weakest wind toward the White Tower, and he signed it as a mage about to face the greatest challenge of his life. That was the moment Oscar Sage realized the entire truth. The original boy had known everything. He knew the elixir might be poisoned. Even so, he continued moving forward without giving up, despite the cruel fate he had been given. So, in the name of Oscar Sage, 17th Master of the Magic Tower, he swore that he would untie the knot Oscar Crushen had failed to break, and more than that, he would make everyone who had broken his wings pay for what they had done. Shortly afterward, he found himself walking through a greenhouse. At some point, he had fallen asleep from exhaustion while studying ways to undo that enormous sealed circuit. Then he realized he was standing before his former body, or rather Oscar Sage himself from the past, surrounded by his disciples. That was the curse of dreams. The Viscount of Nightmares from the demon world cursed Oscar Sage many years ago. Because of that, every time he slept, he was forced to relive memories from the past. The curse was directly tied to his soul, so even after changing bodies, it continued to work. At least this time he was lucky. The dream was a reunion with his disciples. In the memory, Oscar Sage was teaching a lesson about the 4 categories of magic: enhancement, acceleration, balance, and specialization. While explaining the subject, Lloyd asked if the White Tower belonged to the balance type. Oscar Sage answered that it did, since wind magic matched that category quite well. Then Shasha asked if every tower had a different preference, and Oscar Sage explained that they did, because each type of magic had its own characteristics. The Golden Tower believed speed was the most important thing, so it focused on acceleration magic. The Red Tower preferred fire, representing enhancement magic. Meanwhile, the Blue and White Towers followed the balance type. Gilly said he wanted acceleration magic because slow things irritated him. However, Oscar Sage explained that unfortunately nobody could choose. Every person was born with their own magic type. To discover what type someone had, the process was simple, so he created a basic magic circle and asked Shasha to concentrate his mana. The result showed that he belonged to the balance type. Then it was Gilly's turn, and just as he wished, he truly possessed the acceleration type. Finally came Lloyd, who ended up revealing himself as a special type. The boy asked if there really was no way to change it, but Oscar Sage answered that there was no reason to switch. Special types were extremely rare. Only 0.2% of mages possess that kind of mana. But Lloyd replied that he wanted to be the balance type, just like Oscar Sage. So Oscar Sage asked what he was supposed to do in that case. Should he give him more private lessons, or perhaps research a way for someone to change their own mana type? In the end, Lloyd became especially interested in the part about private lessons. Now, back in the present, Oscar Sage looked back on that memory and thought that Lloyd, that little brat, truly was a man of his word. No matter how much he tried to act mature, he was still just a child. Suddenly, Oscar Crushen was awakened by an announcement coming from the transmission room, calling him to Laboratory 4202. While riding the elevator, he thought that he still needed to unlock more magic circuits, but at least his condition had already improved. On top of that, during the unlocking process, he gained 2 more mana lines, and had finally reached level 2. He then went to Maxim Bisk's office, where the man asked how he was feeling. According to Frank, he had been recovering his memories, right? At that moment, Oscar Sage realized that the current elder of the Magic Tower, Maxim Bisk, had merely been a junior back when he himself was still active. The man was now the elder of the Magic Tower, 45 years old, and that caused a strange feeling inside Oscar Sage. The guy who used to call him senior was now an important elder of the tower. Even so, he had always known that Maxim Bisk was diligent and talented, the kind of person destined to become a great mage in the future. Back then, he was always following Oscar Sage around, calling him senior and later tower master. Because of that, deep down, Oscar Sage felt proud when he realized the man had truly worked hard. Maxim Bisk found it strange that he was suddenly smiling to himself for no reason, but soon returned to the main subject. He explained that he had received a report stating that the head of the Gordon family and the current leader of the house had died, then asked if Oscar Crushen had anything to say about it. He answered that he did not, but stated that they had probably died for an appropriate reason, considering they had tried to assassinate him. Then he placed a document on the table, explaining that the elixir had been poisoned, and that the bag of money he received was the commission payment for the assassination. Maxim Bisk asked if that was the reason he had been bedridden all this time. After all, Oscar Crushen had only gone there to settle matters with them, yet ended up suffering another assassination attempt. After analyzing the documents, Maxim Bisk said everything appeared legitimate, and that he would treat the case as self-defense. Oscar Crushen thanked him and took the opportunity to ask for a favor. He wanted to meet the master of the Magic Tower. Maxim Bisk replied that it would not be difficult, since he frequently discussed magic with her. The problem was that she would only return in approximately 6 months, because she had gone on a business trip to handle an important commission. Hearing that, Oscar Sage found it strange that she would personally leave for something he considered trivial. Then he realized that the Archmage was probably absent. Right after that, he asked what the current level of the Tower Master was. Maxim Bisk answered that she was a level 7 High Mage. The moment he heard that, Oscar Sage thought that at her age, he had already been level 9. With the talent that woman possessed, she should at least be level 8. After that, Maxim Bisk commented that the report also described an extremely well-executed horizontal slash on the victims' bodies. Then he asked if Oscar Crushen had returned to practicing offensive magic. Oscar Crushen answered that he had, because he was always training. The elder then said that was fine, and ended the conversation for the day, dismissing the boy. Right after he left, the Vice Tower Master entered the office. It was Hamel Glimwitz. He commented that he had actually come to ask Maxim Bisk not to be so harsh on that child, but apparently he had arrived too late. Maxim Bisk replied that he needed to be a little strict in order to prevent the boy from getting involved in even more trouble in the future. Then Hamel Glimwitz commented that he cared a lot about that boy, and he knew Maxim Bisk cared as well. At that moment, Maxim Bisk remembered the windshield Oscar Crushen used to block his attack. That technique was definitely not something someone could learn overnight. The boy had truly been training seriously. He realized that Oscar Crushen was working harder than anyone else. After that, the two left the office to participate in the elders' meeting. Later, after the meeting ended, Oscar Crushen decided to go to the greenhouse, precisely because he had dreamed about his former disciples in that place. While walking around there, a man suddenly approached him. Oscar Sage did not recognize who he was at first, but soon the man introduced himself as Whiter. He commented that it was truly unfortunate that Oscar Crushen had lost his memories. Then he explained that he was responsible for taking care of and managing every corner of that tower. So Oscar Crushen asked if the rumor about his memory loss had really spread that far. But when Whiter called him Young Master Oscar, he ended up confused. Then Whiter explained that he had worked at the tower since the time of the great mage Oscar Sage. Because of that, people called the boy Young Oscar, since the two of them shared the same name. Hearing that, Oscar Crushen replied that it was a great way to differentiate the two of them, and said he liked the nickname. Then he asked if they could continue talking like that. But Whiter replied that it would not be for much longer, because he would soon be leaving the tower. He had already worked there for 40 years and served 3 different tower masters during that time. While countless employees came and went over the years, only he had remained since the old days. And according to Whiter himself, the only reason he stayed there for so long were the words the great mage Oscar Sage said in his speech when he became the tower master. Back then, he stated that everyone who lived in that tower needed to feel proud to be part of it. Whiter said that it might sound foolish to some people, but that speech was exactly what motivated him to keep working at the tower for so long. He was part of the White Tower, and to him, those words carried enormous meaning. But Oscar Sage replied that it was not foolish at all. In fact, it was a very fair reason. Even so, Whiter explained that this was exactly why he had decided to leave the tower now. The White Tower was no longer in its best days, especially regarding its structure and finances. Everything was far worse than it used to be. The following month would mark 40 years since he first started working in that place. Then Oscar Crushen asked if he was leaving because of the long service reward. All members of the White Tower, except for mages, received a special medal and a monetary reward upon completing 20 and 40 years of service. Those who reached 40 years received 200,000 bells, an amount sufficient to buy a house in most major cities. But Whiter replied that he knew very well it would be difficult for the tower to pay that amount in its current situation. Because of that, he could not accept the reward knowing the tower's financial condition. No matter what other people said, that place was practically his second home. Hearing that, Oscar Sage realized he had no idea the tower's situation was truly that bad. At that moment, he began questioning himself. Who was he to belittle the efforts of others? How had the White Tower ended up like this? The other towers were growing while they were being left behind. On the other hand, all he possessed were empty titles. War hero, savior of humanity, grand names that were useless in practice, since the tower could not even pay the rewards of people who dedicated entire decades of their lives to that place. As he clenched his fist in anger, Whiter noticed that his hand was bleeding, so he asked why he was clenching his fists so tightly. Right after that, Oscar Crushen asked when he intended to leave. Whiter answered that it would be in 2 weeks, but before that he would head to the infirmary to take care of that wound. But Oscar Crushen said he hoped Whiter would continue being his conversation partner, because he would not need to leave. Then he promised that he would find a way to solve the situation. He would make that tower earn a lot of money. However, after he was alone, he began thinking about what he could actually do. Up until that moment, the only things coming to mind were research, classes, and magical commissions. The problem was that those things took time to generate profit. On top of the fact that he was still only a level 2 mage, he needed something that could truly make money fast. And that was when he remembered the potion business. Earlier, while reading old newspapers, he found something extremely interesting. At that moment, he realized exactly what he was going to do. Later, in the Vice Tower Master's office, a mage was angrily arguing with Maxim Bisk, saying that the situation could no longer be ignored and that things had already gone too far. Maxim Bisk replied that he knew very well that it was wrong, but said that the culprit was reflecting on his actions. That woman was Frieren, the elder responsible for the tower's finances. She then answered that the boy's habit of stealing funds was only getting worse. But Maxim Bisk responded coldly that she did not need to worry so much, because there was not much money in that tower to steal anyway. Annoyed, Frieren said that he also did not need to answer everything like that, and suggested simply throwing the boy into solitary confinement. But Maxim Bisk asked if she really wanted to place a level 1 brat in isolated training inside a solitary cell. While the two argued, the Vice Tower Master simply drank his tea in silence, wondering if that was truly a conversation between two respected elders. Then he commented that he agreed with Maxim Bisk because that punishment was far too severe. It would not correct the boy, it would simply be torture. So he suggested something different. They could triple the costs of his research as punishment. Hearing that, Frieren indignantly asked if it would only be tripled, but the Vice ignored the complaint and immediately changed the subject. According to him, the tower's financial situation had already reached a critical point. There were countless facilities that were no longer even being used. If they sold the equipment from the production chamber, they could survive for another 3 months. Otherwise, they might truly have to shut the doors for good. However, the Vice Master answered that he would not allow that. The White Tower was a magic tower, a place created to study magic and share knowledge. They could not sell the future of the people there just to survive for a few more months. Then Frieren asked if he truly believed there was still any future left for the tower. She said she had been waiting for change for 20 years. After that, she commented that he did not need to answer immediately, but even if some genius capable of saving the tower appeared, that probably still would not be enough. At that moment, someone knocked on the door. The Vice allowed the person to enter, and the one who appeared was Oscar Crushen himself. As soon as he entered, he said he had a suggestion. He wanted to start a business. Immediately, Frieren began mocking him, saying that it was funny coming from the very person who had embezzled research funds just a few days ago. And now he wanted to open a business? It sounded like a joke. But Oscar Crushen replied that he had found an interesting article in some old newspapers. The Vinci district had gone into lockdown because of a terrible flu outbreak. The Vice replied that he had also read about it. It was the Cadena flu, a disease that currently had no cure. In the past, the White Tower had developed a vaccine for that disease, but the formula had been destroyed in a fire 20 years ago. Then Oscar Crushen answered yes, and explained that not even the Blue Tower, which completely dominated the potion market, had managed to recreate the vaccine, and that was exactly where he wanted to step in. He declared that he would sell vaccines against the Cadena flu. The White Tower once held a monopoly over that vaccine in the past, and he intended to bring that monopoly back. Hearing that, Frierenlein replied that it was never worth listening to his ideas. Various magical and pharmaceutical companies had invested enormous amounts trying to recreate that vaccine, but no one had managed to discover the formula again. Then she asked if he truly believed he could accomplish something that so many people had failed to do. After all, he was just a 20-year-old brat who embezzled research funds. But Oscar Crushen calmly replied that yes, everyone had failed, and maybe he really was just a 20-year-old rookie, but he was still a genius nonetheless. Had she forgotten that? However, Frierenlein completely lost her patience and started shouting, reminding everyone of all the money he had embezzled and all the problems he had already caused for the tower. Then she asked how he still had the courage to call himself a genius after all that. Before the argument could escalate even further, the vice asked her to calm down. According to him, what Oscar Crushen was proposing was an official investment and a real opportunity for the White Magic Tower. He understood that Frierenlein was responsible for the finances, but even so, she was being far too rude. Then she apologized. While watching all of that, Oscar Sage thought that, honestly, that woman's reasons for hating him were actually understandable. Up until now, he really had not done anything useful for the tower. Even so, he asked them to consider his proposal. But before answering, the Vice Master asked if he was absolutely certain that the case mentioned in the newspaper was really the Cadena flu. Then Oscar Crushen simply told them to turn the page of the newspaper. It stated that Archbishop Baldwin of the Eltera Order had suddenly changed his plans during the pilgrimage. Oscar Crushen then explained that he would remain in Searing for an entire month performing blessing prayers, but that seemed extremely strange. Up until that point, the order had only stopped in truly major cities. The Eltera Order worshipped the Earth Mother and had 7 archbishops, who were supposed to be the organization's most honorable members, practically the absolute leaders of the faith. However, in practice, the situation was quite different. For someone to become a cardinal, the second highest rank in the order, it was necessary to raise an absurd amount of campaign money. Because of that, according to Oscar Crushen, those visits worked almost like public events for the cities. The rulers and merchants themselves financed everything. In the end, everyone benefited. The archbishops gained money and political support, while the cities received publicity, and the rulers projected the image that they cared about the people. Even so, stopping in Searing was still strange. The city might have been important in the past, but it was becoming smaller and more decadent every year. Besides, it made no sense to hold blessing prayers in a practically barren land. That was when they explained the official route of the Eltera Order's pilgrimage. They would pass through Searing, Mosque, Melbourne, Greenway, and finally Vinci. And that was exactly the issue. Archbishop Baldwin had spent an entire month in Knox before heading to Searing. He would also stay a month in Mosque and another month in Melbourne. Everything gave the impression that he was trying to delay his arrival in Vinci as much as possible. If any incident happened during the pilgrimage, the people of the Eltera Order believed it meant that the Earth Goddess had been offended. For an archbishop trying to become a cardinal, that would practically be a political death sentence, because it would completely destroy his campaign. Then Maxim Bisk asked if Archbishop Baldwin already knew that the Cadena flu was spreading in Vinci and was simply waiting for the situation to improve before going there. Oscar Crushen answered that he interpreted everything exactly that way. Elder Frierenlein admitted that it had been a very good analysis, especially coming from a theoretical mage like him. Even so, she made it clear that it was still only a theory. Soon after, the vice explained that he completely understood his point, but the White Tower could not officially sponsor him. If they did, they would not be able to pay the other mages in the tower. Still, he was willing to invest his own personal money. Elder Frierenlein was even surprised by that, but the vice simply asked if 30,000 coins would be enough to get started. Of course, Oscar Crushen accepted immediately, although he knew that amount was far from sufficient. He immediately went to the production chamber and started Plan B. The equipment was actually decent, and he was also receiving help from Frank. He knew there was a lot of work ahead of him, but he was determined to do everything properly. After being inactive for so long, it was finally time to truly return to work. When he managed to make the reagent function, he realized the moment had come. He bottled the first mixture while thinking about the phrase that a true master never loses his touch. It was only an energy tonic used for practice, but it seemed he had worried for nothing. Meanwhile, Frank appeared carrying so many things that he complained his back was about to break. He had managed to get all the missing herbs and asked if there was any water to drink. Then Oscar Crushen handed him a recovery potion. Frank took a generous gulp, immediately felt his body revitalized, and commented that it was even warm, asking if it had been made recently. Oscar Crushen replied that it had, and explained that the ingredients were in excellent condition. Frank became proud and said that he had picked the best herbs available, so much so that the seller had even gotten angry at him. Then Oscar Crushen joked that with eyes like his, he should become a merchant instead of a mage. Frank answered that he would do that when the White Tower went bankrupt, but he immediately got smacked on the head afterward. Even Oscar Crushen apologized, though he admitted he could not hold himself back. After that, Frank asked what he needed to do now. Elder Frierenlein simply ordered him to help. Oscar Sage realized that even though she had been so harsh toward him before, in the end she was still helping in her own way. He started by carrying the ingredients, although he thought he did not really need an assistant. Currently, the the White Tower was full of troublesome children who, despite being extremely talented, clearly had a few screws loose. Even so, if those children started acting more sensibly, they could contribute a lot to the tower, and one of those people was Frank Sirius himself. Little by little, Oscar Sage was becoming more and more curious about that boy. Then Frank commented that he had noticed something strange. Almost everything Oscar Crushen bought was poisonous. Black lilies of the valley, red camellias, ghost mushrooms, and mirva leaves were examples of that. Then Oscar Crushen explained that something being poisonous did not mean it could not be used in medicine. Frank replied that he knew how to detoxify those things. You just had to place the herbs in boiling water for 12 hours. But Oscar Crushen explained that method had a major problem because the nutrients also disappeared in the process. Then he asked if Frank had ever eaten those steamed bean cakes. By using a steamer to detoxify the herbs, it was possible to preserve almost all the nutrients. With that method, they could retain around 98% of the herb's properties. Frank was impressed and asked if that was really true. If it was, they could easily monopolize the potion market. Oscar Crushen replied that yes, and that was exactly how the White Tower had dominated the market in the past. At that moment, he was still only softening the ingredients to make detoxification easier. The real process consisted of air drainage. He literally sucked all the poison out of the herbs, transformed it into a toxic cloud, and then condensed everything, separating each type of toxin. After finishing the process, Oscar Crushen explained that the remaining vapor no longer contained any toxins. All they had to do was mix everything in the correct proportions. With that, he easily managed to create the medicine for the Cadena flu. Frank was stunned and asked if it had really been that easy. Oscar Crushen answered yes and said that now Frank himself could try it. Of course, Frank became nervous because he had never done anything like that before. Even so, he started by using air drainage. Watching everything closely, Oscar Sage noticed that his mana control seemed relatively stable. It was not bad, but it was not anything extraordinary either. Still, it was already impressive for someone at his level. Frank managed to levitate the poison bubble in the air, but he did not have enough skill to use simultaneous magic. That normally required a level 4 or 5 mage, while he was still only level 3. Oscar Crushen replied that he could teach that easily. According to him, all someone had to do was imagine the mind divided into sections. On the left side, the person used one spell. On the right side, they used another. Frank thought hard about it and struggled at first, but after insisting for a while, he actually managed to make it work. Then Oscar Crushen congratulated him, saying that he had just used 2 spells simultaneously for the first time. Frank immediately celebrated, saying he had no idea it was that easy. Then he asked why they had hidden that technique for so long. Oscar Crushen replied that it was pure greed. The veterans did not want to give away for free a technique that had taken them so long to learn. Over the years, that eventually became tradition among mages, but on a bloody battlefield, that kind of tradition was nothing more than a setback. To survive, mages needed to share techniques and constantly exchange knowledge. In his view, the White Tower urgently needed a more interactive style of teaching and a true culture of knowledge sharing. While observing Frank, he realized the boy had done an excellent job and commented that he truly had talent for it. Frank, a little embarrassed, replied that he had only managed because the explanation had been so good. There were still many ingredients left, so they decided to begin the full production process. Oscar Crushen commented that he had a much larger steamer and that they could finally speed everything up from that point onward. A few hours later, Frank was already completely exhausted on the floor, complaining that he was about to die from overworking. Even so, the result had been impressive. Oscar Crushen counted a total of 514 bottles produced. However, at that moment, Maxim Bisk appeared, bringing troubling news. Niltec, the pharmaceutical company connected to the Blue Tower, had confirmed a visit to Frieren just 1 hour earlier, and the reason for the meeting was painfully obvious. They were going to meet Archbishop Baldwin. Maxim Bisk commented that they might already be too late. Then Oscar Sage realized that the Blue Tower had probably been planning this from the very beginning. Maxim Bisk further explained that if they secured the contract first, all of the White Tower's efforts would amount to nothing. Hearing that, Frank immediately started losing hope, but Oscar Crushen rejected the idea at once. According to him, it was not over yet. If he remembered correctly, the Cadena flu was classified as a Class B disaster. In that case, there was still one thing they could try. Then he looked at Maxim Bisk and asked if he could still fly fast. Later, at a lodging located in Frieren, the guests from the Blue Tower finally arrived to visit Archbishop Baldwin of the Elterra Order. They introduced themselves as Moira Main, a level 5 mage from the Blue Tower, and Neil Brion, director of the pharmaceutical company Niltec. Archbishop Baldwin received them normally and asked how the development of the cure for the Cadena flu was progressing. Moira Main replied that everything was going very well. The Archbishop then commented that he had great expectations for them and asked when they would be able to complete it. Moira Main explained that only a few clinical tests remained. Right after that, Neil Brion added that if the results were positive, they would obtain authorization from the Empire's Food and Drug Administration. Even so, Moira Main explained that those tests would still take 1 or 2 days to complete. However, Archbishop Baldwin seemed far more concerned about another issue. He wanted to know when the medicine would actually be available for sale. After a brief silence, Moira Main replied that perhaps it would take around half a year. Archbishop Baldwin was completely shocked. He immediately asked how that was possible, since he needed to go Da Vinci in only 4 months. Moira Main tried to explain that the production schedule could not simply be accelerated like that. But before the conversation could continue, someone suddenly knocked on the door. It was an unexpected visitor. The person who entered the room was Oscar Crushen. Introducing himself as a mage from the White Tower, he explained that he was there to make an interesting proposal. Archbishop Baldwin asked what a member of the White Tower wanted there. Oscar Crushen then replied that he had come precisely to negotiate the sale of the cure for the Cadena flu. The Archbishop immediately understood the situation and commented that the timing was perfect, since both groups were there for exactly the same reason. He then added that, apparently the Blue Tower had not prepared as well as they had imagined. Hearing that, Oscar Crushen simply replied that this was excellent, because the White Tower was ready to negotiate at that very moment. Moira Main immediately objected, saying that was impossible. According to him, the White Tower did not possess enough money or technology to develop a cure of that level. However, Archbishop Baldwin completely ignored his complaint and asked what Oscar's surname was. He politely answered that it was Crushen. Then the Archbishop said that was fine and directly asked whether Oscar Crushen truly possessed the cure. Without hesitation, he replied that he would never dare lie to an Archbishop of the Altera Order. Right after that, he showed only a small sample of the medicine. Archbishop Baldwin asked how long the White Tower would need to begin large-scale production if they reached an agreement. Meanwhile, Moira Main kept trying to interrupt the conversation, clearly desperate. Irritated, the Archbishop asked why he was shouting so much. Then he stated that if the Blue Tower had arrived unprepared, that was their own fault. Realizing he was losing ground, Moira Main completely changed his approach. He asked whether Oscar Crushen already possessed official approval from the Empire's AEM. Oscar Crushen calmly answered that he did not. At that very moment, Moira Main smiled and said he knew it. According to him, the White Tower's situation was no different from the Blue Tower's. Neither side could distribute the medicine on a massive scale without official approval. However, considering the Blue Tower's long history and influence, they would receive authorization first. Oscar Crushen admitted that it was a fair point, but he found it amusing to hear someone from the Blue Tower talking about tradition and history in front of a mage from the White Tower, an organization even older. Irritated, Moira Main ordered him to take back what he had just said. But Oscar Crushen continued by asking which magical tower had been the first in continental history. Without patience, Moira Main replied that the difference between the towers was only 5 years. Then Oscar Crushen coldly responded that those 5 years were a distance that would never be surpassed, not even in 1,000 years. That was how history worked. He also reminded him that 20 years earlier, the White Tower's monopoly over the potion market had been far greater than anything the Blue Tower had ever managed to build. Moira Main argued back, saying that nobody cared about the past anymore. But Oscar Crushen asked whether he truly believed that. At that moment, everyone felt a terrifying pressure coming from him. The atmosphere in the room completely changed, as he said that perhaps he needed to remind everyone there that the past always comes back to collect its debt. Before the situation could escalate even further, a messenger from the Order rushed into the room, apologizing for the interruption. According to him, there was an urgent call for Archbishop Baldwin. It was Lord Vinci. As soon as the call began, Lord Vinci immediately thanked the Archbishop for the immense kindness of sending the cure for the Cadena flu. Archbishop Baldwin was completely confused and asked what he was talking about. Then Lord Vinci explained that an elder from the White Tower had said the medicine was being secretly prepared specifically to help them. According to him, the Archbishop deserved all the gratitude because the patients who had taken the cure had completely recovered in just a few hours. It was practically a miracle. Baldwin asked if he was certain there were no side effects. Lord Vinci replied that, so far nothing had appeared, and that was excellent news. In fact, he wanted to know when the second batch would be ready. He had asked the elder from the White Tower, but the elder said that responsibility should remain with the Archbishop. Baldwin replied that yes, of course. He said he would send the second batch as soon as it was ready, and that it would not take long. After hanging up the phone, he looked at Oscar Crushen and asked if that had truly been his doing. Oscar Crushen simply replied that he had arrived at a good time, sir. Moira Main said that this went against the AM's laws, and that he needed to be punished immediately. However, Oscar Crushen replied that he did not seem to know his own laws very well. He commented that the last 20 years must have been far too peaceful, because apparently everyone had forgotten what happened in the past. Then he explained that, 20 years earlier, the weapon of war that had killed the most people during the fight against the demons had actually been a pandemic. Even though the mages produced treatments quickly, the AM took far too long to approve them. Because of that, His Majesty added a declaration to Article 42 Flu Clause 8, stating that treatments intended for the wounded during wartime situations would be classified as special treatments and would not be affected by either the AM's laws or the Empire's laws. Moira Main argued back, saying that they were not at war, but Oscar Crushen explained that there were 3 situations considered a state of war. The first was a territorial war, the second, a revolution, and the third, a disaster above Class B. The Cadena flu epidemic was considered a Class B natural disaster, so there was no need to follow the AM's laws in that case. Neil Breon said that if the White Tower had managed to do it, then they could do it as well. He declared that they would immediately send the treatment to the state of Vinci. However, Baldwin replied that they still did not understand the situation. The race had already ended the moment the White Tower's treatment reached the state of Vinci. On top of that, Lord Vinci now believed he was working together with the White Tower, so there was no turning back anymore. Neil Breon tried to suggest that they could lower the price, but Baldwin lost his patience and asked if he truly believed his image could be bought with money. After that, he ordered the two of them to leave his office immediately, because he was already tired of their nonsense. As he was leaving, Moira Main passed by Oscar Crushen and said that he would pay for this. Oscar Crushen calmly replied that he had already registered the treatment's patent as well. Then he warned them that if they wanted to sell the treatment they produced themselves, they had better pay the White Tower's fees. Otherwise, they could simply throw everything away. Moira Main left even more furious than before. Neil Breon, on the other hand, merely walked past him calmly. At that moment, Oscar Sage noticed a different scent. It was a refreshing and very distinctive mint aroma. He immediately thought that this must be the man who had ordered his assassination. As soon as the doors closed, the Archbishop asked the boy to sit down because they could finally have a real conversation. Right after that, he asked whether they should discuss the price first, and wanted to know the amount. The Blue Tower had asked for 2 million bells. Moira Main had stated that if the Blue Tower wanted 2, then they would ask for 5. However, later he ended up returning with a check worth 10 million for Fedenline, who became extremely happy. She told the brat that she knew he could do it, and commented that Maxim Bisk had believed in him from the very beginning. The Vice Master asked how that had happened, because not even the Archbishop usually paid that much. Then Oscar Crushen explained that a large part of that amount came from additional fees, advertising fees. He explained that the White Tower would make an official announcement claiming that Archbishop Baldwin had received a revelation regarding the emergence of the Cadena flu, and that, thanks to this revelation, they had managed to prepare the antidotes quickly. Since the Archbishop was seeking a cardinal position, he ended up paying much more because of his own image, and honestly, he had enjoyed that deal quite a lot. The Vice Master was impressed and commented that it had been incredible. The disciplinary action only required 3 times the embezzled amount, but Oscar Crushen had brought back 400 times more than that. Feidenlein then declared that there would no longer be any disciplinary action against him, and the Vice Master also promised his full support from that moment onward. After that, Oscar Crushen requested several level 4 mages or above as quickly as possible. The Vice Master then asked Fedenli to place an announcement in the Magic Tower stating that the potion production laboratory was looking for level 4 mages or higher. In addition to the payment, everyone would also receive meat with every meal. A few hours later, the laboratory was already packed with interested people, mainly because of the meat. Oscar Crushen tried to organize everyone, but nobody stopped talking, so he used a sound binding spell so powerful that it nearly left everyone deaf. After finally achieving silence, he asked for everyone's attention. He explained that the reason they had gathered there was the production of vaccines and antidotes for the Cadena flu, and that he needed the help of everyone present. Even so, several people started whispering among themselves, asking whether Oscar Crushen had really been the one to gather everyone there. Some believed that it had to be just another one of his scams. Then Oscar Crushen asked Frank whether people truly disliked him that much. Frank replied that it was obvious. All anyone had to do was think about everything he had done so far. He said that Oscar's personality was irritating and arrogant, that he had wasted resources, embezzled money, and that all he ever did was drink alcohol. Oscar Sage thought that, looking at it that way, it really did seem pretty bad. One of the female mages then raised her hand and asked if she could ask a few questions. She commented that the White Tower's production methods had been lost and wanted to know how they were supposed to accomplish all of this. Oscar Crushen simply replied that he had recovered everything. The mage looked surprised and asked whether he was sure the effects had already been proven. He answered yes, and even explained that the contract with the Order had already been finalized. She then commented that it all had to be worth a fortune. She said that if the production method were revealed, offering meat with meals almost sounded like a joke. After that, she asked why he was entrusting such precious information to all of them. Oscar Crushen replied that he truly did not understand why everyone was still in the White Tower if they thought that way. The mage argued back, saying that was not the attitude of someone asking their superiors for help. She commented that perhaps she had wasted her time there, and that she did not know what the great genius intended, but this was not something only one person needed to hear. Then Oscar Crushen answered that he knew exactly what every single one of them had given up for the White Tower. He started with the mage herself, saying that she was the level 5 mage Lena White, 25 years old. He explained explained that because of her talent and judgment skills, 7 different organizations including the Red Tower had tried to recruit her, yet she still chose to join the White Tower. Then he continued talking about the others as well, including Karok Dryan, a level 5 mage who was 26 years old. The royal palace knew very well about Karok Dryan's abilities in magical martial arts. They had even offered him a position as a royal mage, but he refused without hesitation. Next came Deckert Rhine, a level 5 mage, also 26 years old. The Imperial Academy had tried to hire him 4 different times for an instructor position, but he rejected every single offer. There was also Saphia Rose, a level 4 mage who was only 23 years old. Because of her extremely creative abilities in alchemy, the Golden Tower had attempted to recruit her several times as well, but she too chose to remain in the White Tower. Oscar Crushen then explained that it was not limited to just them. Many of the others present in that room had gone through the exact same thing. All of them had received excellent offers, invitations from major organizations, and tempting proposals, yet they still decided to remain in the White Tower. Lena White asked whether the elders knew about all those secret recruitment meetings. Oscar Crushen replied that they did. They knew everything, but pretended not to notice because they did not want to place even more weight on their shoulders. Then he began speaking in a more serious tone. He said that the White Tower was going through the coldest winter in its entire history, and even in that miserable situation, where everyone there could have simply gone to better and more comfortable places, they still chose to remain in that cold beside the tower. Because of that, he asked who else he was supposed to trust, if not them. However, Frank did not fall for that emotional speech, and replied that those crocodile tears would not fool anyone. So Oscar Crushen simply told him to stop wasting time and get to work already, because otherwise they would end up doing everything by themselves. Lena White became embarrassed, quietly cleared her throat, and gathered the courage to return to her workstation as well. After that, the others slowly began moving too, and the laboratory finally became active. Frank asked whether those words had actually worked. Oscar Crushen replied that apparently they had, but immediately took the opportunity to warn everyone in advance that the promised meat was not pork. At the same moment, speculation started everywhere. Some thought it might be chicken, others immediately began complaining, saying it was probably rat meat. However, Oscar Crushen replied that it would be real steak. As soon as they heard that, the entire laboratory celebrated excitedly. Thanks to everyone's collective effort, the vaccines were completed successfully, and even exceeded the original target by 140%. 1 week later, several flower petals arranged in the shape of a heart appeared gathered inside the greenhouse. They had been left there by Whiter, which meant he had probably returned. Oscar Crushen was certain that the tower's vice master had found him somewhere, and practically dragged him back. Later, he sat inside the greenhouse reading the morning newspaper. The main headline officially announced the end of the pandemic, only 2 days after the antidotes against the Cadena flu had been distributed. The newspapers were already calling it the beginning of the White Tower's resurrection. On the front page, Oscar Crushen himself also appeared, having been nominated as a candidate for the Peace Award of the Year. In the photo, he was shown shaking hands with Archbishop Baldwin, who publicly declared that the boy was a messenger of the goddess. Oscar Sage watched everything happening, and thought things were going surprisingly well. Soon after, Frank appeared extremely excited, saying that vaccine orders kept pouring in non-stop. Several territories were placing orders, including the northern territories. Even the imperial family had submitted requests. Oscar Crushen replied that it was obvious. If rulers truly cared about the lives of their citizens, then naturally they would ask for vaccines. But Frank commented that the excitement would not last forever. Oscar Crushen immediately asked if he was an idiot, because it was obvious the demand would not be eternal. Frank answered that he was not stupid either. Once the vaccination campaign ended, nobody would have any reason to keep buying vaccines. Then Oscar Crushen explained that, with the money they had already earned, the White Tower would not need to worry for quite a long time. Besides that, he was also preparing another potion, one that would always have demand in the market. Frank asked if he was talking about the Tear of the Stars. However, Oscar Crushen replied that he was not. He explained that for now, they would only sell low and mid-level potions. The Tear of the Stars was the most famous potion among the recovered White Tower recipes. It was practically a miracle potion, known through legend as something capable of even bringing the dead back to life. Because of that, releasing it would create enormous repercussions, but doing so now would only attract unnecessary attention. This time, Oscar Crushen was playing cautiously. He was using the Archbishop as a shield within that massive political game. Then he remembered Frank's comment and said they could already begin gathering the necessary ingredients. Frank immediately replied that he should never have mentioned it. Oscar Crushen started listing the ingredients he needed, including lantos leaves, bison stems, and several other rare materials. Frank complained right away, saying that those 2 ingredients alone would already be difficult to obtain. Oscar Crushen found that strange and asked what he meant, since they were products from Frieren. Then Frank explained that had been a long time ago. The cultivated herb fields in Frieren had been completely destroyed. Later, Oscar Crushen decided to personally travel to Frieren because he simply could not believe him. While they walked, Frank asked if there was really any need to walk all the way to a place that even carriages could not reach. Oscar Crushen Crushen told him to stop being dramatic and said they had already walked 10 miles, so they were almost there. Frank looked confused and asked why he was using a unit of measurement that had disappeared 18 years ago. Oscar Crushen asked if people no longer used miles. Then Frank explained that after the war, all distance measurements had been standardized into meters. Pounds had also been replaced by grams. Oscar Crushen looked surprised and asked if even weight measurements had changed. Frank answered yes, because pounds were far more complicated to calculate. At the end of that enormous field, the two finally spotted a small cabin. Inside was a somewhat ill-tempered old man who asked if they had walked all the way up from down there. Frank replied that they had because the carriage could only leave them at the entrance. But suddenly, several cars appeared crossing through the field, crushing flowers along the way. The man in the first car asked the old man if he would finally sell the property that day. Then a huge and intimidating man stepped out of the cabin, saying there was absolutely no chance of that happening. Even if they offered him a castle in exchange, he would never sell that place. The man with the hat then asked why he insisted on making negotiations so difficult. He commented that playing hard to get only worked during the first few days. That man was Devor Powell, known for being an extremely aggressive businessman. Even so, the herbalist Ivan did not seem willing to give in. Devor Powell said he was doing it for Ivan's own good. All he had to do was sell the property, take the money, and live happily for the rest of his life. He also commented that once factories started appearing around the area, the value of that land would plummet. But Ivan merely replied that it was funny hearing that. As long as he remained there, no construction permit for factories would ever set foot on that land. Devor Powell finally gave up on the argument for the day and ordered his men to retreat. Before leaving, he casually commented that they might have accidentally stepped on the old man's herbs. Then he tossed a bundle of money onto the ground as if it were compensation and drove away with his cars. Devor Powell realized those brats were from the White Magic Tower. When he read the newspaper and saw the tower featured on the front page, he realized they were gaining attention again. Irritated, he smacked the driver over the head with the newspaper for not warning him earlier. In his mind, that was a huge problem, because those kids could end up helping that damned Ivan, and that absolutely could not happen. The interest on his loans was becoming harder and harder to pay, and he needed to get his hands on that land no matter the cost. Then he asked if the mercenaries had already been hired. The plan was simple: kill Ivan and make it look like he had disappeared. They needed to seize that territory at any cost. However, the other man reminded him that the White Tower mages might continue staying at the herb farm. Even so, Devor Powell replied that they would kill them too if they got in the way. The man looked worried and said that if the 4 great magic towers became involved, it would turn into a massive problem, especially with Ivan in the middle of it all. But Devor Powell merely scoffed at the idea, saying that the 4 great towers were a thing of the past and that the White Tower was practically bankrupt. Later that night, while watching the starry sky as they lay in the field, Frank commented that he liked the old herbalist. He found it strange how Ivan had allowed them to stay there, offered them food, and even let them sleep on the property despite barely knowing them. Besides that, the old man genuinely seemed loyal to the White Tower. Curious, Frank asked who those people from earlier were. Ivan then explained that the man was a crazy bastard named Devor Powell. To achieve his goals, he kidnapped, threatened, and even murdered people without hesitation. It had all started 3 years earlier when they began buying land throughout the region. They had managed to acquire practically everything except his property. Since then, countless herbalists had left Frieren or simply disappeared. Their goal was to turn the place into the largest herb factory on the continent. Ivan was only still alive because they had not directly touched him yet. Even so, he explained that they were at a disadvantage. Then he introduced himself as a human cultural heritage of herb cultivation. Hearing that, Frank asked if he received protection from the imperial family. Ivan confirmed that he did, and said that was precisely why he was still alive in that house. Oscar Crushen commented that those lands could bring in an enormous fortune, and asked why Ivan simply did not sell everything. The old man replied that the question was obvious. He loved that place. That land had been his home since birth, and it would remain so until the day he died. Oscar Sage, watching all of that in the present, thought Ivan truly was a good person. Meanwhile, Frank found the old man's embarrassed manner amusing when he returned inside the house. After that, he commented on how beautiful the field was, and how many more stars could be seen there compared to the city. He also said that he wished to become a shining star like that someday, just like a true genius. Oscar Crushen replied that Frank was impressive as well. He made it clear that he was not saying that lightly. He was not the type of person who praised others without reason, so Frank should actually feel grateful. Oscar Sage found that strange, because honestly, he could not understand why the young Oscar Crushen kept calling that boy a problematic child. Soon after, Frank started talking about the stars again, and Oscar Crushen agreed that in Frieren they truly were much more beautiful. In his time, the nights had been far too bright because of streetlights and cars, making it difficult to properly see the sky. Thinking about it, he ended up realizing that the inconvenience of that ancient era carried a certain kind of romance. Then Frank asked if they truly intended to revive Frieren's herb industry. Oscar Crushen replied that he did not think it was impossible. They would still need need to discuss the details more carefully with Elder Ivan, but at that very moment he sensed something strange, a killing intent. He detected 4 people approaching. Frank did not sense anything at all. Oscar Sage then realized that, despite his decent level, Frank still could not detect presences like that, but it was obvious those people had not come with good intentions. Meanwhile, Oscar Crushen calmly prepared himself to receive the guests. On the other side, one of the assassins asked why they had accepted the job this time, since before they had refused to kill that man. The oldest one replied that he did not care about the details. He only wanted the money. The last one told them to stop talking, because there could be a mage nearby. The 3 were known as the Gunslinger Jack Gang. The oldest commented that, if the mages truly were from the White Tower, then that was actually a relief. The real problem would be if they belonged to other towers. Meanwhile, another member seemed overly excited about the idea of fighting a mage, and asked the leader if he could go first. With a lockpick kit in hand, he easily opened the cabin door, assuming old Ivan was sleeping inside. The ease of it all even bored him, but the moment he pulled back the blankets, he realized too late that it was not Ivan lying there. It was Oscar Crushen. In the very same instant, Oscar Crushen fired a wind bullet directly into his head. The projectile pierced through the man's brain immediately. After killing the assassin, he realized just how useful that new spell was. The young Oscar Crushen had created that magic by reinterpreting basic magic. It was practically a spell that copied the principle of a firearm using wind magic. He even commented to himself that the killing power had been greater than he expected. From what he could sense, there were still 3 enemies remaining, but then he noticed something strange. Outside, he could only sense 2. The leader asked what he had done to Max. Oscar Crushen calmly replied that he was sleeping inside and that they should let the man rest. After all, perhaps that sleep would last forever. The old spearman, irritated, called his companion a pathetic bastard and said he had warned them never to lower their guard. Even so, the leader remained calm and said they only wanted to know the herbalist's location. He also stated that they would not hold a grudge over Max's death. Oscar Sage then realized those men truly were professionals. They were not falling for provocations or looking for an unnecessary fight. Even so, Oscar Crushen replied that deep down, they would still hold resentment anyway. The leader then said that, if he wanted blood, fine, he could kill everyone there. At that exact moment, the old spearman charged straight at him, but Oscar Crushen blocked the attack using a wind barrier. When he dodged the next strike, the old man admitted that the boy truly was impressive. The old man was genuinely impressed, but his weapon was far from ordinary. He split the spear in half, revealing 2 additional blades. It was about time to end this. Then he charged forward with his new weapons. However, Oscar Crushen replied that this was far more annoying than he had imagined. Right after that, he fired 2 concentrated wind spheres that struck the blades and shattered them as if they were glass. Oscar Crushen commented that the weapon was neither that unique nor that innovative, but at that exact moment, he sensed something strange and immediately moved away from the imminent danger. The old man did not understand why, and soon afterward, a bullet pierced through his head. The one who appeared was none other than the gunslinger Jack himself, saying that this had been disgraceful. Oscar Crushen managed to protect himself at the last second using a windshield. Then Jack commented that if not for that, he would have killed him instantly. Oscar Crushen asked if he had really just killed his own companion. Jack replied that he was not exactly a companion, just a subordinate, someone easy to replace. Oscar Sage thought that this was exactly why criminals were so horrible. Then he asked what kind of toy Jack was using. The gunslinger answered that it was sad to hear someone call it a toy, because that weapon had cost a fortune. At that moment, Oscar Sage noticed the enchantments embedded within it. Acceleration, enhancement, and penetration. All 3 spells had been infused into the weapon. Jack asked how he knew that. Then Oscar Crushen replied that he knew because he had failed to block the shot completely. As he spoke, he wiped the blood from his face, since the bullet had grazed him. Jack commented that he was arrogant, but talented enough to act that way. He even asked if he wanted to work alongside him, because the pay would be excellent. But Oscar Crushen refused, saying he would end up with an itch on the back of his neck just like the old man lying dead on the ground. Jack replied that he was right, and said there was no longer any need for conversation. Later, Oscar Crushen was hiding behind a small fence, trying to understand how he had ended up in that situation. A former master of the White Tower crouched on the ground, hiding from bullets. He quickly analyzed the fight. His wind bullets were slower than normal projectiles, especially compared to that special weapon. On top of that, he only had half of his mana remaining, so he could not keep running forever. The only opening Jack ever left was during the reload. After 2 shots, he always needed to reload and would attack again about 1.4 seconds later. Oscar Crushen realized that Jack still had 1 final bullet remaining, so if he resolved everything within 1.24 seconds, he would still have a chance. At that moment, he used acceleration magic on his own body and launched himself forward like a human bullet, while also creating a windshield around himself. Jack pointed the weapon and commented that he really was fast, but no human could withstand the trinity of that gun. The shot would certainly pierce through the shield. However, Oscar Crushen had already prepared a spell to alter the trajectory of the bullet. Jack was shocked. It was impossible for someone to dodge that using acceleration alone. He even thought that perhaps it had been the shield. But when he looked ahead, Oscar Crushen was already standing right in front of him with a wind bullet prepared directly against his forehead. Jack asked how a mere low-level mage could accomplish something like that. Then Oscar Crushen blew his head apart and replied that it was not even worth explaining. After the battle, he picked up the weapon and saw that its name truly was Trinity. Acceleration, enhancement, and penetration. It was an absurd weapon, and dealing with it really had been difficult. What Oscar Sage had done was combine friction reduction magic with increased internal durability on the shield. The outer layer was flexible, while the inside was extremely resistant. That was why the bullet failed to pierce through the barrier and instead slid across it. If that had not worked, he would have been the one lying dead on the ground. Oscar Crushen thought that once he returned to the White Tower, he would need to study modern weapons more carefully. But before that, he still needed to save Frank and Ivan. Soon afterward, he sensed 4 presences nearby. He had already dealt with 3 people, which meant there was still 1 assassin remaining. Meanwhile, Frank and Ivan had fled into the middle of the forest and were now facing the final enemy. Frank told Ivan to keep going, saying that he was strong and that he also would not be able to fight properly if the old man kept staying behind and getting in the way. He promised he would catch up soon afterward. Ivan ended up leaving the boy behind, but told him to be careful. The assassin watched the scene and commented that those lies were touching. Then he asked if he had enjoyed his farewell with the old man. Frank asked why he was not chasing Ivan, since he was supposed to be the target. The assassin responded by asking if Frank had truly sent the old man away, believing that would save him. He said that Ivan was the real objective, but he had become curious. He wanted to discover what was so special about the White Tower that made so many people fear its mages. Then he drew his sword and charged to kill Frank first. The young mage responded with a wind slash, but the assassin easily destroyed the magical blade with his sword. Right afterward, he pierced straight through Frank's chest and told him to try doing something more entertaining. He even asked if that was all the 4 great towers amounted to. But then he noticed something strange. The sword had not actually pierced the boy's flesh. Frank calmly grabbed the blade and slit the assassin's throat. Afterward, he apologized, saying that he had a somewhat unique constitution. In truth, the sword strike had not harmed him at all. He even stepped away from the body as it collapsed to the ground, complaining that he had almost gotten blood on his clothes. Oscar Crushen watched everything from afar and realized that Frank was an extremely special mage. Apparently, he possessed the power of the god of wind, a magic capable of transforming parts of the body into wind itself. Since physical attacks simply did not work against him, it was practically an unfair ability, impossible to confront without magic or a key sword. Even Oscar Sage had only seen records of that ability in ancient books. The texts mentioned only the 7th master of the Magic Tower, an extraordinarily special mage. It was an innate magic, a true blessing. When Oscar Crushen appeared before him, Frank was startled and asked where he had been. The mage replied that he had also been busy and praised his work. Then he asked where Ivan had gone. Frank immediately called out for the old man in concern. He wanted to know where Ivan was, but Oscar Crushen could already sense his energy and assured him that Ivan was safe. When dawn arrived, Ivan embraced Frank and deeply thanked him. He said that if not for him, he would never have lived to see the next sunset. Frank replied that all of this had happened thanks to the other guy, because he himself had barely done anything. But Oscar Crushen immediately corrected him. He said he was wrong. If Frank had not stopped that swordsman, Ivan would most likely have truly died. Frank became very embarrassed and said that, anyway, everything was over now, right? However, Ivan replied that not exactly. He knew very well that Devor Pawwal would try again. He would hire other assassins and do whatever was necessary to take that land. Then Frank asked why that man was so obsessed with the place. Ivan explained that it was the best land in Siren in terms of size and location. On top of that, Siren's fertility had greatly declined over the last 8 years. The reason was the production of magical engineering items in the factories of the western region, which dumped waste and ended up polluting the Bolf River. Ivan continued, saying that if even more factories started being built near that area, there would come a point where their resistance would become meaningless. Since Siren's fertility could never be restored, he would also lose the ability to cultivate herbs. Then Oscar Crushen asked about the loyalty Ivan claimed to owe to the master of the White Tower. He wanted to know if that was related to a promise connected to the tower's 4th master, Renaud de Eos. Ivan was shocked that he knew that story. Meanwhile, Frank had no idea what they were talking about. Oscar Crushen explained that it was an ancient story among herbalists. Long ago, herbalists were viewed poorly. Some were even called witches, because they would gather unknown herbs, boil them in pots, and sell them to people without anyone truly understanding the effects. Because of that, they avoided contact with others and lived as nomads. But then someone appeared who changed everything. A man famous for his extraordinary perception. The 4th master of the Magic Tower, Renaud de Eos. He was the one who brought the herbalists to Siren, a place where they could finally live in peace. Ivan was impressed to hear those words spoken exactly that way. Oscar Crushen replied that he had read it in a history book. Ivan then continued the explanation. He said that, in the end, herbalists from all across the continent gathered in Siren. It was the first time they had ever possessed a true welcoming home. The White Tower had gifted their ancestors both a home and pride. Because of that, they could never abandon the tower. Upon hearing that, Oscar Crushen bowed to Ivan and thanked him for all his efforts during all this time. He said that from now on, the White Tower would stand beside him. Ivan asked if he already had some plan in mind. Frank then commented that if the imperial family discovered that someone had attacked a human cultural heritage site, they would certainly solve the problem. However, Ivan replied that he was not sure the imperial family would be able to act in time. They were extremely competent, but also far too slow to move. If Devor Powell launched a large-scale attack before that, everything would be over. But Oscar Crushen replied that there was no need to worry. The imperial family would act very quickly this time, because on that very day he would sign the contract related to the treatment for Cadena flu. Meanwhile, chaos was already unfolding inside Devor Powell's office. He shouted for everyone to hurry while hiding money and preparing suitcases to flee. However, the imperial family arrived far faster than he had expected. The guards broke down the door and immediately arrested Devor Powell. Superintendent Walker himself, from the Imperial Ministry of Internal Affairs, appeared before him and presented an official document. Devor Powell was being arrested for attempted murder, blackmail, illegal acquisition of property, and damage to human cultural heritage. Even so, Devor Powell insisted that he was innocent and nothing more than an honest businessman. Walker replied that the court would decide that. Then he told him to shut up. Devor Powell knew he would not be able to solve the situation on his own. He thought that if he could speak with a certain person, he might still find a way out. So he asked if he could at least smoke his last cigar. Walker completely ignored the request and ordered the guards to handcuff him immediately. As he was being dragged outside, Devor Powell asked if Walker had any idea who he was backing. He said Walker was making a huge mistake. Walker replied that he did not know who was supporting Devor Powell, but he knew very well that he himself was being backed directly by the Emperor. Then they took away his cigar, put the handcuffs on him, and dragged him away. Later, Walker appeared smoking the same confiscated cigar, commenting that even a criminal could have good taste sometimes. One of the guards asked who the man was that could make the imperial family act within a single day. He said he had never seen something happen so quickly before. Walker replied that the order had come from above. The Emperor truly cared a lot about the White Tower. It was a matter between adults. While looking out the window, Walker thought that even he did not fully understand why the Emperor still valued the White Tower so much. It was true that in the past it had accomplished heroic feats, but 20 years had already passed since then. Nowadays, the White Tower no longer possessed the same prestige. Even so, Walker knew that those above him still could not abandon the expectations they had for it. Then he asked the guard Dolan how old he was. The young man replied that he was 23 years old. That meant that 20 years ago, he had only been a 3-year-old child. Walker commented that back then he had been 12 years old. It was the period when humanity had finally achieved true freedom after the war against the demons, and the White Tower had been one of the greatest reasons behind that victory. After that, Walker told Dolan that they still had one more place to visit. Unfortunately, the work was not over yet. Dolan asked what their next assignment would be. Then the superintendent replied that they were going west to issue orders for the nearby factories to immediately stop polluting the Bulf River. That, however, was not even part of the original orders. It was something Walker himself had decided to add. Even without knowing the White Tower deeply, he wanted to reward Oscar Crushen and Frank Sirius for defeating Jack the Gunslinger. Along the way, Dolan even asked if they could stop to buy something, but Walker refused immediately. When the two of them finally returned to the White Tower, Frank asked what they would do now. He even suggested having a few drinks, but Oscar Crushen replied that he first needed to deliver the report to the Vice Master. Then he asked if Frank wanted to come along. However, in the very next instant, the Vice Master appeared right in front of them. Frank was startled and immediately ran away. He simply fled from there. Hamel Glimwitz approached Oscar Crushen, asking whether he had really just seen Frank there or if he was imagining things. Then Oscar Crushen calmly replied that Frank had gone to deal with something urgent. Oscar Crushen thought that, in truth, Frank had not gone to deal with anything at all. He had simply run away from the poor old man. Meanwhile, Hamel Glimwitz already knew that Oscar Crushen had gotten himself involved in yet another major incident, and said that he would hear the report in his office instead. But while they were riding the elevator, Oscar Crushen noticed that the old man seemed somewhat sad. Hamel Glimwitz asked if he had already noticed what was happening with Frank, and Oscar Crushen replied that he had not noticed anything unusual. Then the old man explained that he had received a message from the Sirius family saying that they would be taking Frank away. He did not know the exact reason, but they said they had already spoken with him and made their decision. Later, Oscar Crushen went to Frank's room and entered, asking who exactly Grank Sirius was. Frank explained that he was the youngest son of the largest trading company in the Empire. Then he commented that Oscar Crushen had probably already heard the whole conversation, so Oscar Crushen asked if it was true that he was leaving the White Tower. Frank apologized for not saying anything sooner, but explained that it had been difficult to talk about it. He needed to return to his family, help with the company's business, and also get married. He explained that it was merely an arranged marriage meant to to strengthen the company and that he was not actually dating anyone. Frank even tried to speak lightly about it, saying that the girl seemed pretty, nice, and came from a good family, but Oscar Crushen's concern was something else. He asked whether Frank was really okay with abandoning the tower. The boy replied that there was not much he could do. He said that his talent was only that much. For a long time he had believed he was special. He thought that by entering the weakest of the towers, the White Tower, he would at least be able to stand at the top of it. But reality was different. He realized that he was not good enough to remain there, and he completely understood his family's decision. Even so, Oscar Crushen said that he was talented. Frank found it amusing to hear that coming from a genius like him, but Oscar Crushen was serious and asked whether he truly wanted to try reaching the top or not. At that moment, Frank's older brother entered the room. He asked if that was his brother's colleague and warned that Frank only had 5 minutes left before leaving. But before he could walk away, Oscar Crushen asked how much he wanted in exchange for letting Frank stay. Then he formally introduced himself as Oscar Crushen, the mage who had created the medicine. The other man introduced himself as Grank Sirius, the older brother of Idiot Frank, as he himself called him. Oscar Crushen said that he wanted to propose a deal. Grank Sirius replied that it was quite reckless, and commented that he had heard Oscar Crushen was a genius, but he was still just a child daring to negotiate with the Sirius family. Even so, Oscar Crushen continued and explained that the agreement would benefit both sides. He promised to turn Frank into one of the top mages of the White Tower within 2 years, and claimed that, in the long run, it would bring enormous benefits to the Sirius company. Grank Sirius asked what the penalty would be if he failed. Then Oscar Crushen replied that he would give up the profits from the next 50 years of vaccine sales in favor of the Sirius company. Grank Sirius asked whether he really had the authority to promise something like that, and the boy replied that he even had the vice master of the tower as a witness. Even so, Grank Sirius could not understand why he was going so far for someone like Frank. He said Frank was not worth all that. Then he asked if it was simply friendship. Oscar Crushen replied that of course Frank was worth it. He explained that he planned to restore the White Tower to the top within 5 years, and that the medicine and vaccine were only the first steps. To achieve that, he needed Frank. Grank Sirius replied that the boy was young, but as a merchant, there was no reason to refuse such an advantageous deal coming from someone so naive. However, he wanted to add one condition. Oscar Crushen said the proposal was already good enough, but Grank Sirius explained that merchants valued trust more than money. Because of that, the boy needed to prove his worth. Then he revealed that he had a level 5 knight as his personal guard, and scheduled a fight for noon the next day. Oscar Crushen would have to defeat that knight to prove his abilities. Only after that would the deal be accepted. Oscar Crushen reminded him that he was only a level 2 mage, but Grank Sirius replied that, in that case, he would also forbid the use of Kier's sword. Oscar Sage immediately realized that Frank's older brother had already decided everything. The Sirius family's strategic marriage would happen no matter what. Before leaving, Grank Sirius warned that he would be waiting for him the next day, and that if he failed to appear, he would consider it a surrender. After he left, Oscar Sage thought that even he would have difficulty facing a level 5 knight. Frank asked what exactly Oscar Crushen was trying to do, and said there was still time to cancel that crazy agreement. He also commented that Grank Sirius had probably only created that condition because he wanted to see Oscar Crushen get beaten up. But Oscar Crushen seemed confident. He said he would be able to win and asked whether a level 4 mage would not be capable of defeating a knight of that level. Frank was shocked and asked if he intended to reach level 4 in just a single day. Oscar Crushen replied that not even he could accomplish something like that. However, he explained that it was possible to turn someone who was already at the limit of level 3 into a level 4 mage. Frank was completely stunned. Then Oscar Crushen revealed the most important detail. At no point had Grank Sirius said that Oscar himself needed to fight. He had only stated that the knight needed to be defeated. In other words, Frank would fight in his place. And on that very same day, Oscar Crushen would turn him into a level 4 mage. Later, inside the training room on the 40th floor, Frank admitted that he honestly did not know whether he could accomplish that in only one day. Oscar Crushen told him to simply trust him. He asked Frank to keep his body relaxed, close his eyes, and circulate mana through his entire body all at once. The mana flow was very good, but when Frank finished, Oscar Crushen pointed out several specific spots on his body. He showed flaws in the wrist, shoulder, and near the chest. He explained that those were areas where mana leaked during circulation. Because of those losses, the completion level of spells decreased significantly. Frank asked whether every genius could see that kind of thing, but Oscar Crushen replied that they could not. That was something only he was capable of doing. Then Frank asked whether he would be able to level up simply by correcting those flaws, but Oscar Crushen explained that it was not directly related to a mage's level. He said that 99.9% of mages simply ignored that detail. However, the remaining 0.1%, known as ARCHMAGEs, took it extremely seriously. From that point onward, Oscar Crushen began pouring out an absurd amount of information. He explained mana flow, how the circuits possessed 6 entry points, and how mana needed to be distributed evenly between them in order to reduce losses and maximize output. He continued talking about countless complicated theories and techniques, while poor Frank's brain practically fried, trying to keep up with so much information at once. After all of that absurd explanation, Frank still asked, completely lost, whether that was really all he needed to do. Oscar Crushen replied that yes, that was all he needed to do. But first, he wanted Frank to show him the magic he had used in the herb field. Frank was surprised and asked if he had seen that. Then he explained that he could not demonstrate the technique again and apologized. He said it was not because of distrust, but because he was afraid. He had almost died using that magic in the past. Then Frank explained what had happened. When he came of age, he became desperate at the thought that his family would mock him if he failed to show results as a mage. While trying to find a way to prevent that, he ended up learning that spell from an old book. The technique consisted of turning the body into wind. He tried starting with just his arm, but the transformation went out of control and began spreading through his entire body. Half of his body had already turned into wind, and he was about to disappear completely. At that moment, if the Tower Master had not happened to appear, he would have died. Or worse, he would have ceased to exist. Frank explained that, at the time, he had absolutely no ability to control it on his own. Even so, Oscar Crushen said that he had used the magic very well on the hill. Frank replied that, in dangerous situations, the technique kind of activated automatically, and he admitted somewhat embarrassed that it was pretty pathetic. But Oscar Crushen immediately denied that. He said Frank should never think that way, because many mages faced similar problems. Then he explained that, in Frank's case, the difficulty was mana control. It was simply a matter of practice. Frank answered that mana control depended entirely on talent, but Oscar Crushen had already started drawing on the ground with a piece of white chalk while explaining that normally, that would indeed be true. However, there was a way to force the evolution of that ability. As he spoke, he drew an enormous and extremely complex magic circle on the floor. Frank became alarmed and asked what exactly he intended to summon, even asking if he was planning to make a pact with demons. Oscar Crushen replied that even if he wanted to, demons would probably ignore his call. Then he explained that what he intended to summon was something else entirely, a wind spirit that would be implanted into Frank's body. Later, standing at the center of the magic circle, Frank began reciting the incantation. He called upon the wind spirit, the embodiment of purity that drives evil and darkness from the world, while declaring that he, Frank Sirius, a human seeking truth, requested its companionship. However, after finishing everything, absolutely nothing happened. Oscar Crushen made a remark saying that Frank's spiritual affinity was garbage. Frank replied that he had felt a small breeze, but Oscar Crushen said that was merely his own sigh of disappointment. Even so, he told the boy not to feel too shaken, because only a small number of humans possessed true spiritual affinity. Even so, Frank was already beginning to despair. Then Oscar Crushen explained that there was still another method. He said he had learned a special spirit summoning ceremony when he visited the kingdom of the elves in his previous life. The elves had told him to try it for fun, and it ended up working. According to him, there was no way it could fail. Then he casually mentioned that, apparently, he had become the first human summoner in 118 years. Frank was shocked, but Oscar Crushen said that detail was completely irrelevant. Then Frank asked if he needed to recite the incantation again, but Oscar Crushen told him to move aside. This time, he would perform the summoning himself. After all, he was certain the Wind King still remembered him. When he stepped into the center of the magic circle, Oscar Crushen remembered the past. Back then, he had not been in a simple training room, but standing before the greatest tree in the world. It was there that he first called upon the wind spirit, and it answered his call. The very next moment, a violent gale swept through the training grounds. Frank was completely startled and asked if it had really worked on the first try. Then, amidst the raging storm, the Wind King himself appeared. He was an extremely muscular man, with a long beard, shoulder-length hair, and clothes resembling ancient Greek robes. The Wind King asked if it had been Oscar Crushen who summoned him, and commented that it had been 27 years since the last time. Oscar Crushen immediately replied that he wanted to make a contract, and asked whether he needed to offer something in return. But the spirit answered that there was no need for anything so formal. His approval alone would be enough. Then the Wind King asked if Oscar Crushen wanted to form a spiritual partnership with Celestine, a spirit of extremely high rank. However, Oscar Crushen replied that he did not need such power for himself. The one who needed that power was Frank. The following morning, in the duel hall, Grank Sirius and Hamel Glimwitz were talking while waiting for the fight to begin. Hamel Glimwitz commented that the inventor of the cure was extremely stubborn. Shortly afterward, the knight of the Sirius family introduced himself as Lasley Morgan. Then Grank Sirius explained the rules of the duel. Each participant would receive a necklace of a different color, and victory would go to the one who removed the opponent's necklace first. He also warned that if 5 minutes passed without a winner, both participants would be considered defeated. Oscar Crushen replied that those rules were excellent, and prepared himself for the start. Grank Sirius also mentioned that he could surrender at any moment, simply by raising his hand. Then he looked at the boy's strange clothes, with the large hood and wide sleeves, and asked if he really intended to fight dressed like that. Oscar Crushen then calmly replied that he would not be the one fighting. Right after that, Frank appeared in the hall to participate in the duel. Grank Sirius became irritated and demanded to know the meaning of this. Oscar Crushen then explained that the condition had only been to prove his ability, not to fight personally. Therefore, he had simply taught Frank everything he knew. Grank Sirius admitted that he had indeed made a mistake by failing to specify that Oscar Crushen himself had to fight. Even so, he warned that the knight would not hold back just because the opponent was his younger brother. Oscar Crushen replied that he had not expected things to be easy either. He simply believed that a level 4 mage would have better chances than himself, who was still only level 2. Grank Sirius became even more confused, because until the previous day, Frank had only been level 3, so he asked how that was possible. Oscar Crushen calmly answered that this was only the beginning of their journey. After all, he had promised to place Frank at the top within just 2 years. Shortly afterward, Grank Sirius ordered Leslie Morgan not to hold back during the duel. Meanwhile, Oscar Crushen approached Frank and told him not to be afraid. He said that if Frank put into practice everything he had learned, he would win without problems. Those words made Frank far more motivated and confident. He replied that he would win and return soon. Before the fight began, Leslie Morgan gave a respectful bow to the young master and commented that it had been quite a long time since the last time. Frank agreed, but the relaxed atmosphere vanished instantly the moment the duel started. Frank immediately created a distance of around 20 meters. However, before he could even carry out their planned strategy, he already felt the absurd pressure from Leslie Morgan's sword. Even without using a key sword, the knight exerted monstrous pressure from that distance. For a moment, Frank almost faltered, but then he remembered Oscar Crushen's words. He had always encouraged the boy and had trained him precisely for that moment. That thought restored part of his confidence. Then Frank attacked first, firing wind blades while thinking that, for the first time in his life, someone had said they needed him, and precisely because of that, he would not allow those expectations to be destroyed. All of the wind blades were blocked by Leslie Morgan, who admitted that Frank had improved greatly. He even said that the combination of attacks had become much more refined. However, after observing the movements for only a few seconds, the knight had already completely memorized the pattern of the spells. Then he advanced at absurd speed, instantly closing the distance. Frank reacted by unleashing a powerful wind palm, forcing Leslie Morgan backward. Grank Sirius asked if Oscar Crushen had used some forbidden method to make his brother stronger in only half a day, but Oscar replied that there was no need to worry, because he had used a safe and stable method. Meanwhile, Leslie Morgan cut through the wind palm and realized that the boy truly had grown far more than expected. Even so, he knew that Frank was not suited for the style of a battle mage, because his body was weaker than other people's, and continuing to grow like that would only end up hurting him. In Leslie's opinion, the best option would be for Frank to remain in the core. That way he would neither injure himself nor make the family worry. Grank Sirius thought to himself that Frank would never again be consumed by his own magic, and when Leslie Morgan approached to take his necklace, he believed the fight was already over. But then he noticed that Oscar Crushen was smiling. The previous night, the spirit transplant had been a success. Oscar then asked how his wind god was doing now. After that training, everything should already be fine. Frank was lying on the ground and replied that it was funny hearing that after getting beaten up so badly. However, Oscar explained that he still had not reached the level necessary to fully release the power of his body. The trauma had not yet been overcome. To win that duel, he needed to use 100% of the wind god's power. Then Oscar asked if Frank truly believed that turning his body into wind was all that ability could do. In reality, that was only the most basic aspect of it. The true power was unification, the absurd ability to transform into wind anything that came into contact with his body, including clothes and objects. Oscar also explained that it was important to hide one's cards until the right moment in battle. Winning that way made everything even more exciting. Then, at the exact instant he received the blow to the chest that would have torn away his necklace, Frank transformed his own body into wind, passed straight through Leslie Morgan's body, and grabbed his red necklace. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Frank could not believe it. He had truly won. Grank Sirius was also shocked, and began wondering if that really was the power of the wind god, because even the healers had said that Frank would never be able to use that magic. Hemel Glimwitz then declared that it seemed the fight had come to an end, and asked if anyone disagreed with the result. Oscar Crushen simply said that Frank had done very well. After that, Frank greeted Leslie Morgan one last time, while Grank Sirius officially acknowledged the defeat. At the time of their farewell, Hemel Glimwitz commented that it was a shame Leslie had stayed at the White Tower for such a short time. Leslie replied that unfortunately he could not remain any longer. Before leaving, he asked them to take care of his brother, and commented that he had improved a little bit. Then he turned his back and left without looking behind. He clearly did not want to praise his brother directly, but Frank noticed it anyway. He simply pretended not to hear it. The following day, Frank asked if that truly was the entrance to the place where he was going. In front of him stood a cursed door, surrounded by an extremely dark aura, clearly resembling an underground prison. prison. Oscar Crushen admitted that the place really had been used that way hundreds of years ago, so Frank was not entirely wrong. Even so, Frank asked what he had done wrong to end up in isolated training. Oscar replied that it was a direct order from Hamel Glimwitz, which meant they had high expectations for him. But Frank could not understand why he needed to be isolated like that, especially after having only one day of rest. Oscar told him to look on the bright side. He said Frank needed to adapt to the spirit and organize everything he had learned up to level 4. Frank answered that he understood, but before he could complain any further, Oscar shoved him toward the door and locked the poor guy inside. After closing the door, Oscar Crushen felt a little guilty because it had not actually been Hamel Glimwitz's idea. In truth, it had been his own request. On the night after the duel, Hamel had asked whether he really thought 30 days of isolated training would be a good idea. Oscar explained that it would because Frank truly needed it. Hamel agreed and took the opportunity to share some good news. The Sirius Merchant Company had allowed the White Tower to freely use their entire distribution network without charging anything. Oscar Sage immediately realized that they had already calculated everything. It was exactly the kind of decision expected from a trading company. If the White Tower returned to its peak and Frank became an elite mage, their profits would be enormous. Their intentions were obvious, which was why they were offering everything for free. Even so, he replied that it was truly excellent news. Right after that, Hamel Glimwitz asked for another favor. He asked whether Oscar would be willing to teach the tower's mages. Oscar replied that it was not a matter of unwillingness, but he believed they would rather have him focus more on potion-related matters. Then he commented that there was probably some reason why the White Tower's mages needed to become stronger. Hamel answered that he really did notice things quickly and asked if he had ever heard of the Night of Mages. The event was a day when all magic towers gathered in a single place. Originally, it had been created by the Emperor to showcase the evolution of magical abilities and promote unity among the towers. But, as expected, it had failed. Nowadays, the Night of Mages had practically become a place where mages gathered only to argue, compete, and insult one another. The towers always ended up fighting among themselves. The event should have been cancelled many years ago, but Oscar Crushen asked whether His Majesty intended to officially revive the Night of Mages. Hamel Glimwitz replied that yes, although the information had not yet been publicly announced. The imperial family would reveal the details once the new year arrived. Even so, Hamel commented that he was suspicious of the Black Tower. As long as they continued trying to become one of the 4 great main towers, there was a possibility that the White Tower would be attacked. Everything had been going well so far, and precisely because of that, he felt uneasy. At that very moment, Oscar Crushen agreed to participate. As he walked through the 36th floor of the tower campus, he thought that the Black Tower wanted to rise to the top with far too much arrogance. The White Tower would not lose its place even if he had to die for it. At the very least, he had managed to bring Frank up to level 4. The low-level spirit ceremony had been an absolute masterstroke, and he was extremely grateful for it. After all, he would never have imagined that a demigod would still remember a mere human who had not even managed to fulfill his promise. On that day during the summoning, the Wind King asked whether Oscar Crushen had called him just to place a spirit into another person. Irritated, he asked how he was supposed to stay calm in front of something like that. Even so, Oscar requested that he deliver a message to Salathrion of Silence, saying that the White Mage had returned. The Wind King became even more suspicious upon hearing that name. He asked how a boy like him dared to call Salathrion that way, and demanded to know who he really was. But Oscar replied that revealing it now would ruin all the fun. After that, he directly asked whether he would allow the transplant or not. The Wind King answered that Salathrion had permitted it. However, he made it clear that it would not be a spirit contract, only a simple transplant. Even so, that was already more than enough for Oscar Crushen. Before leaving, the Wind King delivered one more message from her. He told Oscar not to forget the old promise. At that moment, Oscar Sage thought that this time he would do everything properly. Thanks to her, countless White Tower families had been saved. Now it was his turn to repay that debt, and he would repay it with interest. Soon after, he picked up a notice. Written on it was an announcement about a special class intended for the White Tower's mages. The theme would be the reinterpretation of basic magic. The classes would take place every Monday and Thursday in room 4 on the 36th floor of the main building, exactly where he was standing at that moment. Oscar Crushen then decided that he needed to start taking care of his new family a little more. Later, the students began entering room 4 on the 36th floor. One of them found it strange that there was nobody above level 3 inside, and guessed that perhaps the class had some kind of level restriction. One female student commented that it was probably because the subject was basic magic, something intermediate mages normally ignored. Another girl remarked that, apparently the White Tower really did have more money now. She had heard that the Vice Master himself had invited the professor for that class. On top of that, they were using the main building, the same place where the Imperial Seminar had been held. Because of that, many believed the professor must be someone extremely important. However, a student sitting in the back started mocking the situation. He told them not to make him laugh just because they were using an abandoned classroom. That was Damien Proud, the only son of Count Proud. One of the female students thought he was being far too negative, but Damien Damien replied that if this were truly a major investment from the tower, they would have created an advanced class with limited enrollment, just like the other towers did, not a simple class about reinterpreting basic magic. According to him, the room was filled only with weak, low-level mages. If the class were really as incredible as people claimed, at least some level 2 noble genius would be present. Suddenly, someone cast a sound prison over the entire room. Everyone fell into complete silence. Nobody could speak or hear one another. The only voice that remained audible was the man who had just entered. He calmly introduced himself, saying it was a pleasure to meet all of them. From that day onward, Oscar Crushen would be the professor of the basic magic reinterpretation class. At once, everyone began wondering whether that teacher really was only a level 2 mage. Oscar Crushen then commented that he imagined many of them had been disappointed upon discovering who the professor was. He observed the irritated expressions on the students' faces and realized he was right, so he said that anyone with complaints could simply leave because he had no intention of begging for anyone's presence. But there was one condition. Before giving up on the class, they would need to prove that they were truly good enough not to need it. Oscar explained that he would give them 10 minutes. Within that time, each of them would have to explain why they did not want to attend the class and why they had nothing left to learn there. It sounded simple, but soon everyone realized the problem. It was impossible to speak while trapped inside that sound magic. At that moment, several students began to understand that this itself was the test. Damien Proud quickly realized the purpose of the challenge. He thought that Oscar was basically saying that if they could not even break the spell and open their mouths, then they clearly still needed the class. And that was exactly what Oscar Crushen wanted. He had deliberately left small gaps in the magic, but it would not be easy to solve. Time passed, and nobody managed to escape the sound prison. When the 10 minutes were almost over, Damien Proud finally succeeded in speaking. At once, Oscar Crushen remembered his name and congratulated him. Damien arrogantly replied that it had been easy. According to him, it had only taken so long because he decided to play around a little before finishing. Then Oscar completely dispelled the sound barrier and announced that the time was up. The only student who had passed the test was Damien Proud. Damien asked whether that meant he no longer needed to attend the class. Oscar replied that yes, of course, he could leave if he wanted to. But deep down, Damien Proud became curious. If that had merely been the class introduction, then perhaps he really could learn something interesting there. Besides, leaving at that moment would also seem strange, so he decided to stay. Oscar Crushen immediately noticed what was going through his mind. He even found it amusing how easy it was to understand everything just by looking at the boy's expression. So he decided to give a reward for being the only one to pass the test. He said he would teach a spell right there on the classroom stage. Then he asked what Damien's favorite spell was. Damien Proud walked to the front of the room and answered that it was Wind Cutter. He then recited the spell and created around his own body a sort of armor made of wind and spinning blades. Oscar Crushen admitted that it was interesting and said that on that day, he would teach the real Wind Cutter. Damien Proud asked whether he was not seeing the spell right in front of him, but Oscar Crushen replied that no, that was not a true Wind Cutter. At best, it was a crippled version. Then he grabbed one of the spell's blades and explained that there were two mistakes in it. The first was that the spell was not even made of real wind. Next, he absorbed all the mana from the magic and asked what Damien Proud thought wind really was. He answered that it was the movement of air, and then Oscar Crushen explained that water remained water even when still, and fire remained fire no matter its form, but wind was only wind when the air was in constant motion, continuously flowing. That was why it was not exactly a wind cutter, but merely an air slash. He further explained that, just as stagnant water rots, magic made from air that does not flow eventually loses its form. As he spoke, Oscar Crushen spread his airflow throughout the entire room and told everyone to pay attention. He explained that the White Tower was a place that worked with wind, so magic needed to remain in constant flow, just like the minds of mages. Otherwise, everything would eventually be destroyed, just as he had demonstrated moments earlier. After that, he pointed out the second problem. Damien Proud was wasting far too much mana while casting the spell. Simply reducing that waste would already make an enormous difference. Damien Proud became confused and asked how he had noticed that just by looking. Then Oscar Crushen explained that when magic reached a certain level, it became possible to understand many things simply by watching someone cast spells, such as their habits, personality, and even the way they had learned magic. So Oscar Crushen decided to take a guess about Damien Proud's past. He said that he probably came from a proud family filled with important mages from the White Tower. He had grown up watching his family's magic and tried to follow in their footsteps. Wind Cutter was probably one of the spells he had tried to copy as a child, even before properly learning magic. Since it was a complicated basic spell, he had likely compensated for his lack of technique by pouring too much mana into it to achieve enough power, and in the end, he had carried that habit with him until now. Damien Proud was left completely speechless, because that was exactly what had happened. Then Oscar Crushen explained that now that they had discovered the problem, all they had to do was correct it, and his Wind Cutter would come out perfectly. After that, he even teased the boy, saying that since he was such an incredible student who clearly did not need that class, he could leave. Damien Proud immediately replied by asking who had said he would not take take the class, and quickly returned to his seat. 3 weeks later, all kinds of rumors about Oscar Crushen had already spread throughout the White Tower. People called him the Star Professor and the Genius Professor. Many said he truly seemed impressive, while others still doubted him and wanted to find out whether he was really that extraordinary. Once the gossip spread, a huge crowd started showing up exactly during his classes. The room became completely packed, with so many people that it looked more like one of the tower leaders' seminars. Even the elder Maxim Bisk appeared to watch. Everyone was confused by the absurd crowd. Then Oscar Crushen entered the classroom, greeted the students good morning, and said that on that day he would teach an extremely important spell. The veteran mages became excited immediately, expecting something grand, but he simply announced that the topic of the lesson would be wind. At that moment, many people thought it was the most basic thing possible and felt disappointed for having raised their expectations so much. Maxim Bisk commented that he had only come to observe, but curiosity got the better of him, so he asked if Oscar had really gathered that entire crowd just to teach wind magic. Oscar Crushen answered yes and then asked the elder to give a demonstration. Even while seated, Maxim Bisk summoned wind. A powerful gust swept across the room and blew everyone's hair back. Oscar Crushen praised the demonstration and then called on the shy Amy Raven, a little blonde girl, to demonstrate her wind as well. She became embarrassed and asked why he had chosen her specifically when there were so many better mages there. Even so, she cast her spell. Unlike Maxim Bisk's violent burst of wind, hers was only a soft and warm breeze, pleasant to feel. Then Oscar Crushen asked if everyone had noticed the difference between the two spells. The class began answering by talking about strength, temperature, and range, until a girl in the back commented that the difference was in the temperament of the mana. Oscar Crushen immediately confirmed it and called the girl by name, Veronica Fricks, saying that she was correct. Afterward, he explained that even though the casting process was practically identical, the two spells possessed completely different natures. Maxim Bisk's wind felt hot and aggressive like a desert wind, while Amy Raven's was gentle like a spring breeze. The difference was so great that they did not even seem like the same spell. Then he asked if anyone knew what mana temperament was. One mage answered by talking about the 4 mana systems: reinforcement, acceleration, balance, and special, but Oscar Crushen corrected him, saying that those were mana systems, not temperament. Even though they were different concepts, the confusion was understandable. Then he explained that, to truly understand this, they first needed to understand the origins of the White Tower and the concept of balance. Afterward, he asked why the White Tower and the Blue Tower were considered representatives of balance. One student answered that it was because of the characteristics of their elements, and Oscar Crushen immediately confirmed it. He explained that the Red Tower and the Golden Tower represented strong and fast elements, but not harmonious ones. There was no such thing as cold fire or freezing lightning in that world. Water and wind, however, could assume many different characteristics. They could become cold, hot, warm, and change according to the situation. That was why they represented balance. Even so, there was still an enormous difference between the Blue Tower and the White Tower. To illustrate this, Oscar Crushen spoke about water. Making water boil required temperature, pressure, and time. Hot wind, on the other hand, was far easier to create. Wind adapted quickly to its surroundings and changed its nature like a chameleon, and that was precisely why wind was so powerful, because it was mutable. Oscar Crushen released his wind throughout the entire room, causing a warm breeze to reach the back while a cold current swept through the front. Then he explained that this happened because wind was the freest element of all. It could carry an intense force like the flames of the Red Tower, move as quickly as the lightning of the Golden Tower, and still possess a fluidity similar to the water of the Blue Tower. But unlike water, wind had no natural limitations. The Blue Tower's water, for example, could not mix with oil, but wind could adapt to anything. Depending solely on the mage's imagination, wind could assume any kind of temperament. That was why it was the only element capable of harmonizing with everything in that world. Then Oscar Crushen explained that, as mages of the White Tower, everyone needed to pay attention to the way they perceived their own wind. The most important thing was not merely casting magic, but understanding how they imagined the wind and what kind of wind they wanted to create. That was the true point of the lesson. However, while the class continued, the elder Maxim Bisk suddenly began acting strangely. He seemed dazed, and his body reacted in an unusual way. Immediately, Oscar Crushen warned everyone not to touch him, because something was happening. The crowd became worried, but then he explained that it was merely an awakening, a process of magical enlightenment. The old man's synapses had reacted too strongly. After a few moments, Maxim Bisk returned to normal, and Oscar Crushen asked whether he was alright. The elder answered that he still had not reached level 8, but even so, he embraced Oscar Crushen and sincerely thanked him for the help. He said that the explanation during the lesson had helped him tremendously, and that he had even experienced a moment of enlightenment. While receiving several heavy pats on the back from the elder, Oscar Crushen thought that, thanks to that moment, his future classes would probably become much calmer. But the greatest gain of that day had not even been Maxim Bisk's recognition. The most important thing was that he had managed to catch the attention of Veronica Fricks, one of the most problematic students mentioned in young Oscar Crushen's diary. The next day, while walking through the tower's corridors, he remembered that Veronica Fricks had said she wanted to show him something interesting interesting in the training room, and the worst part was that she had invited only him. As he walked, Oscar Crushen thought that she had actually seemed friendly earlier. Maybe she had genuinely enjoyed the lesson, but the moment he admitted that he did not know where the room was, she immediately went back to looking at him as if he were a piece of trash. When he arrived, he realized that it was not an ordinary room. They said there were only 3 rooms of that type, among more than 300. Even the color of the door was different. He entered without expecting much, but the moment he stepped inside, a voice echoed through the speakers, saying that the next generation training support system called Argo was now active. Right away, Oscar Crushen realized that it was a magic engineering room. He immediately imagined that those bastards from the Golden Tower must have been making rivers of money from it. Argo asked whether he wanted to register his information in order to receive personalized training. Oscar Crushen refused, so the system asked if he wished to continue as an unregistered user. Then it explained that there were several training levels and that he could choose any of them. Oscar Crushen decided to begin with level 1. 3 balloons appeared before him, and the objective was to destroy them all as quickly as possible, using physical or magical attacks. He cleared the challenge in the blink of an eye and admitted that it was actually pretty interesting. Then he decided to jump straight to level 100. Immediately, Argo issued a warning, explaining that from level 80 onward, the spheres became smaller, faster, and hostile. The system even asked if he was elderly, a child, or pregnant, because if so, it would be safer to stop. Oscar Crushen calmly replied that he was none of those 3 and became curious about how far the training could go. Then 1,000 spheres appeared around him. The system explained that daily use magic was prohibited in that training, and that if he were hit more than 10 times, the challenge would end in failure. Oscar Crushen began launching several wind blades simultaneously, making them ricochet between the spheres while also creating showers of wind needles to strike them one by one. As he fought, he realized that the ideal approach for that kind of training was to create small and extremely sharp spells. Even while continuously dodging the spheres, he thought that the level had long since surpassed what should be considered acceptable for children. In the end, he managed to clear level 100. He collapsed onto the ground, completely drenched in sweat, yet still commented that it had been a good warm-up. While catching his breath, he thought that this was how the mages of that generation had been training since childhood. Compared to the past, the standard of current mages was absurdly higher, and that was excellent. It only meant that he would need to work even harder. In fact, he decided that he needed to start eating better in order to build muscle in that weak body. As he was leaving the room, he ran into Veronica Fricks. Oscar Crushen commented that she was training early. She replied that she had assumed he would ignore her invitation. Then he explained that he had only come to take a look around and casually added that he believed healthy mana came from a healthy body. After saying that naturally, he walked past her. Veronica Fricks stared at him with a strange expression and wondered if that boy had eaten something spoiled. After all, he had just casually repeated a famous phrase from the legendary Oscar sage, as though it were completely normal. While watching him walk away, she remembered that the brat had always been arrogant toward her, even though both of them were orphans. After that, she asked Argo to start level 50 simply as a warm-up, but before beginning, she asked whether the rankings had changed. The system replied that they had. She expected to see Killian still in first place, but he had now fallen to second. The new leader of the rankings had cleared level 100 in 9 minutes and 57 seconds. However, the registered name was simply AAAA. For security reasons, Argo could not reveal that person's identity. Veronica Fricks was completely shocked. A time like that was absurd. She even thought it might have been some elder, but the rankings only accepted people below level 5. That was when she realized it was something unprecedented across the entire continent. Argo itself confirmed that it was the first time a result of that level had ever appeared. Suspicious. Veronica Fricks directly asked if it had been Oscar Crushen. The system merely repeated that, for personal data security reasons, it could not provide that information. Annoyed, she ordered the system to get out of her way. Meanwhile, Oscar Crushen walked through the corridors while feeling sore all over because of that weak physique. Along the way, he encountered the elder Maxim Bisk, who said it was fortunate that he had found him. The old man explained that he needed to discuss an important problem. Feidenlein had informed them that the market merchants were refusing to buy their potions. They were probably afraid of the Blue Tower's monopoly. Since Oscar Crushen was the foundation of their current production, the elder believed he needed to know about the situation, and now they would have to find a way to solve it. Later, Oscar Crushen was visibly irritated. The people around him immediately realized that he was furious with the Blue Tower. While observing the movement around him, he also found the size of the coffee line strange that day. That was when he noticed 2 delivery workers waiting in line as well. They were the so-called wind couriers, who had apparently become one of the White Tower's greatest priorities during that period. And that disappointed Oscar Sage. The Great White Tower had ended up reduced to a delivery service. One of the mail carriers commented excitedly that their salaries were going to increase. The other replied that it was great news because now he could focus more on potions and spend less time on delivery work. But the first explained that it was not exactly like that. The tower mistress took the delivery system very seriously and considered it far too important to abandon. Oscar Crushen thought that delivery services normally were not even that profitable. simple. They required a lot of manpower, generated little financial return, and practically no political power. The only real advantage was the positive image among the people. The White Tower was far more beloved by the citizens than any other tower, and that was a fact. While they talked, one of the delivery men mentioned that he liked helping elderly people carry heavy packages. He said they always gave him something to eat as thanks. Then Oscar Crushen decided to join the conversation and asked something simple. When they made deliveries, they met many people directly, right? The delivery men replied that they did. They needed recipients' signatures to confirm deliveries, so they always dealt personally with customers. At that very moment, Oscar Crushen's eyes lit up. He thanked them for the information, shook the mail carrier's hand, and ran off. Later, he appeared at a meeting with Hamel Glimwitz, who asked if he had understood the idea correctly. Oscar Crushen wanted to use the White Tower's delivery workers to make door-to-door sales? He answered yes. Hamel Glimwitz admitted that it was clever. Since merchants were not cooperating, they could simply sell directly to consumers. Even so, he asked whether that would really be viable, since potions were not everyday products. Then Oscar Crushen explained that they could change that by creating new products. He called it innovation in the potion market, although he did not even consider it something that revolutionary. The idea was to take the White Tower's best intermediate recovery potion and adapt it into 4 different versions based on age and gender. One version for children would help with growth, another for the elderly would increase immunity and energy. The female version would help skin firmness and reduce pores. The male version would help with muscle gain. As he made calculations and wrote non-stop, Oscar Crushen started pouring out so much information that Hamel Glimwitz became completely lost trying to keep up. A few days later, an old man waited for his usual delivery worker to arrive with the letters. When he received the mail, he happily commented that his old friend must still be alive then. The delivery worker joked that the man belonged to the generation of centenarians, so he would not die anytime soon. The elderly man then commented that, even though he was only 80 years old, his body and mind already felt extremely heavy. The delivery worker asked if he felt pain, and then introduced a new product from the White Tower. It was the S0 tonic, specially aimed at the elderly. He explained that the product strengthened immunity and increased energy. The S stood for senior. The old man asked what would change if he took it. The delivery worker replied that many things would change, and mentioned old my Larry from the 2nd Street, who had started hiking every morning after using the tonic. The elderly man was surprised, especially because the man had severe knee problems. Then the delivery worker explained that the product had been created by Oscar Crushen himself, the genius responsible for curing the Cadena flu. The old man asked how much it cost, imagining that something made by a genius would be expensive, but the delivery worker replied that each bottle cost only 30 bells. The elderly man immediately became suspicious, saying he had already fallen for tonic scams before, and nothing had worked. But the mail carrier sincerely replied that he would never deceive him like that. Then he presented a special offer for the residents of Frieren, an annual subscription with a 50% discount. For 800 bells, he would receive 4 bottles per month, 1 per week, and could even pay in installments. The old man even started calculating that he might be able to afford it if he cut down on drinking and smoking. But the moment the delivery worker mentioned there was a free sample, he drank the tonic immediately. The next morning, the man woke up feeling renewed. He felt much more energetic during breakfast. He even rode his bicycle to the plaza, met his friends, and won a chess match because he was far more focused. The other elderly men became curious and asked what his secret was, so he proudly replied that he was taking a tonic created by the White Tower. But later, Oscar Crushen received troubling news. Lena White showed that the Blue Tower had launched a winter promotion. Moira Main himself publicly announced that they were doing it to help poor people stay healthy during the cold season. Oscar Crushen replied sarcastically that they were very kind-hearted. Lena White became indignant and asked what was so nice about it, since it was obvious that the Blue Tower was trying to destroy the White Tower. Even so, he calmly replied that they would not last even 2 or 3 weeks. She argued back, saying the promotion would last almost an entire month, and that, at that pace, they might not even be able to enter the potion market anymore afterward. Then she suggested selling the Cadena flu potions together to increase profits, but Oscar Crushen immediately refused. He said that was exactly what the Blue Tower wanted. If the White Tower tried to profit from a disaster like the Cadena flu, the population would become furious. The Blue Tower would then have the perfect justification to attack and reclaim the market. Lena White asked if they would simply accept being beaten. Oscar Crushen replied that there was still an enormous stockpile of potions sitting unused. She commented that they had so many stored that probably no one would even notice if 100 bottles disappeared. It was then that Oscar Crushen came up with another idea. He had just mentally created the Zero Tonic line. They would reuse all the unsold intermediate potions while also adding extra benefits. On top of that, if a family bought more than 2 items from the Zero line, they would receive additional discounts. That way, families with children or elderly people at home would buy them much more easily. Lena White was impressed and commented that his business mind was terrifying. Then Oscar Crushen explained the final step of the plan. They would pay the Information Guild to spread a rumor about the M0 tonic, a rumor claiming that the product also helped with male virility. According to him, him, simply spreading that story would make sales explode. 3 weeks later, at the Blue Tower, Moira Main was completely satisfied. He was certain that they had finally destroyed the White Tower. He even imagined that the head of the potion department would be proud of the results. But then the department head himself appeared holding a newspaper and asked if he had seen that day's news. When Moira Main replied that he had not, he got smacked on the head with the newspaper. Confused, he started reading the headline. The department head asked if he had really sacrificed all of the Blue Tower's profits just to achieve such a ridiculous result. On the front page, it was written that the White Tower had broken historical records with the zero line, more than 10 million bottles sold in just 1 month. The newspaper also stated that the tonics had become popular gifts for parents, and that the male version had an unexpected side effect of improving virility, making it more effective than several other tonics on the market. Moira Main was completely lost. He could not understand how that had happened. After all, they were talking about tonics, not potions. Even worse, those products were not even being sold in traditional markets. Then he finally noticed the explanation written in the newspaper. The White Tower's sales system was entirely door-to-door, and based on subscriptions made directly through delivery workers. The department head asked if he had seen that they were now going to give permanent discounts on their potions, claiming they had been moved by what happened to them. Meanwhile, Moira Main kept reading the newspaper. There was a statement from Oscar Crushen saying that after seeing the Blue Tower's clearance sale, the White Tower had been so touched that they decided to maintain a permanent promotion on potions. Moira Main replied that it was not a discount at all, it was a scam, that had always been their real price. But the department head asked if he truly believed the public knew that. That bottle had never been sold anywhere before. Then he asked whether Moira Main really thought he had won just because of a graph. Now, no matter how much pressure they applied, it would be difficult for the market to ignore the White Tower. People would begin seeking out their potions and tonics. After that, he warned that Moira Main had a lot of work ahead of him because he would now have to cover the losses suffered by the Blue Tower. And honestly, even working for free for the rest of his life might not be enough. Meanwhile, on the eastern side of the continent, in the Yang dynasty, several martial artists were trying to defeat a huge rampaging orc. They were being overwhelmed by the creature when a white mage suddenly appeared. Using a restless wind, she slammed the monster back into the ground and shattered its body into pieces in the blink of an eye. After the battle, she commented that this had been happening frequently lately and asked whether the man in front of her was Zheng Sheng. He confirmed that he was Zheng Sheng from the Nine Dragons sect. Then the mage introduced herself as Shasha Meist, the current master of the White Tower, and asked whether he had brought what she requested last time. Zheng Sheng replied that he had and handed over the Empire Bulletin, the newspaper she had requested. When Shasha Meist took the newspaper, she actually became nervous before reading it. She had been away for 2 months and started imagining that the White Tower might have gone bankrupt during that time, or even been expelled from the 4 great magic towers. But when she started reading carefully, she noticed something strange. The White Tower was accumulating success story after success story. She flipped through several pages and asked if it was some kind of fictional story, but Zhongsheng replied that it was not, saying he had bought the newspaper officially and legitimately. That left Shasha Meist surprised. She began thinking that the delivery service was truly working much better than she had imagined. In fact, it had never even crossed her mind that the business would become such a success. She had not even created the service with commercial success in mind. There had been another reason behind it. After thanking Zhongsheng, she said they would meet again in the future. Then she flew away, trying to understand what was happening at the White Tower. She needed to see it with her own eyes. Later, in the laboratory, Lena White commented that Oscar Crushen really seemed like a special mage. According to her, the situation was almost magical. She asked how he managed to shake the Blue Tower with just a single interview. Thanks to that, sales of the recovery potion had exploded, and several cities beyond Siren had started requesting distribution as well. Since the plan had succeeded, she even tried contacting the army to see if they would agree to do business with the White Tower. But for now, they were still undecided, since they had always maintained a strong partnership with the Blue Tower, and did not have much reason to switch yet. Even so, Oscar Crushen said that at least they would no longer need to worry about potions for quite a while. Then Lena White asked how she should organize the performance reports, and he replied that 1 report per month was already fine. She then asked if he was simply going to dump all the responsibility on her while he went out to have fun, but Oscar Crushen replied that he would not have much time for that. Now that he had recovered the White Tower's money, fame, and fully stocked warehouse once again, he needed to take care of the tower's internal stability. One of the priorities was recovering the magical reference books that had been lost. The problem was something else. No matter how much of a genius he was, it would be far too suspicious for someone like him to suddenly appear with advanced magical theories. Because of that, he wanted to publish those theories under someone else's name. It needed to be someone well-known, old, respected, and specialized in magical theory. And as if sent by heaven itself, a mage exactly like that appeared at the White Tower at that very moment. While serving tea, Maxim Bisk commented that it had been quite a long time since they had last met. Feidenlein then asked Schweinkok if his research had been going well, since it had been almost 3 months since their last conversation. But Schweinkok immediately replied that nothing nothing was going well at all. From his exhausted expression and the black clothes that looked almost like mourning attire, it was easy to tell he was an elder of the White Tower and a famous theoretical mage. According to him, the magic simply was not working. Even so, he still needed to present the results at that year's White Night Festival no matter what. Yet he still had not found the correct theoretical value. Maxim Bisk tried to calm him down, saying that research was always like that, and those things took time. But Feidenlein reminded him that he had already been stuck on that research for around 6 years. Schweinkopf immediately corrected her, saying that it had actually been 7 years. Then he commented that if he could at least find the correct value, perhaps everything would finally work out. Feidenlein replied that it really did sound complicated. Then Maxim Bisk asked why he did not hire an assistant, someone like Oscar Krushen, but Schweinkopf refused instantly. According to him, that research was far too advanced for a mage at Oscar Krushen's level. In his eyes, the boy would never be able to understand it. Then Feidenlein commented that Oscar Krushen had already reached level 2. Schweinkopf was surprised by the information, and she explained that the boy had been working very hard. Even so, he asked if everyone there had not hated Oscar Krushen until recently, since they were always saying he produced no results and only wasted the White Tower's resources. But Feidenlein replied that was all in the past. Then Maxim Bisk explained that Schweinkopf had become so focused on his own research that he had not even noticed how much the White Tower had changed recently. Only then did Schweinkopf realize that the atmosphere in the tower truly felt far more lively. He even asked if they had won the lottery. That was when they explained that all of it had happened thanks to Oscar Krushen, who had finally started showing his true potential. They told him everything, from the business ventures to the magical theories and the recent results. After hearing everything, Schweinkopf asked if the boy was good at alchemy. Feidenlein replied that it was not just that. According to her, it almost seemed like he had a merchant spirit attached to him. Meanwhile, Maxim Bisk declared that, in the theoretical field, Oscar Krushen was a true genius, teaching as if he were an elder professor. But Schweinkopf told the two of them to calm down. He said he would meet Oscar Krushen since they insisted so much, but also asked them not to create exaggerated expectations. Deep down, he was not looking down on the boy. The problem was structural. According to him, there is a massive difference between seeing something from the first floor and seeing it from the top of a building. No matter how much of a genius someone might be, a level 2 mage would still have limitations in their own perspective. On top of that, his current research involved restoring the innate magic of the greatest genius among mages, the legendary mage of mages, Oscar Sage. So Schweinkopf decided to give Oscar Krushen a surprise test. He formally introduced himself as one of the elders of the White Tower, specialized in theoretical magic and the recovery of lost magic. Then he explained that he was working on an important research project, but would not be able to complete it in time. The moment he heard that, Oscar Krushen immediately began thinking, a theoretical mage, famous, respected, old, and prestigious. He was exactly the type of person Oscar had been searching for to publish his theories without raising suspicion. Then Schweinkopf apologized for the unexpected test, saying that since he was asking for help, he needed to confirm his abilities first. But Oscar Krushen calmly replied that it made perfect sense. After all, there would be no logic in calling someone who did not understand the subject. That answer pleased Schweinkopf greatly. He liked the boy's attitude and asked if 50 minutes would be enough time to solve the test. Oscar Krushen answered that it would, and said he would do his best. While solving the written exam, he quickly realized that the questions were far too easy. Any level 5 or 6 theoretical mage would solve them without difficulty. From the style of the questions, it seemed like Schweinkopf was either reviewing basic mistakes or had already reached the final stage of the research and merely wanted to confirm a few details. Meanwhile, Schweinkopf observed in silence and gradually began to feel shocked. A level 2 mage solving those questions so quickly simply made no sense. That would only be possible if he thought like a high-ranking mage and already possessed a deep understanding of theoretical concepts. Then he noticed something even more absurd. Oscar Krushen was already on the last page, but suddenly he stopped. At that exact moment, Schweinkopf thought he had finally reached a question too difficult for him, but that wasn't the case. Oscar Krushen calmly explained that the final spell was something he himself had created. Then he handed in the test as if it were the most normal thing in the world. Confused, Schweinkopf asked whether he had simply written the answer to the final question without actually solving the problem. At that moment, he felt disappointed. He had wanted to see how Oscar Krushen would handle advanced research if they worked together, but it seemed the boy hadn't even tried. However, when he began grading the test, he noticed something absurd. All the answers were correct, one by one. Then he reached the final question and stared at it in silence. He then asked whether he truly believed that answer was correct. Oscar Krushen replied that yes, he believed it was correct. So Schweinkopf asked which of the 4 mana values he had used in the formula. That was when Oscar Krushen gave an answer that changed everything. He said he had used all the values at the same time. Instead of working with a fixed mana value, he had used a fluid one. According to the structure of the formula, a fixed value would inevitably cause errors during magical circulation, so he made the mana value continuously adjust itself to the flow of the process. At that moment, Schweinkopf became completely excited, almost unable to believe it. He asked if he could test that theory immediately, and it worked. Before them, a massive dragon made of wind and magical light appeared. The spell had finally been completed. Overcome with excitement, Schweinkopf said he would make Oscar Krushen a co-author of the paper. He didn't even need to remain just a research assistant. He then thanked him repeatedly, clearly emotional. But Oscar Krushen was still confused and asked if that was really the spell he had been researching for so many years. Schweinkopf then explained that it was. The final question of the test was precisely the reconstruction of a spell created by the former master of the White Tower, Oscar Sage. The legendary spell called Ouroboros. Although its form resembled a dragon, it actually represented the serpent that devours its own tail, the symbol of infinity. Oscar Krushen then began to wonder why someone would spend so many years trying to recover that spell. Ouroboros was an absurd technique. It consumed mana only once and then created an almost infinite flow of wind, practically defying the law of mana conservation itself. In theory, it was an infinite source of magical energy, but there was a problem. For Oscar Sage himself, that spell was a failure. Humanity had already conquered the land and the seas, but it had never managed to reach the skies. That was the true goal of the Blue Sky Project. During the war against demons, they began developing magical aircraft to gain an advantage in combat, and Ouroboros was created specifically to serve as the power source for those aircraft. The problem was that, despite the theory being nearly perfect, the amount of energy produced still wasn't enough to actually make an aircraft fly. Because of that, the entire project was eventually abandoned. In Oscar Krushen's view, Ouroboros could still be used in smaller spells since it remained an impressive technique, but honestly, it didn't seem like something worth 7 full years of research. Then Schweinkopf commented that he needed to tell Sasha Meist about this immediately. Now that they had finally obtained the cornerstone of the delivery service, she would surely be extremely happy. Confused, Oscar Krushen asked what that meant. That was when Schweinkopf explained that the current master of the White Tower had created the delivery service. Precisely because of that, she had been paving the way for the Blue Sky Project. At that moment, Oscar Krushen was left speechless. He began to think about Sasha Meist and how she missed the former Tower Master. Even so, he found it absurd that she had made Schweinkopf spend 7 years trying to recover a spell without even clearly explaining the reason. But Schweinkopf didn't seem to care at all about the suffering of those years. To him, it meant something far greater. In his words, they had finally taken the first step toward fulfilling the dream of the former Tower Master, and his own dream as well. The first step toward opening the path to the skies. After 7 full years, they had finally made progress. Then Oscar Krushen asked whether they truly intended to repeat that impossible challenge from the past, the Blue Sky Project. And Schweinkopf replied that they did. This time, Ouroboros would be the main engine, but Oscar Krushen immediately pointed out the problem. According to him, it was impossible to make an aircraft fly using only the energy from Ouroboros. Then Schweinkopf smiled and explained that he completely agreed. Ouroboros alone would never be enough. But the situation now was very different from that of 23 years ago. Now they had magical engineering, true magical engineering. Schweinkopf explained that when Oscar Sage initiated the Blue Sky Project and created his innate magic, the Golden Tower involved in the project ended up making an important discovery in magical engineering, and that after the end of the war they began developing feats considered extremely advanced. Meanwhile, Oscar Krushen thought that he should have been the one to discover magical engineering, since they would be much richer by now. Schweinkopf's theory was that by combining Ouroboros energy with magical engineering, it would be possible to make the airship fly, and he also imagined using a battery as a means of amplifying that energy, a battery capable of recharging itself with the very wind generated by Ouroboros, so that this energy would be continuously multiplied, creating a core capable of generating practically infinite energy. Oscar Krushen asked whether the Golden Tower already knew about this research, and Schweinkopf replied that they did not, because to them the idea of an airship still seemed absurd, since they were investing in another type of transport, described as an iron serpent that runs endlessly across the land, called a train. Oscar Sage reflected that he did not know the project well, but believed that the Golden Tower master he knew would not insist on a failed idea, so the train would probably also mark a new era for humanity. Even so, it would not have the same impact as an airship. He then asked whether that was why Schweinkopf had started the project even at a loss, and he replied yes, since the idea was to dominate the aerial delivery market, because current transport depended on carts and ships, and with the arrival of trains that would change, but if airships appeared first, even trains would become obsolete, since no one had yet conquered the skies. Because of this, they wanted to begin this new era, and Schweinkopf explained that he and the Tower Master decided to recover the Ouroboros spell and present it at the White Night Festival, and that they only managed to make progress thanks to Oscar Krushen, so he thanked him for that, while Oscar Sage realized that he had abandoned abandon this dream thinking it was impossible, but his disciples had not forgotten it, so he needed to open this path as a master. Oscar Krushen stated that they could go further, and that they should present the airship prototype at the White Night Festival, since showing something real would be more impactful than just a concept. And Schweinkopf agreed and said he would provide the necessary materials. He then handed several books to Oscar Krushen, who realized he had never seen formulas like those before, and Schweinkopf explained that they were studies for building the battery using magical engineering, based on the Ouroboros technique. Oscar Krushen carefully analyzed the material and realized there were several complete formulas and stability tests, and said it was incredible and that they could start the research immediately. Schweinkopf replied that he had been thinking the same, but that he first needed to say something important. He apologized, and Oscar Krushen found the reason strange, while Schweinkopf explained that he had dragged him into something extremely dangerous, since when the project was revealed, the Golden Tower would try to stop it by any means necessary, including violence. Oscar Sage calmly replied that it was fine, while Schweinkopf insisted on whether he was not taking it seriously. He explained that lawsuits and even assassination attempts behind the scenes would certainly come, but that it would not change anything, because running away out of fear would prevent any progress and would not allow them to change the world. He also revealed that his greatest fear was precisely becoming someone empty, unable to grow because of fear, while observing that the White Tower had lost power, since the Blue Tower dominated the potion market, and the Red Tower had taken military contracts, leaving the White Tower only dealing with the Golden Tower in order to continue research. Even so, Oscar Krushen believed that this research could give them a future and a means to face all of that, so he accepted taking any risk, which left Schweinkopf somewhat emotional. Schweinkopf commented that he had ended up with all the cool lines, but Oscar Krushen replied that he was already cool enough as a teacher, and the two continued working together. On the first day of research, they analyzed the Euler equation and its relationship with mana and Ouroboros, while Oscar Krushen explained that any change should prioritize the stability of the airship even if there was a loss of performance, and Schweinkopf agreed, and they continued testing. On the fourth day, Schweinkopf was already tired and discouraged, saying it was difficult to modify such a perfect technique without generating errors, but Oscar Sage believed they were making good progress for such a short time of research, and suggested they could make the system even safer. They then decided to change the entire structure to a parallel system and integrate it with magical engineering, and Oscar Krushen confirmed that it made sense, while they prepared to continue. Before that, he got up to get food and coffee, but the lights began to flicker again, and he commented that this had been happening frequently, so he decided it would be better to rest for a while before continuing. On the sixth day, Schweinkopf said he had always thought about it, that if he had not met Oscar Krushen, he would not have been able to complete the research, while observing the Ouroboros shining in the sky of the room, but Oscar Krushen replied that he would have succeeded on his own anyway, and that he was speaking seriously. Schweinkopf then admitted that he thought it was impossible to reach the point of announcing airships, but that now, seeing such well-developed and stable magic, he believed it was truly possible. In that more emotional moment between the two, the room lights went out again, and Oscar Krushen commented that the Mana Central really had no fixing, while Schweinkopf replied that it only made the magic shine even brighter and that he liked it that way. Shortly after, Oscar Krushen was immediately called to the Tower Vice Master's office, and Schweinkopf told him to go without worry, because now it was his turn to shine and he would finish the battery that interacts with Ouroboros on his own. He also assured him that everything would be fine and that he could trust him, while Oscar Krushen headed to the meeting. In the Vice Master's office, Hamel Glimwitz commented that the blackouts were happening very frequently, and Oscar Krushen replied that they were already occurring every other day, which was indeed strange. Hamel Glimwitz explained that the mana supply was being interrupted often, and before continuing the discussion about the plant, Oscar Krushen asked if there were slimes in the area, saying he could help without any problem. Hamel Glimwitz thanked him, explaining that there were many slimes near the plant, and that they had long been unable to carry out cleanup due to lack of personnel, so help would be welcome, especially since it could solve the blackouts. It was then decided that Oscar Krushen would go there, and he asked when he would leave. Hamel Glimwitz replied that it would be the next day at 9 o'clock at the tower entrance, together with Veronica Freaks. Upon hearing the name, Oscar Krushen asked if it was the same Veronica Fricks, and found it strange that a level 4 mage was needed for that. But Hamel Glimwitz explained that it was standard procedure to go in pairs, and that it might be good for them to talk, since she had seemed worried lately. Oscar Krushen accepted the explanation, but realized it probably wasn't just about slimes, and that the Vice Master wanted him to speak with Veronica Fricks. The next morning, he arrived 5 minutes early, but Veronica Fricks was already in the carriage, and asked why he was late, telling him to get in immediately. During the trip, she warned him that this was not a classroom, and that she was in command of the mission, since she had more field experience, while Oscar Krushen replied that it was fine, without insisting on a teacher-like attitude outside the tower. The journey continued in uncomfortable silence, until Oscar Krushen commented that she looked tired, but she replied bluntly that it was better for him to stay quiet, since this was not a class, and she intended to sleep. Even so, he insisted on understanding if something was wrong, but she maintained her closed-off attitude, making it clear she did not want to talk. Meanwhile, Oscar Sage observed that Veronica Fricks was described in young Oscar Crushen's journal as a mage of impressive talent, and he now wanted to understand that talent better. Oscar Crushen then tried to start a lighter conversation, noticing she was clearly irritated and sleep-deprived, and suggested that talking might help. With that, Veronica Fricks ended up revealing that she had not been sleeping because she wanted to master a wind as strong as that of the elder Maxim Bisk, but she could not even reproduce that level, which frustrated her and made her train non-stop. Oscar Crushen replied that this was expected because that kind of wind did not suit her, but Veronica Fricks disagreed, saying he did not know her well enough to say that, and that she had always wanted that kind of power. He then asked what kind of wind she thought he had, and she replied that it would be an arrogant and irritating wind, which he denied, saying his wind was known to be warm and welcoming. Veronica Fricks said she had never heard that before, and Oscar Sage realized he was referring to a more old-fashioned concept, while Oscar Crushen reflected that maybe even he did not consider his own wind that welcoming. He then explained that mana temperament is not something that can be forced, but something that is found according to one's nature, and asked again if she truly wanted a strong wind, while she remained skeptical. Soon after, they arrived at the mana plant, which was overrun with slimes scattered like living dirt, explaining the energy instability in the tower. Veronica Fricks immediately sprang into action, using wind pressure to eliminate the slimes with great speed and efficiency, and Oscar Sage clearly understood why young Oscar Crushen had described her as someone with absurd talent, since her combination of speed and mana control was truly impressive. She could cast spells that would take at least 7 seconds for a level 5 mage to concentrate, but she did it extremely quickly, and he thought it would be great to train her as a spell sniper like Majiro, since his fast casting did not even allow high-level mages to approach, making him known as the White Tower's war tank of wisdom. Veronica Fricks asked if she was the only one working there, and at that moment Oscar Crushen was further behind doing nothing, while she explained that everyone was gathered at the entrance and they just needed to keep watch. However, when Oscar Crushen entered to analyze the interior of the plant, he found the situation strange, since the slimes were all moving toward the entrance, as if fleeing from something inside the plant itself. She replied that he was talking as if slimes had intelligence, but he explained that he knew they did not, only following instincts like animals, with the strongest being survival instinct. She then asked what he thought was on the other side of the corridor, whether it might be some frightening monster, and he said they could go take a look. He continued eliminating monsters along the way until they reached deeper into the mana plant, and inside the energy room they noticed something completely out of control. Oscar Crushen observed a gigantic structure releasing electricity, which turned out to be a cocoon of a white silkworm-like creature, a species of moth known as the celestial silkworm. He explained that, unlike normal silkworms that feed on mulberry leaves, these ones consumed mana, which was why they had come to the plant in the first place, since there was a massive concentration of magical energy there. Veronica Fricks asked if that was its cocoon, since it looked far too large for something that had not yet been born, and he explained that it had already been born, and that this was just the metamorphosis stage. She then asked if that meant the slimes were not the cause of the instability, and whether destroying the cocoon would solve the problem, but he said there was both good and bad news. The good news was that the white silkworm in metamorphosis was not that dangerous, and could be dealt with in seconds by a powerful elder, but the bad news was that once the metamorphosis ended, these creatures developed an extreme hunger and would attack any living being nearby. Veronica Fricks tried to downplay the situation, saying it did not seem that bad, but he added that judging by the slimes fleeing, the metamorphosis was already nearing its end, and that the noise and vibration were coming from the moth breaking out of the cocoon from within. He then told them to prepare for battle, as the entire plant began to shake more and more violently. Veronica Fricks asked why it had to be so big, and whether it would actually fly, and he explained that normal silkworms do not fly, but this one did. The gigantic moth then broke free from the cocoon, revealing wings made of brilliant mana, and Veronica Fricks immediately wanted to retreat, but Oscar Crushen explained that if they ran, it would reach the nearest city and devour people, so they had to defeat it there. Even though she was afraid, she took the front line, while he observed and thought that she was trying to protect him from a creature of that level. He then sent a wind message requesting reinforcements and trying to buy time. Veronica Fricks completed her magic circle and attacked the moth with wind pressure, slamming it against the inner wall of the plant, then advanced using a jet-like burst to close the distance. Before she could continue, Oscar Crushen grabbed her by the hood and threw her backward, using his wind to protect her, since the ground was covered in residues from the white silkworm that acted like acid and instantly melted flesh. He said she had nearly died and that it was probably a trap left by the creature, which, despite being an insect, had high intelligence due to magic. Veronica Fricks asked how he had noticed that, since it was nearly invisible, and he explained that he had observed the mana particles in the air. She questioned how that was possible, but he said he would explain later, since he was still analyzing the situation. Then he raised a windshield and blocked a mana blast from the moth, but realized the situation was bad, since he had lost about 70% of his mana from a single block and would not be able to withstand another attack with what remained. The only advantage was that the moth took about 5 minutes to prepare another shot, so he said they had to finish the fight within that time. Veronica Fricks said she could not move her legs due to an injury caused by a fragment of the attack that passed through the barrier, but insisted she could at least buy time. Oscar Crushen realized she was lying about being fine since she was trembling with fear, and approached her, saying she did not need to be afraid and that he would not leave her behind. She tried to deny it, but he stepped forward and declared that White Tower mages do not abandon their companions. With only 28% mana remaining, he used a speed spell to close in on the moth, while Veronica Fricks, even thinking he was reckless, used her jet burst to assist him. At that moment, he drew a prototype he had just completed, a pressurized magical wind pistol, and fired at the creature, piercing its wings with condensed wind projectiles. The moth then let out a roar and turned furiously toward him. However, for some reason, the moth's beam had recharged faster than expected, and it used the attack on the plant's wall to create an opening and escape. Oscar Crushen immediately realized this was likely part of its plan from the beginning. He did not have enough mana to chase it directly, but noticed a final thread of silk connected to the creature's body. Without hesitation, he grabbed it to be pulled along, being carried into the sky as the moth flew at high speed, destabilizing everything and making him nauseous from the constant shaking. The creature became increasingly aggressive upon noticing he was still attached, suddenly rising and then diving at high speed in an attempt to crush him and finish the attack. Oscar Crushen simply commented that it was a very stressed little creature and calmly wondered why humans had hands, explaining that it was to handle things better. Then he released the thread for a moment, reloaded his magical wind pistol, and grabbed the thread again, aiming precisely at the creature's head and firing a direct shot that exploded part of it while he was thrown back through the hole in the plant's ceiling. Falling toward the ground, he warned Veronica Fricks that he was out of mana and asked her to save his life at that moment. She reacted quickly, creating a cushion of air with her burst magic, softening the fall and letting him land gently as if on a pillow. He remained unconscious for a few seconds, and when he opened his eyes, he heard her telling him to wake up. But as soon as he fully regained consciousness, she punched him hard in the face, complaining that he should not scare her like that again. Shortly after, Maxim Bisk appeared asking if they were all right, while Veronica Fricks was already crying with concern, and Oscar Crushen simply commented that both of his arms had been dislocated. She asked if he had suffered a dislocation, and he replied that the real problem was her hitting him while he was in that state. Maxim Bisk wanted to understand what had happened, and the next day both of them were already in the infirmary, heavily injured. News began to spread quickly, and Veronica Fricks showed a newspaper reporting that White Tower mages had defeated the White Silkworm Beast, while Oscar Crushen commented that in another time he would have enjoyed that kind of attention, but now he no longer cared as much. Veronica Fricks said they could still receive donations because of the feat, but he replied that he preferred to focus on taking care of his own people. At that moment, Frank appeared in the infirmary asking if Oscar Crushen was alright, and explaining that he had come as soon as he heard the news, which led Oscar Crushen to dryly comment about him having a strong smell, while also noticing that his gaze was firmer, as if he had truly evolved into a level 4 mage. Frank asked what had happened and why Veronica Fricks was there, but she quickly replied angrily for him not to use that intimate tone since they were not that close, which left him confused. In a more relaxed moment, Veronica Fricks asked Oscar Crushen if he was AAA, and he asked what that meant, saying he had no idea, so she simply replied that it was fine and dropped the topic. Shortly after, Maxim Bisk arrived, saying the deputy master was calling everyone, since there were meetings for Frank and Veronica Fricks, who ended up practically fleeing from him on crutches as they left. Before leaving, Maxim Bisk asked Oscar Crushen how he was, and he replied that he was better, at which point he received the White Silkworm Beast core and was also informed that he could keep the creature's threads. He questioned its value, since a core of that level could be worth hundreds of thousands of bells, but was told that the decision came from the deputy master and had been approved by other superiors, and Veronica Fricks said it was obvious that he should keep it, so he accepted. He decided to consume the core immediately, understanding that since the creature had just gone through metamorphosis, its mana was still not fully stable, but even so the material would greatly help his recovery. He ingested the core, meditated, and concentrated his mana, while Maxim Bisk watched in awe at how he handled raw energy, since it should have been difficult for an ordinary person, reinforcing that geniuses were truly absurd. Later, Oscar Crushen woke up feeling better, and discovered that he had already reached level 3, with his body more recovered, and even stronger, so he decided to stay another night in the infirmary, not because of exhaustion, but to continue analyzing his magic wind pistol, and think about improvements such as reducing impact and recoil. Meanwhile, at the mana power plant, a guard received an investigator from Nebula Grime, the Royal Special Investigation Headquarters, who had been sent to analyze the case since it was unusual for a silkworm beast to be born so close to the city's core. The investigator began reading the mana traces at the site and confirmed the presence of a level 1 mage and a level 4 mage, as well as combat records. He followed the battlefield area and noticed a sequence of very clean and controlled marks, indicating a precise battle. He also identified the concentrated oval trace of the cocoon and noticed that the high-speed mage had participated in the fight first, but eventually became nervous, injured her leg, and was partially immobilized. Next, he analyzed the other level 2 mage, whose mana trace was extremely subtle and difficult to track, with movements so clean they stood out, concluding that this was someone extremely talented and unusual. The investigator also realized that the mage had used a weapon during the fight, since he found a modified fire bullet casing at the site, and from that point on the mana traces simply vanished before reappearing directed toward the sky, indicating that someone had followed the creature into the air with extraordinary boldness and extremely refined mana control, something he automatically associated with the level 4 mage involved in the battle. He then asked the guard for the name of the level 4 mage, and the guard replied that it was Veronica Fricks, which led the investigator to conclude that she had likely hunted the silkworm beast almost alone, indicating a promising future. However, the guard corrected the interpretation, explaining that there was a misunderstanding, since the one who actually defeated the silkworm beast was a level 2 mage named Oscar Crushen. This left the investigator doubtful, because it was hard to believe that someone of such a low level would leave mana traces so small and controlled that they almost disappeared from the environment. He considered it impossible, but then remembered the name Oscar Crushen, recognizing him as the boy linked to the creation of the Cadena flu vaccine, and the guard confirmed this information, which made the investigator also associate the bullet holes found at the site with a familiar pattern, probably linked to the weapon known as Trinity, used by the gunman Jack, although he did not understand how a level 2 mage could control such a heavy weapon without being destroyed by recoil, since it would require an absurd level of mana control. He then asked the guard, if it was not an inconvenience, for more information about Oscar Crushen, while at another moment, already in the White Tower Library, Oscar Crushen himself observed the state of the place, and found it strange to see books in such poor condition, looking more like materials that should be in a second-hand shop than in a respected magic tower, especially since that library had once been one of the greatest magical archives in the world, with extremely rare works and centuries of accumulated knowledge. But now it seemed to have lost almost all of that, and been reduced to a weak and incomplete collection. He then remembered that 20 years earlier, during the night of the purge against the High Priest, it had been decided to copy the entire library archive, a task he had left under the responsibility of Edna Sol Laplace, the dragon, and he wondered where she might be, since she had promised to uphold the oath even if he died, and, as far as he knew, there was no way she could simply disappear for 20 years without leaving a trace, which indicated that something very serious must have happened. With that, Oscar Crushen decided that he would have to find a way to locate her himself, since he needed to recover advanced magic and also seek a path to break the limits of mages and stabilize his own mana. He ended up meeting the librarian and asked if there were any updated materials about dragons, and she led him to a specific corridor. But upon arriving, he immediately noticed something was wrong, because all the books about dragons looked overly childish or far too simplified. The librarian explained that those were the only available materials there, including stories like The Brave Mage and The Cowardly Lizards, which depicted ancient events involving Oscar Sage and battles against the High Priest, while dragons were portrayed as creatures that fled in fear. When he asked if there were no more technical or in-depth books, she replied that there weren't any in that library, suggesting he should go to the capital to find that kind of content. Oscar Crushen then reflected that in the past, there had been a huge number of dragon-related books, to the point it was hard to even walk between them. The librarian commented that she had heard there was a dragon who fought alongside humans, which made him immediately ask if it was Edna Sol Laplace, and she confirmed it, saying she was a companion of Oscar Sage, but also mentioning rumors that the dragon had gone after her own kind after they fled first. Oscar Crushen internally disagreed with that version, believing it made no sense, since even if the sky were to split in half, something like that would not happen. He knew that the one most disappointed in that conflict was Edna Sol Laplace herself, upon seeing her species flee, which reinforced his idea that he would need another way to locate her. The next day, Frieren was excited because all external activity fees for the mages had been paid, which moved Maxim Bisk, since earlier they had even risked selling their own belongings to keep the organization running. In that context, Hamel Glimwitz commented that they needed better planning to avoid that situation again, also asking how the children were doing. Maxim Bisk replied that there were still job offers outside, but everyone remained as loyal as ever. Hamel Glimwitz said he wanted to repay that loyalty to the White Tower, but until they recovered the lost advanced magics, the situation would remain difficult, admitting he should have tried harder in the past to learn. Frieren reassured him, saying he should not blame himself so much, because there were limits to how much advanced magic a person could learn. Maxim Bisk explained that only the Tower Master had access to all advanced magics, but that knowledge had also been lost over time. Fidenline added that when Chacha took the position, only 6 magics remained. Hamel Glimwitz recalled that 20 years ago there had been 64 advanced magics, all considered extremely powerful, and asked if Captain Chester still intended to return, receiving the answer that he would not return until he completed his mission. The conversation continued with Fidenline lamenting the situation, but emphasizing that if he returned, more advanced magics could be recovered for teaching. However, she then mentioned a new concern. An assassin known as the Mage Hunter had recently appeared in the north, leading to a decision to restrict departures after 10 p.m. as a precaution. But Maxim Bisk informed them that Oscar Crushen had left saying he was going to Baron, which was precisely in the north. Fidenline insisted he needed to be brought back immediately, but Maxim Biskin reinforced that he was probably already in Saren, since he had left at dawn. Given that, Hamel Glimwitz ordered immediate contact with the Baron branch to send him back as soon as he was found, making it clear that no matter his talent, he was still just a child who had only recently reached level 3 and would not survive such an attack. Meanwhile, Oscar Crushen arrived neatly dressed, stepping out of a taxi in the free city of Baron. He observed how much the place had changed and thought it looked quite fancy, since it used to be basically a desert, but now seemed organized, with land bought by casino companies and magical engineering structuring everything. He eventually wandered into some strange alleys and reached a dark, abandoned, silent, completely deserted one, where a mage was already waiting for him. Based on his level and appearance, long white hair tied in a bun and a tattoo on only one side of his face, Oscar Crushen immediately judged him to be at least level 4 and assumed the Blue Tower had sent someone to take revenge on him after leaving Siren. So he asked what would happen if he simply refused the summons, and the assassin replied that he would have to be taken by force. The answer triggered an immediate confrontation. Oscar Crushen reacted quickly, blocking the first kick with a windshield that absorbed the impact, but it shattered right after. He realized his shield, enhanced with impact absorption and reinforced durability, had broken from a single blow. Understanding he could not lose initiative, he tried to retreat, kicking a can toward the enemy, who dodged easily and even mocked him. However, the can exploded deeper in the alley, throwing the assassin into the wall and creating an opening for Oscar Crushen to land a martial arts strike and knock him down. The enemy got back up, saying he was stronger than expected, and activated a jet booster to attack at even higher speed, landing a kick to Oscar Crushen's chest and sending him into the wall. Even so, he resisted without losing consciousness, which surprised the opponent. As the fight continued, Oscar Crushen stated that speed did not matter, since he could still sense mana. He then activated an Oscar Sage-style technique, releasing the ultimate move called Sound of Waves. At that moment, the technique worked in an almost absurd way. The air pressure struck the enemy like a direct impact, sending him flying and dropping him into a trash bin. Oscar Crushen warned him not to move or his organs could be destroyed, explaining that it was a resonance technique that created a frequency capable of harmonizing with the opponent's body and causing internal damage when it reached the organs. Even while injured and pinned down, the assassin said it was hard to understand and that he did not know how he had become so strong, before revealing that they had actually fought before, usually at the White Tower gym. He then explained that he had been sent by Deputy Master Hamel Glimwitz to bring Oscar Crushen back safely, since there was a known assassin called the Mage Hunter operating in the north. The situation became even more confusing when Oscar Crushen realized that no one had properly explained what was going on. At first, he thought he was simply being taken by force under an order, and the man even introduced himself as Killian Rockwood, a proud forest warrior. That made Oscar connect the name to Rodden Rockwood, his father, and an old companion of the sage Oscar Sage, one of the level 8 mages of the White Tower known as the White Lion. Only then did he realize the scale of the problem, after having already defeated the son of someone so closely tied to that history. Later, he ended up helping Killian Rockwood out of the trash bin, while the atmosphere grew heavier with guilt, since the warrior claimed his organs had been injured, but still refused to complain, saying the real issue was being unable to complete his commission. Even so, Killian made it clear he did not want forgiveness, and insisted on continuing the mission despite his injuries, explaining that his contract had an absurd cancellation fee that would practically bankrupt him. He then pointed to a billboard showing a woman and explained that his mission was to serve as her bodyguard, the so-called Voice of Heaven. Later, Oscar Crushen went to her location and knocked on the door, introducing himself as Killian Rockwood of the White Tower, already fully committed to the misunderstanding created by the situation. Fidenline manager Evelyn answered the door and said it was a pleasure to meet him, though he seemed a bit different from the rumors. Oscar's disguise was so well done that even the tattoo had been replicated with precision, and he simply replied that it was probably because he was wearing a suit, maintaining a completely convincing appearance. Once inside, Oscar Crushen found Marin Maria, also known as the Voice of Heaven, and the two sat down for tea, although he did not take anything while she chose only water. Marin Maria thanked him for accepting the commission, despite the lack of full explanation, mentioning that she had heard his success rate was above 80% and had expected someone more demanding, while he replied that he took all kinds of jobs, still trying to recall all the information Killian Rockwood had given him. In this context, Marin Maria was described as a figure who had appeared like a comet 3 years earlier, with a voice said to bring peace, known as the Voice of Heaven or the Singing Saint. Although Oscar Crushen initially thought it was just an exaggerated title, he realized her voice was genuinely beautiful. When she asked if he was a responsible person, he answered hesitantly that he was, remembering that Radin Rockwood had once been extremely loyal and responsible. Marin Maria commented that responsible people were the nicest, which made Oscar Sage consider the remark somewhat random. Soon after, Evelyn clarified the mission more directly. His job was simple: protect Marin Maria from assassination attempts. The press was likely being paid to ignore reports, and no media outlet reacted when someone tried to expose the situation, making it impossible to rely on external help or even the city itself. This made Oscar Sage think about how a powerful family in such a large city still could not resolve the issue, while also questioning what motive there could be for canceling her show, since any attack risk would first affect the city. The explanation then expanded to the event itself. The show would take place at the Baron Dome, a massive stage where over 100,000 people gathered. Evelyn explained that performers who appeared there earned the right to sing for the Emperor at New Year, after passing extremely strict trials, making it the highest stage a singer in Baron could reach, and the defining moment of Marin Maria's career. When Oscar Crushen asked if anyone else had been hired for protection, she replied that only he had been accepted, since even mercenary agencies had refused the job. That answer shocked him, and he took a sip of the tea he had previously refused while assessing the situation, concluding that an operation of that scale would normally require level 4 assassins or higher. He still did not know how many enemies might appear, but realized he would be alone protecting a performance for 100,000 people, which he considered absurd. He then asked about the cancellation penalty, thinking it might be better to withdraw for Marin Maria's safety and his own sanity, which immediately angered her. Marin Maria snapped back, asking if he was suggesting she cancel the show after 3 years of effort. While Evelyn tried to calm her down, she insisted she was only there because she wanted 1 million bells, which made Oscar Crushen realize the scale of the stakes. She then questioned whether he had not claimed to be responsible, becoming so frustrated that she stood up, nearly broke the table, and dropped her wig, revealing slightly damaged pointed ears with scales, showing she was a mermaid. At that point, it was explained that mermaids were creatures from ancient stories, usually described as beautiful beings with exceptional voices and fishtails from the waist down. However, Oscar Sage knew that in reality they could temporarily transform their tails into legs before needing to return to their original form to recover. Marin Maria asked if it was the first time he had seen a mermaid, while Oscar Crushen noticed it made sense that she had a bathtub in her room, and mentally remarked that mermaids often suffered from longing for the sea. Evelyn then explained that Marin Maria was a half-mermaid, allowing her to maintain a human form for longer and reduce the effects of ocean longing. Oscar Sage reflected that this was why many mermaids strategically married other species, though they often became ill when living away from the sea, and their mixed-blood children were frequently rejected by both human and ocean societies. This might explain why Marin Maria began singing so early, until she noticed his gaze and asked why he was staring, insisting that her parents had married for love and were still alive. Still, Oscar Sage internally concluded that it didn't change the risk, and that if she insisted on that path, there was a high chance something would go wrong, which could affect not only her but also the audience. Marin Maria, however, firmly replied that the audience would be protected by artifacts in the seats, and that even if she died, she did not intend to give up, as she was already prepared to go all the way to the end. Evelyn said that was unacceptable, but Marin Maria replied that it was her dream and the only goal of the past 3 years. She had always been discriminated against and had no support from anyone, yet she still kept smiling and enduring everything as if she were innocent. The man asked why she was so obsessed with that show, and Marin Maria explained that 4 years earlier her father had been diagnosed with the so-called sea longing, a rare disease, and the doctor had said he would only have 5 years to live, leaving now just 1 year. Since everyone knew there was no cure, there was only one hope: a legendary potion known as the elixir, which could heal him, and she needed to obtain it within a year. That was why she could not give up on the Baron Dome. Evelyn then explained that if she managed to perform in the show, she would have the right to sing before the Emperor, and as a reward, could receive a drop of the elixir. Oscar Crushen questioned whether she was sure it actually cured sea longing, and realized that everything had started being planned by her 4 years ago. Marin Maria replied that singing was the only thing she was good at, her only path. He thought that parents were very important to her, although he had never had parents, and didn't know what that was like, since he grew up in the alleys, but he imagined that if a father was like his master, he would do anything to save him, so he could understand that feeling better than he admitted. He then asked if he could enter the Baron Dome at that moment, and Evelyn replied yes. Everything was already ready on the production side. He said they should go quickly, because there was still something to rehearse, but first he wanted to verify whether the audience was truly safe, making it clear that if everything passed his criteria, he would have no regrets about going on stage even with the risk of death, and then he would accept the commission, since it was already time for rehearsal. Meanwhile, Meanwhile, at Arasuite's house, she asked if the other girl still hadn't cancelled, saying she knew she was stubborn but didn't expect this much, while her assistant commented that she thought they really wouldn't kill her, and Arasuite replied that no, because she just wanted to sing even if it cost her life, something she considered cruel. The assistant then brought some gossip, saying that Marin Maria had left the hotel with a man who looked like a guard, not a boyfriend, and Arasuite replied that she had already blocked contact with mercenary agencies, so he must have come from elsewhere, ordering them to check his skills and send her best men. Meanwhile, Oscar Crushen was on stage at the dome organizing everything, and after finishing his inspection, he stated that the protection artifact in the seats was perfect and accepted the commission, suggesting they finalize the official contract at the hotel, which Evelyn said was already prepared. Marin Maria asked if that earlier rehearsal had been everything, and if they didn't need anything else, saying that now it was just time to enjoy their freedom. Oscar Crushen thought she looked like an angel on the outside, but like a demon on the inside, while she thanked him, and he replied that he was only doing it for the money, realizing then that 2 assassins were following them. Without concern, he fired 2 wind projectiles, one for each, hitting them directly and killing them instantly without any commotion. After that, Arasuite was informed of their deaths and asked how it had happened, receiving the answer that there were no signs of a fight, only bullet holes in the forehead, looking like the work of an experienced bodyguard, which made her decide to go personally meet that man, since she also wanted to hire him. Later, at the Grand Baran Hotel, in the private dining room, Marin Maria was presenting the dishes to Oscar Crushen very politely, while he noticed she completely changed personality when there was an audience. He warned them to be careful about what they said outside, reminding them that the room could be recorded, although he had already disabled everything. Marin Maria commented that they had almost had recordings leaked, and Evelyn said she seemed more comfortable there. She denied it but asked if he liked the food, called dumplings, and he replied that it was good to eat something like that after a long time, remembering he was already tired of that kind of food during wartime, but it had been a long time since he had tasted anything like it. Marin Maria asked if he had eaten it before, commenting that white mages from the tower were very poor, and at that moment the restaurant manager appeared, saying they should eat as much as they wanted, while Arasuite stated that she had paid for everything. Marin Maria asked if this wasn't a private room, and the manager explained that Arasuite had said she was close to them and just wanted to say hi. Oscar Crushen thought she must be on another level of wealth, but Marin Maria stood up saying she had lost her appetite. Arasuite then said that if she was going to leave, she should leave the bodyguard behind, and Marin Maria asked why, while she replied that she wanted him to give him up. She ordered Oscar Crushen to cancel the contract, offering to pay all fees and 10 times more, but he replied that his cancellation fee was 10 million, so it would be 100 million, leaving everyone shocked. Arasuite asked if he was joking, and he replied that he never joked on the job, introducing himself as Killian Rockwood. Arasuite realized he had said his name in the field and became irritated, but also interested, saying that this would make his life interesting. After that, she stormed out and ordered her assistant to call the Woodok brothers, but one of them already appeared, saying it wasn't necessary, revealing himself as Woojin, the older brother of the Woodok brothers, and an assassin of the Yang dynasty who had already been disguised as a waiter. Arasuite asked how he had managed that, and he replied that he could enter any place with the identity provided by his employer. She asked where Doko was, and he replied that he was at the headquarters, but she said the plan had changed. They no longer only intended to stop the singer's performance at the dome, they also wanted to kill someone. She ordered that the bodyguard, Killian Rockwood, be killed in the most painful way possible. Woojin commented that it was harsh for an ordinary young man, but accepted the mission, while Arasuite said they could do it their own way as long as it worked, and to ask for anything they needed. He thought that Marin Maria and Killian Rockwood would never dare to look down on her again, because they wouldn't have enough time for that. Meanwhile, Oscar Crushen was listening to everything she thought and said, realizing it was good that he had exchanged a few words with her, but he was surprised that Woojin hadn't noticed anything, since his wind spell had been very subtle, also remembering that it was said that birds hear at night, and mages hear during the day. He then told Marin Maria they would return to their rooms to rest, since the concert would be the next day. She asked why he hadn't accepted the 10 million offer, and Oscar Crushen replied that she really thought he had signed the contract just for the money, though technically he had, which still annoyed him a bit due to her arrogance. He then remembered that she wanted to save her father, and said he also wanted her to achieve that dream, since he himself had never had the chance to save his master, something that had become one of his greatest regrets. Because of that, he said that in order not to regret it later, they had to try everything possible. Marin Maria simply thanked him and obeyed, returning to her room. The next morning, the entire production team was already gathered around the dome, working intensely on preparing the concert, with cleaning and lighting staff moving everywhere. Meanwhile, Woojin infiltrated the area wearing a staff uniform, holding a photo of Oscar Crushen, believing the target was Killian Rockwood. He was impatient after waiting the entire day and thought that without the 5 million contract, it wasn't even worth the effort, also assuming that Doko would be disguised among the staff as well. When he came out of the bathroom, he ended up face to face with the target himself, Killian Rockwood, who was calmly washing his hands. Woojin Woojin hesitated for a moment, analyzing the information he had. He was a rising star of the White Tower, a martial arts specialist with physical reinforcement and acceleration, and at level 4 the same as him, which made an ambush possible but risky. Still, he decided to wait for the right moment and act together with Doko, since failure meant death. But before Woojin even touched the doorknob, Oscar Crushen sensed something strange, noticing that his fingers had calluses, but his palm did not, which indicated the use of hidden weapons, and directly asked if he was an assassin. Woojin realized he had been discovered, and hesitated between attacking or joining Doko, but in that moment Oscar Crushen confirmed he was an assassin, and fired a wind bullet. Woojin reacted immediately, activating his hidden weapons and counterattacking, managing to pierce his opponent with poisoned needles, believing he had won since even a White Tower mage wouldn't survive that venom. Oscar Crushen collapsed, paralyzed on the bathroom floor, while Woojin concluded he was a rookie and prepared to finish him with a knife. But the moment he tried to stab his neck, the blade did not enter, blocked by a thin layer of wind. At that instant, Woojin realized his needles had also not reached the target, and before he could react, there was already a weapon pointed at him. Oscar Crushen calmly explained that he had wrapped his entire body in wind, blocking all attacks, and stated that he was not that slow. Then, without hesitation, he blew Woojin's head apart. Meanwhile, Marin Maria's show finally began, attracting countless fans enchanted by her voice. Elsewhere, Dako was waiting for his brother, sensing something was wrong when he heard footsteps, but he ended up encountering Oscar Crushen, who said he had been hiding well. Dako asked how he dared to appear there, already suspicious of what had happened to his brother, and Oscar Crushen replied directly that he had blown his head apart. Dako reacted coldly, saying that was expected since they were assassins, though he admitted it was supposedly their last job before retirement. Curious, Oscar Crushen asked if they were really going to retire, and Dako replied no, saying they had been recruited by other elite organizations, which made the mage interested, stating that it would become a duel between assassin and mage. Dako then said the White Tower was not the best, and that would change within the year. Dako then released his poisonous key, spreading toxic energy through the environment and stating that hidden weapons were for those who didn't know how to properly use poison, launching an orb that melted part of the dome's ceiling and walls. Oscar Crushen narrowly dodged, while Dako warned that even a scratch would be enough to poison him. When questioned about his calmness, Oscar Crushen explained that he had wrapped his entire body in wind mana, blocking outside air, and could even generate clean oxygen within himself, stating that this was the level required to be the best. Dako, in turn, said killing his brother did not seem accidental, and the confrontation between them finally escalated. Oscar Crushen immediately noticed that Dako had created 4 condensed poison spheres, so he focused mana into his eyes and accelerated his body to break through everything at once and close the distance. He managed to get close and fired at the enemy's head, but the bullet simply melted before touching his skin, and Dako commented that it had been risky. Oscar Crushen immediately understood that he was truly skilled, able to dissolve the projectile with his own poisonous key. In response, Doko pulled his brother's killer closer and asked if that was how he had died, then delivered a violent kick to the mage's ribs, sending him crashing into the stairs, where he fell, breaking several ribs and an arm. Doko said it must have hurt, although no one in the audience had noticed anything. Even while injured, Oscar Crushen replied that it didn't matter, and still tried to aim his weapon, but Doko asked if he didn't feel pain, since his arm was already destroyed and the fight should have been over. The mage answered that it wasn't over yet, and when he attempted to fire, both the bullets and the weapon were melted by poison. Dako was already confident of victory, but at that moment, as the song ended, Marin Maria instructed everyone to make as much noise as possible. That was when Oscar Crushen understood the signal and activated his sound imprisonment technique, accumulating all the voices of the crowd and releasing them at once as a sonic wave that directly struck Dako. The impact made his eyes, ears, and nose bleed at the same time, leaving him dizzy and weakened, but he still did not fall immediately. Oscar Crushen acknowledged his resistance, since the shock of tens of thousands of voices should have been devastating, yet he still managed to remain on his knees. When Doko tried to launch his poison spear, he completely missed due to having lost his hearing and sense of direction, and began screaming from the intense pain. Oscar Crushen decided to end the fight right there, and without prolonging the suffering, fired a wind projectile into Doko's heart, finishing off the last assassin. He then thought that it was good that Marin Maria had perfectly understood the plan, since during rehearsal he had explained that upon hearing 2 gunshots, she should release fireworks and generate as much screaming as possible, which ended up being decisive. He felt relieved that it had worked. After all, it was the job of someone at the highest level. 3 days later, Marin Maria, no longer in her stage appearance, asked if he was sure he was well enough to move, saying he didn't need to pretend to be strong. Oscar Crushen replied that there was no reason for concern, since even a high-level priest had been called to treat him, while Marin Maria said she would feel guilty if he had died, since he had been on the brink of death when she she found him. He thought it hadn't even been that serious, although it looked like it had. At that moment, Evelyn arrived to settle the payment, adding a bonus as thanks, totaling 1,100,000 bells. Marin Maria said that without him she would never have had the chance to receive the Emperor's elixir, but he replied that it had all been possible because of her determination, and that her father would surely be fine. When she asked if he would stay in the city since he was leaving that day, he answered yes, because he still had business to take care of. Marin Maria then warned him about Ara Sweet, saying she was likely furious and could act unpredictably, but he said he would be fine. Before leaving, she asked if he intended to keep hiding his real name, but he pretended not to understand until she revealed she had already noticed his lenses and had suspected it from the beginning. He then asked why she accepted him anyway, and she said she had been interested in his expression when he said he wanted to save his father, as if she were looking into a mirror, and that was why she bet on him without hesitation. Oscar Crushen commented that she didn't seem to care much about anything, and then finally revealed his true name. Marin Maria said she had already heard of him, and Evelyn confirmed that he was the White Tower genius who had created the antidote for Cadena flu. She commented that he seemed too ordinary to be a genius, and he replied that off-stage she also seemed ordinary, but on stage she became the greatest star. Marin Maria smiled and said he knew how to speak well, thanking him for being the best bodyguard she had ever had. Meanwhile, at the Baron Hotel, an assassin informed her superior that there were two pieces of news, one good and one bad. He started with the good, saying that Woojin's older brother had died, which she considered excellent since he was a burden. However, the bad news followed. The rookie himself had also died, which irritated her. The assassin explained that both had been killed by her brother, Killian Rockwood, who was working as a bodyguard for the other side, but when she was shown the photo, she found it strange, saying that it didn't look like her brother. It was then revealed that someone was impersonating him, and that person was Kaya Rockwood, a tattoo artist of the Purple Brigade, and Killian Rockwood's sister. Meanwhile, at the Sweet family mansion, Mark Sweet, the patriarch of the family, was discussing business matters and the movements of rival families, especially the Hoover family. His servant reported that the Hoovers were gathering mercenaries, but there was no one strong enough to worry them. Mark Sweet replied that they had already lost and should retreat with dignity, calling it useless persistence. The servant agreed and commented on the former mayor Buzz Hoover, saying that even though he had ruled for a short time, they still treated the city as if it were theirs, despite failing to protect even their own patriarch. Mark Sweet told the servant to be quiet and asked how the retrieval of Buzz Hoover's secret data was progressing. Buzz Hoover's son had been unable to break the password spell left by his father, even after months of attempts, making it clear that the protection was far more advanced than they had imagined. The servant observed this and commented that their own stupidity had actually helped reveal the existence of ultra-secret documents, completely changing the direction of the investigation. In that context, Mark Sweet confirmed that the heavens were on their side and asked whether preparations would be ready in 2 days, receiving confirmation that everything had already been arranged, including highly flashy fireworks prepared for the occasion. But the mood shifted when Mark Sweet remembered that that bastard had made his daughter cry and faint from rage. He then asked the servant if he knew anything about those involved, and was told that yes, there was the diva Marin Maria and Killian Rockwood from the White Tower. Mark Sweet ordered that Marin Maria be left alone since she was now connected to the Emperor and could not be touched. But regarding Killian Rockwood, he asked what he was doing at that moment. The servant replied that they would track and report all his movements, while Mark Sweet decided they would deal with it after resolving the Hoover family case, promising to make those responsible regret tormenting his daughter in that city, and at the same time make Kaya Rockwood pay as well, placing 2 direct targets in Oscar Crushen's sights. Later, Killian Rockwood was in a bakery eating a quiet meal and drinking tea, thankful that Oscar Crushen had completed his mission, since his previously destroyed body was now in much better condition. Even so, he said to keep the commission fee, because a forest warrior does not steal others' achievements, which Oscar Crushen thanked him for. Then Killian Rockwood asked where he was going, if he would return to the White Tower, and he confirmed that he would. Although he said in a slightly provocative tone that he would be dragged back by force if he didn't return, Killian Rockwood replied that he actually wouldn't do that because Oscar was more talented than him, and he wouldn't report anything if he didn't come back. He then explained that he was actually heading to the Blood Tower branch in Baron to meet someone, and also asked Killian Rockwood to take care of the body for a while, because the daughter of an important figure, someone named Ara Sweet, might come after him since he had used Killian Rockwood's name. Even so, Killian commented about a commission he was considering accepting, but decided to drop it because it wasn't worth risking his life for 500,000. This surprised Oscar Crushen, since Killian's reaction was very neutral. Then Oscar Crushen asked if he didn't want to return to the White Tower with him later, but Killian Rockwood replied that he needed to stay in Baran for a while because he was hunting the greatest traitor in the history of the Forest Tribe, someone who was supposedly active in that city. Because of that, he couldn't reveal details and only said it was his true mission. Oscar Crushen wished him good luck, saying they would meet again at the White Tower, and then made the forest greeting by striking his chest, which surprised Killian Rockwood, who asked how he knew that. At the same time, Oscar Crushen also also realized how problematic his previous reputation must have been, since everyone reacted as if he were a different person. Still, Killian accepted the greeting and confirmed that they would see each other at the White Tower. While walking through the streets, Oscar Crushen reflected that going to the Blood Tower was risky, since Edna Sol Laplace might be hiding there, and the Blood Tower had resources capable of tracking even demons, although it was uncertain whether they could track something like a vanished dragon. Suddenly, he felt the presence of a level 7 energy and saw a woman observing him, wearing clothing that concealed her appearance. The moment a car passed by, she simply disappeared. Meanwhile, in another location, an assistant asked Kaya if she hadn't been too kind just because of a little friend of her brother, saying they should collect the debt. Kaya replied that nothing had been officially accepted yet, and that it might have been better not to capture that target at all, since a weak person killed by a level 3 mage wasn't worth the opportunity. However, she became curious and asked if the assistant would be able to locate her if she wanted to hide her presence, receiving the answer that it would be impossible. She then asked what the chances were of a level 3 mage in that city detecting her, and the assistant replied irritably that this wasn't a question and answer game, and that he didn't expect anyone capable of that in Baran. But Kaya said she had exchanged looks with him, and it wasn't imagination, asking for his name. The assistant replied that it was Oscar Crushen, a legendary genius of the White Tower, which left Kaya curious and excited about his future. Finally, Oscar Crushen arrived at the Blood Tower branch in Baran, looking for someone, and the receptionist asked if he brought the blood. Receiving confirmation, she then took him to a room where he was supposed to place the blood in a prepared vial, but Oscar Crushen ended up pricking his own finger and using his own blood, which was an artificial dragon blood variant created from his own body. He mentally explained that by adjusting Edna Sol Laplace's data, he could alter the blood structure for tracking, even without the full effect of a dragon. He then placed the blood into the support vial, but before leaving the receptionist stopped him, saying he needed to choose a plan and pay in advance, which confused him since it had once been free in the past. Looking at the price table, he saw options such as continent-wide ultra-wide tracking, broad area tracking with variable speed, and city-limited tracking. He then chose the ultra-wide continental tracking, asking if it hadn't been free before, but the receptionist replied that it had never been free. When he tried to say he had heard that from someone at the White Tower, she interrupted him, asking if he was really from the White Tower. Oscar replied that he wasn't, that he had never had any connection with the White Tower, and he said it so directly that his shamelessness was obvious. The receptionist then commented that it was good, since there was a rule of charging 30% more for White Tower mages, because in the past an old master named Oscar Sage had used the special plan 108 times with the tower's benefit, nearly driving the Blood Tower into bankruptcy. The elders are still angry to this day just remembering him, saying he was far worse than his reputation suggested and had no sense of pricing at all. If the royal family hadn't paid the debts after the war, the tower would have practically ceased to exist. These stories always came with constant criticism, as if that old master had destroyed the organization's financial stability, something Oscar Crushen did not know. The receptionist further explained that there used to be a free service for tower masters, but that privilege was abolished because of him, making Oscar Crushen slowly realize that this had something to do with him personally. He then asked how much the special plan cost, receiving the answer of 1.5 million. When he asked if he could pay in installments, he heard a blunt "of course not." Even so, he prepared to sign the contract, while the staff warned that the process would take 1 to 3 days, and he left already quite irritated. Later, Oscar Crushen went to Killian Rockwood and explained that the commission he had mentioned before needed to be clarified in more detail because he was out of money, basically broke. Soon after, at the Hoover family mansion, both of them were already being guided to accept the mission. Oscar Crushen wanted to confirm whether the client was the son of the former mayor of Baran, saying he wanted to better understand the situation before meeting the client. Killian Rockwood then explained that the situation was urgent because they were recruiting as fast as possible, but the requirements were so strict that they were having trouble finding someone qualified, since deciphering encrypted information was not simple, and any mistake could destroy everything. He then began to provide context, saying he needed to talk about the former mayor of Baran, and asked if Oscar Crushen knew who he was. He replied yes, Buzz Hoover. Killian Rockwood then explained that Buzz Hoover wanted to change Baran. Although it looked like a rich and luxurious city, many people were suffering from gambling, drugs, and alcohol, while corrupt corporations ignored or even worsened the situation for their own profit. Because of that, Buzz Hoover declared war on trafficking, managing to reduce all criminal activity by 86% in just 2 years. However, after that, he suddenly died inside his own mansion before inaugurating a rehabilitation center, and no one knew the truth. Some said he was assassinated by traffickers. Others believed a high-ranking addict had hired the Purple Brigade. The current objective was to access the encrypted data he left behind before his death, which likely contained extremely confidential information. Oscar Crushen then realized there was a high chance this was directly connected to the people involved in his death, and asked what the connection was with the Sweet family. Killian Rockwood explained that Mark Sweet actually fully supported Buzz Hoover, being one of the first to fight trafficking, and because of that he gained public support and became a strong candidate for for the next mayor. This made Oscar Crushen consider that he might not be a direct threat until the doors of the room opened and a boy accompanied by knights entered. He was introduced as Jake Hoover, the eldest son of the Hoover family, who was impressed to learn that Killian Rockwood was the same bodyguard of Marin Maria, recognizing him as a White Tower star who had defeated the Woodok brothers. He then asked if they knew why they had been hired. Killian Rockwood looked at Oscar Crushen as if asking what to do, then explained to Jake Hoover that they had been called to decrypt data, which was confirmed. The young man then said his father believed that inside that data there was shocking information that no one had managed to decode so far. Oscar Crushen then asked if he believed his father's death was connected to it, receiving the answer that at first he wasn't sure, but now he was convinced. After his father's death, he hired several cryptography specialists, but all of them suffered strange accidents on the way to Baron: horse falls, vehicle explosions, bridge collapses, and bandit attacks, none of them ever arriving. This clearly indicated that someone was preventing the information from coming to light. Oscar Crushen agreed that it was extremely suspicious, and Jake Hoover explained that because of this there was a security procedure before hiring anyone. He presented a contract scroll from the Order of Eltera and asked if they knew how to use it. Oscar Crushen replied yes, recognizing it as an extremely rare and dangerous contract that could cost one's life if clauses were broken. Even so, Jake Hoover had managed to obtain it. He then explained the rules. The contractor could not damage the data, could not reveal the mission's contents, and these rules could only be overridden with his permission. The contract would also become void after the commission was completed. Oscar Crushen acknowledged that, despite his age, Jake Hoover was acting like a truly responsible heir of the family. But before signing, he wanted to confirm something, asking if everyone in the room had gone through the same procedure. Jake Hoover replied yes, saying security was his top priority and there was no reason for distrust. However, Oscar Crushen realized it was not just that. All of them were level 4. He then stated that he would perform the final verification himself, asking to see the already signed scrolls. One of the knights questioned how a level 3 like Oscar Crushen dared to act like that, but before the situation escalated, their bodies suddenly stopped moving, as if an invisible pressure had taken over the room. Oscar Crushen was using wind to create a crushing force, making everyone feel a weight in their chest. He calmly explained that it was just a precaution and not such a difficult request, which led Jake Hoover to authorize bringing all the contracts. Oscar Crushen analyzed the documents and called out the names: Tom Frank, Colt, and Barry. During this, Colt was hit by a wind bullet that threw him against the ceiling before he crashed heavily to the ground, leaving Jake Hoover confused and asking why he had done that. Oscar Crushen ignored the reaction and asked who had brought the scrolls, discovering it was a clerk, and then ordered his arrest as well, stating that all the contracts were fake and nothing more than ordinary paper without the divine power of the Order of Eltera. To prove it, he easily tore one of the scrolls, explaining that ordinary parchment tears like that, but a true divine pact does not. He added that the others were also not connected to the pact, meaning the information had likely already been leaked. At that moment, a bald knight drew his sword, but Killian Rockwood disarmed him with a kick and knocked him down with a strike to the face. The knight begged for mercy, saying he didn't know much and had only been hired without direct contact. However, Oscar Crushen replied that he knew exactly what he had delivered. The knight then said he had only reported the number of mercenaries hired and their levels, nothing more. Even so, Oscar Crushen concluded that the real culprit would soon appear to try to steal the information with even greater force, and told Jake Hoover that it was still too early to give up. He then charged a total of $1,500,000 for the decoding and another $500,000 for hiring both him and Killian Rockwood, including a full security review of everyone entering the house. Jake Hoover accepted the contract, while Oscar Crushen was certain he would not regret it. After that, Jake Hoover took them to a hidden stash where the materials were kept. Oscar Crushen commented that he liked hidden stashes because he had one himself. The location revealed a secret passage activated by a brick, leading to a briefcase containing the encrypted data, Buzz Hoover's personal safe. After a quick analysis, he noticed multiple protective spells, including triple encryption, resistance layers, and a self-destruction system that would destroy everything if forcibly opened. This made him praise Jake Hoover for not tampering with it. When asked if they could decode it, Oscar Crushen replied that yes, it was simple compared to the war cryptography he had seen before. In seconds, he broke through the protection and opened the briefcase, asking Jake Hoover to check the contents, which left him emotional. However, Oscar Crushen focused on finding real clues, while Jake Hoover commented that although there were records of corruption involving politicians and corporations, that was common in Baron and didn't explain a death. Oscar Crushen then suggested checking the diary, and Jake Hoover opened it directly to the June 10th entry, where Buzz Hoover described the city's progress against drugs and gambling, mentioning his partnership with Mark Sweet and believing Baron would become a better city by the end of his term, despite ongoing problems. Later, on August 22nd, he recorded that even after arresting many traffickers, none of them knew who truly controlled the system, suggesting a larger organization possibly linked to corporations or politicians. On August 24th, the diary showed growing suspicion toward Mark Sweet, as if he knew too much. By September September 1st, Buzz Hoover called him a bastard and revealed he was the executive of the empire's largest cartel, Happy Ending. On September 18th, he planned to inaugurate a rehabilitation center and destroy the cartel for good, the same day as his death. This led Jake Hoover to realize everything was connected and that Mark Sweet had been by his father's side the entire time. Oscar Crushen assured them they would solve it, stating they were not White Tower mages for nothing. But Killian Rockwood warned that the situation was more serious than it seemed, as Baron could fall under the control of a cartel. Oscar Crushen replied that it wasn't just a local problem, since the city received millions of tourists per year, meaning the impact would be much larger if the influence spread. Buzz Hoover's diary was the only proof against Mark Sweet's rise. Killian Rockwood then observed that the politician was already eyeing the next election and would likely act during a moment of public distraction. Jake Hoover confirmed that there would be a festival in the city center that night with fireworks, making the timing clear. Killian Rockwood suggested it would be better to evacuate Jake Hoover, since the confrontation was too big and they would need external support. But Jake Hoover refused, saying he would not run away and would not miss the chance to avenge his father's death, even if it meant canceling the contract. Killian Rockwood stated that they would not allow that to happen. Oscar Crushen asked if they had trusted him, right? And Jake Hoover thanked him for it. But Oscar Crushen said to save the thanks for later because what mattered was winning. That was the crucial part. He then asked if Jake Hoover had any communication device in the mansion. Jake confirmed he did, but it couldn't reach the outside world because security measures in Baran had been reinforced since the previous day. This made Oscar Crushen realize it was part of Mark Sweet's calculations. He then asked if there was a communication crystal, and Jake Hoover replied yes, since his father collected such items. One of them was in the same drawer, which he had found beautiful and asked to keep as a gift. Meanwhile, Killian Rockwood commented that the timing was absurd, almost like it was scripted. Oscar Crushen told him to shut up and decided they would use it. By channeling mana into it, he confirmed it was still working. This made Killian Rockwood curious, asking where he had learned that since it was a relic he had only seen in books. Oscar Crushen simply replied that he had learned it when he was bored, and it was nothing special. Meanwhile, at the management department of Colin Crystal, a jewelry shop that also handled communication crystal balls for collectors, the manager and the only assistant were sitting in silence, not doing much. Eventually the assistant asked what exactly they were supposed to do there, saying he didn't feel like he had been trained for it. The manager replied in confusion, asking if he was delusional. The assistant then commented that it was already his third day there, and they still hadn't done practically anything, even saying that even the government seemed to work more. The manager asked if he knew anything about the department, and the assistant replied yes, explaining that in the past it had hundreds of employees, and that it was an honor to work in such a historic place. The manager then explained that when activated, the crystal ball would emit lights with numbers, and their job was to record and interpret those numbers. The assistant found it tedious, but the manager proudly explained that before technological magic, this had been the main communication method across the entire world, where messages were sent through numerical codes that only those with the correct key could understand. There had even been portable versions and limits to number combinations, and it had been extremely important historically. The manager continued, saying that these numbers could form complex codes used even in wars, with messages being sent from battlefields to headquarters. That department was directly linked to the Imperial Palace, and only specific individuals knew the codes, such as tower masters and nobles trusted by the Empire. Suddenly, the crystal ball began emitting signals, with numbers appearing rapidly. The manager quickly deciphered them, and noticed references to Baran and the name Happy Ending, so he ordered everything to be recorded. He quickly assembled the full message sent by Oscar Crushen, reporting that the city of Baran was at risk of being taken over by the Empire's largest drug cartel, the Happy Ending, which had a plan to spread drugs across the entire country and that night would be decisive. The manager then ordered that the National Security Department be contacted immediately. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the Hoover mansion, mercenaries advanced after already disabling cameras and passing blind spots. They were led by Omar, the overall leader of the Level 4 Mercenary Alliance, while Samuel, also a Level 4 leader, asked whether the cameras had been disabled and what they were waiting for. Omar said there was a plan to follow, but Jackson, another mercenary leader, claimed his men would act on their own. This caused the teams to split immediately, leaving Omar behind as he complained that gathering 152 mercenaries from 10 different companies without any organization was useless, since all the Level 4 leaders were full of ego and it only created chaos. Still, he had expected this from the beginning because there was a massive bounty on the head of the mage Killian Rockwood, which fueled everyone's greed. His team then said they couldn't fall behind, and Omar allowed them to move forward as well. However, at that moment, one of the mercenaries stepped on a trap and instantly lost his foot. When another tried to advance, he realized what had happened and warned that Jackson's group had already been eliminated. This wasn't the only emergency in the region, as the mercenaries also came under attack from wind blades and powerful gusts, while the forest traps began to trigger on their own, proving that something highly dangerous was targeting the group. The leader, Omar, tried to keep his men calm so they could take cover and locate the enemy, but the assault result was devastating and they were being rapidly decimated. Consumed by panic, the surviving mercenaries ran for their lives, unaware that the person hidden in the woods, controlling all that destruction, was Killian Rockwood. He watched the invasion of his sacred territory with utter contempt, determined to eliminate every single one of them with his martial strikes and wind blades, decapitating any enemy that crossed his path. A few men still tried to hide among the trees, holding their breath to avoid making any sound, but the moment one of them moved to grab his weapon, a comrade's blood splattered directly onto his face. Looking up in horror, the man came face to face with the forest warrior himself. The mercenary reacted and fired desperately, but the bullets didn't even scratch Killian Rockwood's powerful wind armor, which remained completely intact. He made his deep hatred for fire and the smell of gunpowder within his sacred forest abundantly clear before finishing off the last enemy in that area. Meanwhile, elsewhere in the forest, Oscar Sage monitored the situation and noticed that his advanced radar was consuming a massive amount of mana. He wasn't just using tracking, he had also activated a thermal detection magic in his own eyes, combining it all with long-range wind bullets to snipe the targets. Although the tactic was extremely effective, the energy drain was concerning. Still, the effort paid off, as he managed to neutralize 67 people on his own, which brought him a great sense of satisfaction. Activating the radar once more, he detected Killian Rockwood's position and realized that the other two people hiding in the woods were the tower's allied mercenaries, while the rest of the group remained with Jake Hoover at the mansion. He noticed that the 50-man enemy contingent was being drastically reduced by the forest warrior, but Oscar Crushen perceived something highly unusual. Despite suffering terrible casualties, the enemy army kept marching toward the mansion at a speed that made no sense for men who should have been exhausted. There was something deeply wrong with those bodies. Walking among the trees, Killian Rockwood noticed that the smell of gunpowder had finally vanished, and soon the two allied mercenaries from the tower approached to celebrate, claiming the plan had been an absolute success and an overwhelming victory. However, the warrior ordered them to prepare for combat immediately, as his heightened senses detected new enemies approaching. To everyone's surprise, it was the exact same mercenaries who were supposed to be dead or decapitated, advancing like zombies, and acting under the influence of some bizarre drug. One of these undead even managed to bite Killian Rockwood's leg, but he slammed the creature down violently while connecting this bizarre phenomenon to the same dark technique the tribe's traitor had used against the former chief. The allied mercenaries reinforced that the enemies were acting completely abnormally and were far stronger than before. It was at that exact moment that Killian Rockwood felt a terribly familiar presence and saw Kaya Rockwood emerge from the shadows. She broke the silence by mentioning the 4 years that had passed since they last saw each other, receiving a direct question in return about why a traitor had come back. Though she found the accusation a bit offensive, he demanded to know the truth about the theft of the Temple King's tattoo and how she had caused the tribe chief to completely lose his sanity, wanting to hear everything straight from her mouth. The Kaya Rockwood he held in his memory had a difficult personality, but she was a strong, respected warrior who had become the leader of the warriors at age 18, Killian Rockwood's great idol, and someone who understood the weight of protecting the forest. He couldn't comprehend how or why she would have driven the former chief mad, turning him into a bloodthirsty monster that had to be executed by the forest warriors themselves, the very people who loved him so much. Deep down, he hoped she would say it was all a terrible misunderstanding, but the woman confirmed the entire story without showing the slightest remorse or offering an apology, claiming she had no reason to lie. Fueled by fury at the memory of the chief dying dishonorably at the hands of his own people outside a battlefield, he braced himself for combat. She mocked the situation, reminding him of the massive power gap between them, but the forest warrior dug his heels in, making it clear that a true warrior never backs down. Calling her own brother an idiot, she commented that sometimes knowing when to retreat is the wisest choice, but he hit back, stating that his father and the former chief had taught him to live as a warrior, not as a wise man. Laughing and calling the defenders forest idiots, she asked if he wasn't worried about leaving his ally without help, but Killian Rockwood assured her that Oscar Crushen was far too strong to die at the hands of mere puppets, and charged forward with everything he had. Further back in the forest, the situation was growing complicated for the allies, as one of the mercenaries tripped and fell, becoming closely hunted by the enemy beasts. The other mercenary considered using his companion as a distraction to secure his own escape, but guilt hit him hard as he remembered the man had a child to raise. Cursing his luck, he ran back to help his colleague, but one of the creatures lunged at them with sharp claws. At the final second before a fatal impact, a massive gust of wind blew the monsters away, revealing the arrival of Oscar Crushen, who extended his hand and asked if the two men, shaking and scared to death, were all right. Still shaking, the mercenaries asked why he had taken so long to show up. Oscar Crushen simply replied that the important thing was that they were safe, but immediately after, he wanted to know what kind of creatures were attacking them. One of the men explained that they seemed like real zombies, as they felt no pain at all and kept charging furiously even with a knife buried in their chest or with their arms and legs completely broken. They admitted they didn't know exactly what those things were, but revealed that, at that very moment, Killian Rockwood was facing a woman woman named Kaya Rockwood. Hearing the name, Oscar Crushen searched his memory and realized she was Redan Rockwood's daughter. Further away, analyzing the situation, Oscar Sage confirmed the reasoning, thinking that, given the identical last name, it was undoubtedly the same person. Suddenly, the bizarre puppets advanced against the group once more. As he prepared himself, Oscar Sage deduced that if that woman truly was Redan Rockwood's daughter, all this weirdness likely stemmed from the effects of the king's tattoo. This rare artifact was granted only to the strongest warrior of each forest generation, giving them the power to lead all tattooed sorcerers and the right to become the tribe chief in the future. It wasn't an ordinary mark, but rather a spiritual power that vanished from the body the moment the user died, returning to the forest temple. Oscar Sage knew that the tattoo's morale boost technique was supposed to serve only to enhance allies' abilities and inject confidence into them. However, if pushed to the extreme by someone powerful, it could distort the target's minds and turn them into mere combat puppets, which was why the mark was always passed down to someone strong and just. While decapitating one of the monsters, Oscar Crushen questioned what the real motive could be for Redan Rockwood's daughter to do something so terrible to her own people. One of the mercenaries, straining to block the onslaught of puppets that kept sprouting from the woods, desperately suggested they call the people at the mansion for backup. Oscar Crushen denied the request immediately, saying he had a way to handle it alone, but warned that he would need exactly 30 seconds completely still. The mercenaries swallowed hard and promised to hold the front line no matter what. They gave their all to contain the horde, and the moment time ran out, Oscar Crushen activated his skill, the Lonely Garden. In the blink of an eye, the entire surrounding area was swallowed by a dense layer of wind. The puppets instantly collapsed to the ground, unable to breathe, while the allied mercenaries themselves felt a brief, uncomfortable lack of air. In a surprisingly cute and calm tone of voice, Oscar Crushen explained that he had created a temporary space entirely devoid of mana, cutting the energy thread connecting the bodies to the caster. He then ordered the two survivors to return to the mansion immediately, warning that he would stay behind to ensure no one else died. Meanwhile, the tension was palpable in the direct confrontation between Killian Rockwood and Kaya Rockwood. She observed his movements and admitted, mockingly, that her brother's mobility had improved significantly, though he still carried several old fighting habits. Ignoring the provocations, he continued his offensive using the wolf's song, causing his sharp wind claws to slash through everything in their path. Kaya Rockwood, however, dodged with extreme ease and, to humiliate him, blocked her brother's powerful claw using just 2 fingers. She commented that he might have evolved, but remained far too honest in combat, reinforcing that a good warrior must learn to deceive the enemy. Killian Rockwood struck back with pride, asserting that a true forest warrior does not resort to dirty tricks. Right at that moment, Kaya Rockwood's eyes widened as she realized her morale boost spell had been abruptly cut off, and she was certain she hadn't been the one to deactivate it. Before she could grasp what was happening, Killian Rockwood received an urgent telepathic message from Oscar Crushen, telling him to duck. In the millisecond the warrior obeyed, a massive wind bullet tore through the scenery, forcing Kaya Rockwood to use all her speed to deflect it at the final instant. Frustrated, she realized this was the work of someone from the White Tower, and deduced that the same bastard had undone her zombie spell. Even so, the math didn't add up in her head. It was impossible for White Tower reinforcements to have arrived so quickly. Aside from her brother, the only mage from that organization in the region was a level 3 boy, and it made no sense at all for such a low-level mage to sever the mana thread of someone as powerful as her, who was already at level 7. Taking advantage of his opponent's brief distraction, Killian Rockwood lunged forward and landed a solid kick directly to her chin. However, the impact was absorbed by a mana shield she raised just in time. Smiling with disdain, she commented that her brother was flying a bit too high but quickly shifted her focus, asking where the cute little mouse hiding to snipe from afar was. She warned that he was practically begging to be found in person, and that she would gladly oblige. Activating a massive radar, she thoroughly scanned the entire forest while easily dodging Killian Rockwood's furious punches. Even though she covered a full 3-kilometer radius, she detected absolutely nothing. She knew it was impossible for a mere level 3 to shoot from a distance greater than that, which meant the opponent was masking his tracks perfectly. With a swift, cruel move, she swept Killian Rockwood to the ground with a precise kick using her high heels. As her brother fell, she reflected that low-level mages usually master only the basics of stealth, while mid-level ones begin to understand the true essence of mana. A level 7 mage like her, highly advanced, was capable of basically creating a world and shaping the planet itself. The thought of being fooled by a beginner left her deeply irritated. On the ground, Killian Rockwood shouted for the traitor to focus on him, as he was still her opponent there. Surprised that he hadn't passed out after the blow, she commented that her brother was tough, but the games were over. With a brutal punch straight to the pit of his stomach, she finally knocked Killian Rockwood out for good. Free of the nuisance, she wondered where the level 3 kid was, thinking his only mistake had been not fleeing while he could, and dashed at high speed into the depths of the forest. Hidden among the trees, Oscar Sage grumbled mentally about how slow the royalty could be, hoping Killian Rockwood would wake up soon since reinforcements seemed to be taking taking an eternity. Knowing the two siblings had split up, he calculated that if he headed toward the fallen ally, he would end up crossing paths with the villain. He just didn't expect to be caught completely off guard when Kaya Rockwood herself materialized right behind him. With a victorious smile, she commented that she had aimed too high in her search, but ended up hitting the bullseye. She explained that her radar hadn't worked because the boy was perfectly mimicking the mana code of the surrounding trees. Noticing her approach, Oscar Crushen internally acknowledged that the woman was fantastic for picking up on the trick so quickly. Showing no fear, she gave a sarcastic hi to the level 3 mage and asked if they hadn't met somewhere before. The boy calmly replied that he had only seen her across the street on a prior occasion. She nodded, remembering that they indeed had locked eyes at that moment. Maintaining his composure, he went straight to the point and asked what exactly brought her to that forest. Kaya Rockwood answered naturally that she only needed Jake Hoover's confidential data, mocking the fact that he already knew that very well before even asking. In the face of that revelation, Oscar Crushen remained calm and asked if she really couldn't back down just a little, if only for her own brother's sake. Kaya Rockwood's response was short and blunt, assuring him that there was no way she would do that, especially since there was a much bigger reason for her to be interfering in the mayoral election this time. Suspicious, Oscar Crushen wanted to know if she had perhaps become a mere subordinate to Mark Sweet, but she let out a disdainful laugh, claiming she would never sink to such a low level, because while she was an elite tattooist, that man was nothing but a junkie. The term sounded strange, and Oscar Crushen admitted he didn't quite understand that story about being a tattooist, which led Kaya Rockwood to question if he had never heard of the Purple Brigade. It was right at that tense moment that the boy remembered Killian Rockwood had already mentioned this mysterious group in a past conversation. To the surprise of both, the forest warrior himself approached, staggering, making Kaya Rockwood comment that he had recovered and returned much faster than she expected. Taking advantage of a gust of wind to send a whispered communication, Killian Rockwood warned his ally that he had tried to face her head-on, but found that his sister was an absolute monster, and they wouldn't stand a ghost of a chance at victory even if they fought together. Unfazed, Oscar Crushen whispered back that they had no other choice. As they had promised Jake Hoover they would make the invaders pay for what they did, and warned that he needed exactly 10 completely free seconds to begin his move. Noticing their conversation, Kaya Rockwood crossed her arms and asked how long the two intended to stand there whispering. Killian Rockwood firmly replied that securing those 10 seconds would be no easy task, but guaranteed he would give his best, and immediately positioned himself in front of Oscar Crushen in his classic combat stance. The villain simply wanted to know if their tactical meeting had come to an end, receiving a confirmation from the young warrior, who made sure to thank her patience for waiting, praising the fact that she still maintained an honorable spirit. She shot back that it was nothing more than basic etiquette, especially when dealing with children, and confessed she was quite curious to see what else the two would be capable of showing. Oscar Crushen knew perfectly well that 10 seconds was a precious and short amount of time, but the fact that the opponent was a forest warrior completely changed the dynamic of things. He called out Killian Rockwood's name loudly and, in a coordinated movement, activated his companion's magic tattoo. Seeing the mark glow, Kaya Rockwood arched her eyebrows, impressed by the audacity of attempting such a thing, while Killian Rockwood felt an overwhelming wave of power pulse intensely throughout his entire body, reaching the absolute maximum limit he could manifest at that moment. Not to be left behind, Kaya Rockwood also activated her own tattoo, and the clash restarted like a true tornado of brutal blows. In addition to unleashing flawless martial arts, Killian Rockwood combined his movements with top-tier wind magic, creating cutting blades so fast they managed to open a small scratch on Kaya Rockwood's face. Far from intimidated, she wiped away the blood with her fingers and smiled, commenting that things were finally getting fun. The two siblings continued to exchange attacks capable of surpassing any known limit, but right before delivering the next crucial blow, Killian Rockwood's body gave out, and he collapsed in the middle of the battlefield, having consumed every last drop of his available mana. Catching her brother's body, Kaya Rockwood grumbled that it was extremely annoying, thinking to herself that even with the distance of years, family would always be family. She chose not to harm him, merely letting his unconscious body slide gently to the ground, deciding that the time had finally come to face the little level 3 genius. However, she was caught completely off guard when she realized that Oscar Crushen had already positioned himself right behind her, activating the Lonely Garden once more. A massive barrier rose around Kaya Rockwood, leaving her intrigued about the existence of such an advanced and unknown spell that a mere beginner mage could conjure with such success. She quickly noted that this isolated space completely blocked the flow of mana and reflected that, if she weren't someone capable of going a full 10 minutes without breathing, that situation would be fatal. Even while admiring the flawless technical development of that magic, she looked at the boy and asked if he could also feel reality, pointing out that despite all his brilliance, he was still unable to fully contain her raw power due to the enormous level gap. She warned him that the time for illusions was over and that she was going to put a definitive end to it, but she furrowed her brow as she noticed her tattoo simply refused to activate. Oscar Crushen watched it all, knowing that an ordinary level 7 could easily crush him there, but the fact that she was a forest warrior played in his favor. In his position as the former master of the White Tower, he had access to and deeply knew all the organization's secrets, including the origin of tattoo magic, which was a school entirely created and taught to the warriors by the 5th master of the tower herself. Since this classified information was recorded in the internal archives that any master had free access to read, he knew that, unlike conventional magic, tattooists relied exclusively on mana injected directly into the designs on the body. Because of this, it was entirely possible to control and neutralize their techniques by removing the circulating energy from the area, making the boy celebrate internally for having read about the subject. Despite the magical setback, Kaya Rockwood recalled that her people's true weapon had always been pure martial arts, and fighting without the aid of mana had never been a real issue for them. Admitting that the Lonely Garden could become quite dangerous if she lingered, she advanced, determined to crush the barrier with a single, devastating punch. Oscar Crushen's initial plan was to restrict his opponent's movements as much as possible, but well aware that his current level wouldn't cut it, he decided to resort to the supreme martial technique of the Oscar Sage style, invoking the strike known as the Sound of Waves. Suddenly, the villainess found herself facing a terrifying spiritual projection, where a massive violent wave surged forward with full force to clash against the barrier. She realized instantly that if she took that impact head-on, it would be her absolute end. However, at the very last millisecond, the mystical image dissolved due to the caster's lack of energy, allowing her to block the boy's actual punch. Oscar Crushen lamented internally, knowing he needed just half a second more to succeed, as he watched his fist miss its mark because she had used a flawless after-image to evade the blow. Panting and feeling her heart race, Kaya Rockwood realized she had escaped that attack by a hair's breadth. She was genuinely unsure whether her delayed reaction was due to the excitement of combat or because she had felt a flash of genuine fear for the first time in years. Fixing her eyes on the young mage, she asked who he truly was, remarking that it was extremely rare for anyone to make her have so much fun in a fight. She noted that logic dictated she should kill him right then and there to avoid future trouble, but confessed she felt an immense urge to let him live just to see him grow, questioning where else in the world she would find such an incredible toy. Utterly exhausted, and with his mana completely depleted, Oscar Crushen didn't even have the strength to reply to the woman's heavy provocations, thinking that if he had known the situation would become this desperate, he wouldn't have played around so much at the beginning. His only remaining goal was to buy as much time as possible. It was precisely at this moment of agony that a gigantic black sword sliced through the sky under the moonlight, tearing through the clouds as an imposing knight emerged to grasp the weapon's hilt with authority. The warrior formally introduced himself as Superintendent Walker of the Imperial Ministry of Internal Affairs, National Security Department, and declared loud and clear that for all her committed crimes, Kaya Rockwood was officially under arrest. Surprised by the sudden arrival, she stared at the legendary weapon and murmured about the Emperor's own black sword being present. Just behind her, Oscar Crushen sighed in relief and surprise, noticing that the Imperial family had indeed sent heavy reinforcements, placing a powerful knight on the battlefield who was at the exact same combat level as Kaya Rockwood. Kaya Rockwood asked if the department had sent elites as well. How boring, she thought. The Empire had seemingly already realized they had meddled in the election, and now the game wouldn't be fun anymore, concluding it was no longer worth it to keep fighting. So she surrendered, warning that it was fine and she would come along quietly, but Walker had no intention of letting her leave so easily. Kaya Rockwood responded that someone who knows when to retreat like her is a wise person, and warned that today's debts would not linger, sending a special message to him, calling him boy. Immediately afterward, she departed with a tremendously powerful leap. The knights asked the superintendent if they should pursue her, but Walker replied there was no need, as the tattooist was highly skilled. He then asked about Sweet, and one of the knights informed him that they had set up a perimeter around his house. Walker would deal with his problem now, but first, he asked Oscar Crushen what on earth had possessed him to attack that woman, since he could have died. That was when he noticed Oscar Crushen had passed out, and he praised the boy, saying he held on well and did a good job. Oscar Crushen opened his eyes in the middle of a dream. He was standing before his past self, Oscar Sage, talking to Radon Rockwood while looking at their family portrait. In the photo, Kaya Rockwood was crying in his lap, and he appeared alongside his wife. Oscar Sage commented that the picture was beautiful, but pointed out that Kaya Rockwood was crying, asking why his friend hadn't shaved off that lion's mane for the photo shoot, since the girl must have been scared of it. Radon Rockwood replied that he was the chief of the Forest Warriors, and also a mage of the White Tower, so he had to maintain his dignity. Oscar Sage shot back, saying he didn't think his face held any dignity at all, and his friend confessed he wished he had a slightly more magical face, like Maxim Bisk's. Oscar Sage changed the subject, saying he heard his friend's second child had been born, offering his congratulations and suggesting that the child could join the White Tower along with Kaya Rockwood. His friend replied that he didn't know, and honestly, he didn't care if his children didn't become mages, because a dream is something a person must have for themselves. rules, not something parents choose for them. He wanted his children to know what justice and responsibility were, but while making their own choices. Oscar Sage thought that was wonderful, but made himself available to teach them properly if they ever wanted. Radin Rockwood said he would think about it, and if the master was going to be him, he would definitely consider the idea. Oscar Crushen woke up again in the infirmary, thinking that, unfortunately, his friend's child had joined the mafia. Poor guy. He had even beaten the young man when he encountered him, feeling like a terrible master and a terrible friend. At that moment, Killian Rockwood was there with him, peeling an apple. He asked if Oscar was awake, saying it was a relief. Oscar Crushen asked if he was peeling the fruit for him to eat upon waking, but Killian Rockwood replied no, since his friend could only eat light things, like soup. He was actually peeling it for himself. Oscar Crushen questioned if he really needed to eat right in front of him, and the young man confirmed it, saying it was to make it look like he was visiting someone in the hospital, because that way, the apple tasted even better. 3 days had already passed since he had lost consciousness, and Jake Hoover had called in a high-ranking priestess to save him. Upon seeing her, the man asked what exactly he was doing to get himself hurt so badly. Hearing this, Oscar Crushen commented that it must have been the same priestess Marin Maria had called for him before. Killian Rockwood informed him that the woman guaranteed he would be fine, and mentioned that the elder Maxim Bisk had also reached out the day before. He had given them a massive scolding, telling them to be careful and warning that the mage hunter was still active in the north, accumulating 10 victims, all level 5 mages, which meant the hunter was at least of that level. Fortunately, there were no victims from the White Tower yet, but the Red and Gold Towers, which are part of the 4 Great Magic Towers, had already suffered casualties, so they couldn't afford to lower their guard. Oscar Crushen agreed that the hunter operating in the north was a problem, since that territory had always belonged to the White Tower. Killian Rockwood admitted he didn't know what the guy was after there, but since he apparently only attacked mages who were alone, if they stuck together, everything would be fine. Oscar Crushen asked if the young man would return to the tower with him. Killian Rockwood confirmed he would, explaining that his goal was to find the traitor, and even though he couldn't punish her right now, he would head back for the time being. Oscar Crushen expressed concern about his companion's physical condition, but the youth reminded him that forest warriors recover easily. In truth, Oscar Crushen wasn't just talking about his body. He thought about how the young man had just fought a near-death battle against his own sister, so his psychological state had to be a bit shaken. Just then, Jake Hoover threw the door open, celebrating that Oscar Crushen had finally woken up, and asked if he was doing all right. The man replied that he was, thanking Jake Hoover himself, who took the opportunity to hand over something he had prepared for that exact moment, his check. He mentioned that he wished he could give more, but in the current situation, he needed to repair a great many things. Oscar Crushen looked at the amount of 1 million, and replied that it was more than enough. Jake Hoover thanked them both profusely, as he imagined that Mark Sweet would indeed be arrested, and Oscar Crushen promised that the villain would pay for his sins. Jake Hoover vented, saying that before, he wanted to be an exemplary politician just like his father, but his dream had changed. Oscar Crushen thanked him for believing in them, and commented that if the young man worked hard, he could become an incredible mage. However, Jake Hoover replied that wasn't it. He actually wanted to become a civil servant and join the National Security Department. Oscar Crushen felt a bit awkward about the misunderstanding, making Killian Rockwood laugh at his expense, but he quickly covered it up by saying that it was a very beautiful dream all the same. Jake Hoover then asked him to pose as Baran again whenever he could, and to let him know, promising to prepare the best food he had. Meanwhile, Walker was in the meeting room, stating that the case had been resolved successfully. All the culprits had been arrested, including the surviving mercenaries, and everyone connected to Mark Sweet and his scheme. Essentially, happy ending was over. It was reported that even his daughter had been arrested, which was obvious, since the girl was a psychopath. Mark Sweet swore his daughter was innocent, but she opened her mouth to curse her own father, confessing that she was part of the plot, and turning everything over, which sealed Ara Sweet's arrest as well. They even discovered that she had placed a bounty of 300,000 bells each on the heads of Killian Rockwood and Oscar Crushen, in addition to having killed several people in a past incident, definitively stamping her ticket to prison. Walker personally thanked Oscar Crushen for the reinforcements, praising the brave decision he had made, and took the opportunity to ask how the Tower Master was doing, commenting that it was a complicated situation. Oscar Crushen realized that Walker thought he had contacted Cha-Cha, but in reality, he only knew the code because he had been the Tower Master in the past. He simply replied that she was doing well, of course. Walker said he needed to head out and told them to take care, but before leaving, he left one last question hanging in the air, wanting to know if everyone from the White Tower was like the two of them. Oscar Crushen found it strange and asked what he meant, but Walker preferred to drop it and told them to rest. Walking through the the corridors, the superintendent thought to himself that the mages he knew were mostly selfish and only cared about the profit of their own tower. But the 2 mages he had just met from the White Tower were truly different. If the mages of that tower in the past generation were all like those 2, he now perfectly understood why that tower was so precious to the world and why everyone missed that era so dearly. Now, he understood at least a little bit. Meanwhile, in the heart of the East, in the city of Luang, an important meeting was beginning at the Golden Tower. As usual, the representatives would listen to updates from the other magical towers. The one who opened the meeting was Tony Haberts, head of the Golden Tower's Department of Magical Engineering and the only disciple of the Tower Master. One of those present reported that the Red Tower had been granted operational authority to lead the large-scale offensive against the monsters, and that the chosen commander was Lloyd, disciple of the Red Tower Master. Next, another participant reported that the Blue Tower continued to lose ground in the potion market to the White Tower. For the moment, it was merely an annoyance, but if the trend continued, the situation could become concerning. Even so, among all the news, the topic that seemed to please those present the most was the recent activity of Oscar Crushen. Upon hearing the name, Tony Haberts remarked that he had been hearing it quite often lately. He had never imagined he would hear that name again, as he believed Oscar to be a toy completely discarded by the magical towers. One of the men replied that there was more to it than that. According to recent information, Oscar had confronted the tattooed woman in Barin and emerged from the battle with only minor injuries. Surprised, Tony Haberts asked if they were talking about the tattooed woman of the Purple Brigade. He had heard that she was extraordinarily powerful, comparable to a natural disaster. Some commented that Oscar had probably been lucky, but another man brought up different information. According to his findings, the White Tower was beginning to show interest in magical engineering. They were gathering a vast quantity of books and articles on the subject. Another mage added that there were rumors the White Tower was also purchasing large amounts of floating stones on the mineral market. The material possessed excellent magical conductivity, though inferior to mithril. When infused with mana, it had the unique property of floating on its own. He admitted that it could simply be speculation, but he believed the White Tower might be constructing an airship. The statement drew laughter from those present. Some said the young man truly had a vivid imagination. The Golden Tower had already attempted such a feat many times and failed. Another mage commented that if that really was the White Tower's objective, there was no reason for concern. They would merely be wasting resources. One of the elders then explained that the Golden Tower itself had accumulated countless failures in airship development. The younger generation might not know this, but magical engineering had emerged as a byproduct of the Blue Sky project. After innumerable attempts, the conclusion reached was that operating an airship using only lightning magic and magical engineering was impossible. According to him, the White Tower would arrive at exactly the same conclusion with its wind magic. Perhaps things would be different only if the late Oscar Sage returned and restored Ouroboros. Another elder stated that there was no need to chase the so-called delusion of the skies. After all, the train, considered the pinnacle of magical engineering, would transform the Golden Tower into the greatest power on the continent. Tired of the discussion, Tony Haberts asked them to stop talking about the White Tower and trains. He then asked whether they had discovered who had broken the 100-level record in the Argo training program. The answer was that the list of suspects had been narrowed down, but there was still no confirmation. Tony reflected that, even though the Golden Tower had created the program, it still needed authorization from the imperial family to access user data. Officially, this was meant to protect information, but in practice, it was merely a form of control. Even so, he ordered them to continue searching. They needed to bring that talent to the Golden Tower. Meanwhile, far away from there, Oscar Crushen was peacefully eating his stew when Killian Rockwood once again brought up his sister. He stated that there was no warrior more worthy of inheriting the tattoo than her. Irritated by the topic during the meal, Oscar asked why they were discussing it at that particular moment. Killian replied that if he did not talk about it now, he might never be able to bring it up again. He explained that he had thought about it thousands of times. His sister would naturally have inherited the tattoo when the proper time came. That was why it had never made sense to him that she would invade the sanctuary and wound the tribal chief. At first he believed she must have had an important reason. The sister he knew possessed a difficult temperament, but she also carried the pride of a true warrior. However, after stealing that power, she began committing terrible crimes. Because of that, he could not forgive her. Oscar Crushen asked whether anything unusual had happened in the tribe before the tattoo was stolen. Killian Rockwood replied that nothing had. In fact, that period had been more peaceful than usual, and he even missed those days. Upon hearing this, Oscar Sage, who was observing everything through Oscar, concluded that there might not have been any specific reason. Some people were simply born with a wicked heart. Even so, it was difficult to believe that Radin Rockwood's daughter was truly evil. Trying to comfort his friend, Oscar said that Killian should not worry so much. One day he would discover the truth and understand everything that had happened. Until then, it would be better to focus on what he could do in the present. Killian accepted the advice but asked why Oscar never seemed curious about the reasons behind the hostility he carried. Oscar replied that he knew Killian would tell him everything when the time was right. If it was not the right time yet, asking questions would change nothing. Killian then commented that Oscar reminded him of one of the tribe's elders. Upon hearing that, that, Oscar Sage thought that perhaps the young man had realized just how old he really was. Shortly afterward, the visitor Oscar had been waiting for finally arrived. It was Klein Mathis, the head of the Blood Tower's Baron branch. Realizing that the matter would be private, Killian Rockwood excused himself, saying they could continue their conversation later. As soon as they were alone, Oscar Crushen introduced himself as the client who had requested the Blood Tower's services. Klein Mathis remarked that surviving an encounter with that dangerous tattooed woman was no ordinary feat, and that the news had already spread everywhere. Oscar replied that he had heard the White Tower's services were 30% more expensive, and asked whether that had anything to do with the visit. Klein answered that it did not. He then handed over an envelope and explained that the $1,100,000 previously paid had only been a deposit. The full amount was inside for Oscar to verify. Confused, Oscar asked why they were returning the money. Klein then explained that the Blood Tower had failed in its attempt to locate the owner of the blood. During the investigation, a strange phenomenon had occurred. The tracking magic kept breaking apart. There were regions where the flow of mana was so unstable that spells simply unraveled on their own. Based on the points where the tracking had been interrupted, their conclusion was that the person they were searching for was probably beyond the Red Mountains. For that reason, the contract would be cancelled and the fee refunded. Upon hearing this, Oscar Sage fell into thought. Beyond the mountains? Perhaps she had been unable to leave the gray zone after his death. If that were the case, it would explain her disappearance. Even so, the question remained. Edna Solaplace's magic, capable of flying above the clouds while completely concealing her presence, was effective even against demons. With an ability like that, escaping should have been easy. At the very least, one thing was certain: she was not dead. If she had died, the tracking magic would not have worked at all. The details would only become clear once he could investigate personally. However, with Oscar's current abilities, that was impossible. To cross that region, he would need to reach at least level 6. Before anything else, he needed to become stronger. After the meeting, Oscar found Killian Rockwood outside and told him they would go shopping together. He intended to spend part of the money he had recovered. Sometime later, Killian looked around and asked why they had ended up inside a casino. Weren't they supposed to be shopping? Besides, gambling was wrong. Oscar replied that he should relax because he had not come there to gamble. He then walked over to the receptionist and purchased 2 of the most expensive chips available, each worth $100,000. Seeing this, Killian Rockwood widened his eyes and asked whether Oscar was trying to fool him. Oscar Crushen replied that he was not. Those chips were not for gambling, but rather the entrance fee. After that, he pushed open the doors and encountered several guards at the entrance. As soon as he handed over the chips, they were allowed to pass. They then entered an elevator that descended into the underground levels of the city. When they finally arrived at their destination, Killian Rockwood was completely stunned. They were in the black market. Unable to hide his astonishment, Killian remarked that he had never been anywhere as absurd as that, and asked how such a place had even been built. Oscar Crushen replied that dwarves had constructed it. He then told Killian to stop staring at everything and keep walking, because he did not want to stay there for very long. The atmosphere was oppressive. People of all kinds watched the visitors with suspicious gazes and far from friendly intentions. Oscar explained that most of the black market's patrons were criminals. The place was essentially the garbage dump the royal family pretended did not exist. Even so, it was worth visiting, since many rare items were secretly sold there. However, before they could proceed any farther, a massive man stepped in front of them and asked whether they were mages. Oscar Crushen immediately recognized the golden tower emblem displayed on the man's chest and asked what they wanted. The man appeared irritated and questioned whether Oscar truly knew who they were to speak in such a tone. The mage standing beside him intervened before the situation could escalate. He introduced himself as Bern Rodley, a level 4 mage of the Golden Tower. The large man did not seem particularly interested in introductions, but he eventually identified himself as well. His name was Jonathan Pult, also a level 4 mage of the Golden Tower. When Oscar Crushen gave his name, neither of them appeared to recognize it. However, upon hearing Killian Rockwood's name, both men seemed excited. In fact, that was precisely the reason they had stopped them. Bern Rodley asked whether they had ever heard of the Mage Hunter. The last place he had been seen was Baran, and the Golden Tower intended to cooperate with the local mages to track the killer's movements. The idea was simple. If any of those involved were attacked, the others could respond quickly and capture him. Killian Rockwood asked what kind of cooperation they were expecting. As he listened to the conversation, Oscar Crushen thought that, for someone who had grown up in the forest, Killian actually knew how to handle a negotiation quite well. Bern Rodley then handed over a magical card. He explained that the card was linked to another identical one. By channeling a small amount of mana into it, a magical thread would appear, capable of pointing toward the partner card's location within a radius of 10 kilometers. Furthermore, if one of the holders died, the card would change color and turn red. Upon hearing this, Oscar realized they were taking the situation very seriously. After all, a Golden Tower mage had recently been hunted down and killed. Bern continued, explaining that he would check their location every 2 hours. If they arrived safely in Siren, they only needed to destroy the card. That way, the tower would know that everything had gone well. Killian Rockwood asked whether they would also need to perform check-ins every 2 hours. hours. Before Byrne could answer, Jonathan Polt let out a laugh and asked whether he truly believed they would become victims so easily. Noticing his companion's aggressive tone, Byrne apologized and explained that Jonathan was a bit difficult to deal with. Even so, he assured them that they had nothing to worry about. Killian nodded and said that, in that case, Oscar Crushen could keep the card. However, Byrne explained that the artifact would not function if it was carried by someone other than its designated holder. Hearing this, Oscar simply handed the card to Killian and told him to carry it himself, since that was exactly what the mage had just said. With no further business to discuss, Killian Rockwood asked whether there was anything else. When the answer was no, the two groups went their separate ways. As soon as they were out of earshot, Killian commented that those men were rather strange, and asked whether everyone in the Golden Tower was like that. Oscar Crushen replied that, generally speaking, they were. Afterward, he asked whether Killian still had anything he wanted to buy. The warrior replied that forest warriors did not rely on trinkets to fight. Oscar remarked that the last time someone had said that in front of a merchant, the man had been deeply offended. As he wandered through the shops, Oscar carefully examined the merchandise. He knew perfectly well that most of the goods sold there had been stolen, looted from dead adventurers, or recovered from ancient tombs. Because of that, much of the inventory was not exactly trustworthy. Even so, he was searching for something useful in combat, something valuable enough to justify the investment. After all, anyone who claimed that a master did not need tools had probably never used any. In reality, masters tended to value tools far more than ordinary people did. That was when a bracelet caught his attention. The shopkeeper immediately noticed his interest and praised his keen eye. According to him, the item was difficult to use, which was why it had not yet been sold. However, its value exceeded that of every other product in the shop combined. The man explained that despite its simple appearance, it was an artifact discovered within an ancient dungeon. Curious, Oscar Crushen asked what spells had been engraved into it. The merchant replied that, as far as he knew, it contained enchantments for size adjustment, durability enhancement, and clone summoning. Upon hearing this, Oscar Sage analyzed the information mentally. Clone summoning was an intermediate illusion spell of the Purple Tower. The structure did not seem bad, but that alone was not enough to turn an ordinary object into a true artifact. He knew very well that 99.99% of the items sold as artifacts were either counterfeits or gross exaggerations. Authentic artifacts were usually found in ancient dungeons and had been created by forgotten civilizations. Precisely because of that, they possessed absurd value. Even Trinity, the magical tool he frequently used, was nothing more than a modified weapon. Compared to a genuine artifact, it was nothing special. Even so, there was something different about this bracelet. That was why Oscar asked whether he could test it. The merchant replied that the item was delicate. Without saying a word, Oscar placed money on the table. Faced with such a display of confidence, the man allowed the test but warned that it would be only once. If it broke, he would have to buy it. Oscar slipped the bracelet onto his left wrist and channeled mana into it. At that very moment, roughly 30% of his mana reserves vanished. A perfect copy of himself immediately appeared beside him. This was not merely a simple clone summoning spell, it was something far more advanced. Impressed, the merchant remarked that he had never seen such a flawless clone. Many people had attempted to activate the bracelet before, but none had ever produced anything remotely close to that result. According to him, the artifact had finally found its true owner. Of course, it all depended on how much that owner was willing to pay. Oscar Crushen noted that the maintenance time was too short to justify an exaggerated price. Even so, the seller insisted that it was still an extraordinary artifact. Realizing he wouldn't be able to lower the price just by criticizing the item, Oscar waited for the offer. The man then announced the price: 2,500,000 coins. Oscar immediately replied that it was too expensive. He doubted anyone besides himself would be able to use the artifact correctly. The seller shrugged and replied that it wasn't his problem. If someone bought it and wasted it, he would still get his money either way. So Oscar changed his strategy. He asked why the bracelet hadn't been sold yet, and commented that no one would pay that much. Then, he asked how long it had been in the shop. The seller replied it had been only 6 months. Oscar smiled and said that was a lie. Judging by the object's condition, it had been sitting on the shelf for at least 3 years. The seller's silence served as his answer. Taking advantage of the situation, Oscar offered 1,800,000 coins. He argued that no one would pay more than that, especially since there wasn't even a certificate proving the item had actually been found in an ancient dungeon. After thinking for a few seconds, the seller sighed and accepted the offer. He told Oscar to take the bracelet quickly before he changed his mind. Satisfied with the bargain, Oscar Crushen put the artifact away and mentally celebrated his successful negotiation. When Killian Rockwood returned, he brought food. However, he explained that he hadn't bought anything. In fact, a guy got scared of him and ended up handing everything over for free. What a kind man. Oscar Crushen asked that they return to the White Tower as soon as possible. During the carriage ride, Oscar Crushen analyzed the bracelet they had obtained. If he had bought it at an auction instead of the black market, it probably would have cost at least 10 times more. Even he didn't fully understand the magic engraved on the item. It seemed to be an old version of the Purple Tower's illusion magic. He decided to test it it and activated the clone. Thinking he might be able to make some modifications, he tried to alter the copy's arm, but ended up turning the entire limb into a weapon instead of just making it hold one. He still needed to practice that. Even so, he noticed he could move the clone freely. He even made it strike a pose. The result was much better than he expected. The problem was the cost. Movement consumed 1% of his mana per second. Just 10 seconds of movement drained 40% of his total mana, since 30% was required just to summon the clone. Furthermore, if he stopped channeling, the invocation would disappear in 10 seconds. Still, the time it remained active on residual mana wasn't bad. That artifact had certainly been created by a high-level mage. Perhaps it really had been found in an ancient dungeon. Suddenly, Killian Rockwood woke up startled. Oscar Crushen asked if it had been a nightmare, but he replied no. He had felt a vibration in his pocket. They were probably checking to see if they were still alive. Oscar Crushen found it strange and commented, "Didn't they say they would do that every 2 hours?" 6 hours had already passed, and no one had reached out. It was precisely at that moment that the carriage stopped. An unknown mage appeared before the horses. It was Bern Rodley. He desperately begged for help, saying that Jonathan Polt had been kidnapped. He claimed that he had also been captured, but managed to barely escape. According to him, the ones responsible were the mage hunters. Without hesitation, Killian Rockwood stepped up to help. A warrior of the forest wouldn't ignore someone in danger. What he didn't know was that Bern Rodley was lying. Later, when they arrived at the designated location, they heard a scream in the distance. Along the way, Bern Rodley claimed that it was Jonathan Polt's voice. Killian Rockwood commented that, at least, it meant he was still alive. Oscar Crushen, however, replied that they would find the guy first and sort out the rest later. It seemed like a good plan. Wasting no time, Killian Rockwood kicked open the basement door. As soon as they entered, they ended up triggering a trap and plummeted into a subterranean area. During the fall, Oscar Crushen landed right on top of Killian Rockwood, much to the latter's misfortune. When they stood up, they saw someone tied up and covered in blood. The problem was, it wasn't Jonathan Polt. Checking the victim's condition, Killian Rockwood realized they were already dead. At that moment, Bern Rodley asked how they could have barged in so recklessly. Right after, a massive man appeared before them. It became clear that the whole thing had been a trap prepared by the two mages of the Golden Tower. Bern Rodley admitted he was impressed by how they had acted. Killian Rockwood then asked, "Are you the famous mage hunters?" Jonathan Polt replied that calling it a trap was cruel. He preferred to call it an invitation. Oscar Crushen noted that, as far as he knew, they usually only hunted lone mages. Jonathan Polt answered that it was indeed the first time they had invited two people at once, and that they should feel honored. They were especially excited on this occasion. There would be plenty of magic to steal, especially since one of their targets was a rising star from the White Tower. Oscar Crushen had already figured that was their true goal, stealing magic. Because of that, he warned Killian Rockwood to be careful. It seemed the two of them had a trick up their sleeves. Without a care in the world, Killian Rockwood activated his accelerated overload and charged straight at Jonathan Polt. His speed was absurd, but he was paralyzed at the very last second. The culprit was none other than the card he carried in his pocket. Oscar Crushen immediately understood what had happened. He explained that the two of them had placed tracking, locating, and paralysis magic on the cards. That whole story about the mana thread was only meant to provide enough energy to activate the spell. Jonathan Polt smiled and said he was truly intelligent for realizing that so quickly. Oscar Crushen replied that he had been suspicious since the black market. In his mind, there was a 50% chance those men were actually from the Golden Tower, and a 50% chance they were mage hunters. Since he believed the White Tower was expanding its business into delivery services, he decided to take the risk. Apparently, he would need to be more careful from now on. Bern Rodley laughed and commented that he was a dreamer for thinking he even had a future. After all, it was an honor to be the White Tower's first target. Immediately after, he launched a fireball that hit Oscar Crushen dead on. His body was completely engulfed in flames right then and there. Bern Rodley was disappointed and asked why that had been so dull. However, Jonathan Polt noticed that the victim hadn't screamed even once. The explanation came right after. Oscar Crushen had tamed the flames. He explained that the mages of the Red Tower live alongside fire from the moment they open their eyes until the time they go to sleep. They approach the flames repeatedly, enduring pain after pain until they reach level 4. There is a reason for all that suffering. They do it so they won't lose their lives to mages like them. Then, he controlled the fire and hurled all the flaming mana right back. Before he could continue, Jonathan Polt held a knife to Killian Rockwood's neck, turning him into a hostage. He said his friend was in his hands. Unfazed, Oscar Crushen replied that he could kill him if he wanted to. Afterward, he would realize what a waste that would be. Unlike himself, who was only a level 3 mage, Killian Rockwood knew all the mid-level spells of the White Tower. Jonathan Polt asked if he really thought that made a difference. They could simply find other mages. But Oscar Crushen countered that they wouldn't find another rising star of the White Tower so easily. Still, if they intended to kill him, fine. Then, he told Killian Rockwood not to worry. He would avenge him. That left Jonathan Polt completely bewildered. What was wrong with these two? Meanwhile, Killian Rockwood just kept smiling. It was at that exact moment that both realized they were dealing with two complete madmen. Then, Oscar Crushen summoned his magical water. Burn Rodley struck back with an electrical attack. Lightning crashed down on Oscar Crushen, and in an instant, his body was charred to ash. Convinced he had won, Burn Rodley claimed it had all been a bluff. However, he soon realized something was wrong, as the charred body vanished. In reality, it was just a clone. When Burn Rodley turned around, he encountered an even more terrifying scene. His ally Jonathan Polt was already headless. In a panic, he tried to flee up the stairs, but a steam explosion destroyed the entire building. Meanwhile, Oscar Crushen safely got Killian Rockwood out of the area, protecting him with a windshield. Abandoned among the rubble and on the brink of death, Burn Rodley heard Oscar Crushen comment that he was actually quite resilient. Then, he asked if he had any last words. Left with no options, Burn Rodley begged to be saved, offering magic in exchange for his life. Oscar Crushen replied that he had no interest in stolen magic and that, in fact, it should be returned to its rightful owners. Then, with a simple snap of his fingers, he set his enemy's body ablaze. Burn Rodley screamed in agony as he was consumed by the flames and reduced to ash. Watching this, Oscar Crushen stated that the man had committed countless crimes without showing any remorse. He never had compassion for the weak and never cared about right or wrong. To him, someone like that could no longer be considered human. According to Oscar Crushen's principles, people of that kind were nothing but beasts. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a man received a call informing him that Mark Sweet had taken his own life while under escort. He asked if it had been an operational failure, but the response he received was that the situation had grown far larger than anyone had imagined. Agreeing, the man commented that they had ended up as sardines caught in a fight between sharks. Those sharks were the Purple Brigade and the Imperial family, two groups they should have never gotten involved with. He commented that there might not be much they could do about the Purple Brigade, but he wanted to know who had summoned the Imperial family. The answer came quickly. It was Oscar Crushen. The man found that strange. A few months prior, when he had ordered them to get rid of him, he received confirmation that he was dead. However, since then, Oscar Crushen had cured the Cadena flu, killed the silkworm, and even distinguished himself in Baran. To him, it was as if a ghost had come back to haunt them. The person on the other end apologized, but the man simply ordered the cancellation of the Christmas plan. Perhaps he had already judged someone as incompetent, but now he decided to act personally. Furthermore, he mandated that, on the scheduled day, everything that happened in Vinci should be reported in detail. He wanted no more failures or disappointments. Later, Vice Master Hamel Glimwitz received Oscar Crushen and Killian Rockwood with great enthusiasm at the White Tower. During their conversation, he explained that 4 mages had fallen victim to the Mage Hunter. The affected towers had received the information the previous day and sent level 6 mages to deal with the situation, but by that point, the problem had already been resolved. Killian Rockwood commented that those criminals had absolutely no honor as mages and admitted he would have died if it weren't for Oscar Crushen. Upon hearing this, Hamel Glimwitz stated that he had been careless and reminded him that a mage must always be suspicious of unfamiliar magical tools. The criticism left Killian Rockwood a bit upset, but the Vice Master soon softened the blow, saying that the important thing was that he had learned his lesson and returned safely. At the same time, Hamel Glimwitz praised Oscar Crushen's work. In fact, he said that perhaps he should already call him by the new nickname, circulating among the mages, the young noble of the White Tower. According to the rumors, he had received this title for casting magic in an extremely refined and elegant manner. The Vice Master explained that nicknames were practically titles. Senior Superintendent Walker, for instance, was known as the Black Sword, while Killian Rockwood was called the Rising Star. In Oscar Sage's past life, he had already accumulated countless titles, such as Master Mage of the Wind, Mage of Absolute Perfection, and Mundane Creator. Even so, to him, the nickname Young Noble felt a bit embarrassing. In his opinion, he could have received something more impressive. Killian Rockwood replied that the nickname was cool enough, but he still thought Rising Star sounded better. At that moment, the mage from the Red Tower who had scheduled a visit to the Vice Master's office arrived. Hamel Glimwitz commented that time had flown by too quickly, and that he had lost track of the hour while talking to the two of them. The newcomer introduced himself as Kareem Fernium, a level 6 mage from the Red Tower. He thanked Hamel Glimwitz for accepting such a sudden request, and apologized for interrupting the meeting. The Vice Master replied that it was no problem, as they were just wrapping up an urgent report related precisely to the matter that had brought him there. Kareem Fernium explained that he had come to the White Tower because of the Mage Hunters. However, he had just received the news that they were already dead. Surprised, he asked if the Golden Tower had resolved the problem. Hamel Glimwitz replied no, and pointed to the 2 young men in the room. To be honest, Kareem Fernium admitted he found it hard to believe. After all, the Mage Hunters had managed to hunt level 5 mages from both the Red Tower and the Golden Tower. Hamel Glimwitz replied that his reaction was understandable, and asked Oscar Crushen to explain what had happened. So Oscar Crushen recounted the entire operation. At the end, he explained that the criminals used traps prepared by 2 mages and magical tools hidden even within business cards. Despite the reputation they possessed, the 2 were merely level 4 mages, and were not as powerful as the rumors made them out to be. Kareem Fernium replied that it made sense. In his view, the Mage Hunters must have been nothing nothing but pests without a magic tower or a family to back them up. Hearing that, Oscar Sage thought that this man was clearly a traditional purist, probably the type who believed that only nobles were capable of using real magic. When Karim Fernium asked about them, Oscar Crushen introduced himself as a level 3 mage, while Killian Rockwood was a level 4 mage. Immediately after, Karim Fernium asked if he was the current patriarch of the Crushen earldom. After receiving confirmation, he said it was a pleasure to meet him. As he watched the exchange, Oscar Sage noticed that the man acted as if Killian Rockwood wasn't even there. He even thought that the man would probably be shocked to discover that the soul of a street orphan inhabited that body. As he shook Oscar Crushen's hand, Karim Fernium became intrigued. Even though he knew Oscar was only a level 3 mage, he couldn't properly feel or interpret his mana. That sensation was strange and difficult to explain. Shortly after, Hamel Glimwitz commented that he must be tired from traveling such a long distance, and offered him lodging at the White Tower. However, Karim Fernium politely declined, saying he would rest during the journey back. Later, Oscar Crushen offered to escort him to the exit. After all, it was a matter of basic etiquette to see an important guest to the door. Along the way, Karim Fernium commented that such an attitude was worthy of the patriarch of the Crushen family. He recalled meeting Oscar Crushen's father several times in high society circles. According to him, the man would always brag about his son's talent, and now he finally understood why. After all, it wasn't just anyone who could defeat mage hunters practically single-handed. The conversation then shifted to the Red Tower. Karim Fernium stated that the institution always welcomed exceptional talent, especially individuals like Oscar Crushen. In response, Oscar asked if he was speaking of talented mages like Lloyd. Karim Fernium immediately denied it, saying he wasn't referring to that orphan with no social standing. Instead, he was talking about talented mages who came from noble families. Unfazed, Oscar Crushen reminded him that Karim Fernium himself had accepted Lloyd as a disciple, noting that the boy must be quite talented. The Red Tower mage countered that without an influential family, anyone's potential would always have its limits. He then asked why Oscar seemed so interested in Lloyd. Oscar Crushen then mentioned the nicknames that usually followed Lloyd's name: Rat, Traitor, and Opportunist. He simply stated he was curious to know if Lloyd was living well after leaving the White Tower. Karim Fernium replied that he needn't worry, because Lloyd wasn't adapting very well at all. As proof, he was currently wandering the battlefields, unable to return to the tower. On the outside, Oscar Crushen merely commented that it seemed well-deserved. In his thoughts, however, he lamented the situation. Even after abandoning the White Tower, that idiot should have at least managed to find happiness elsewhere. Before parting ways, Karim Fernium asked if Oscar had any interest in switching towers. He mentioned that once Oscar officially became Count Crushen, he could occupy an important position within their faction. Oscar Crushen thanked him for the offer but declined, explaining that he still had many ongoing matters at the White Tower, and intended to conclude them before considering any move. As they walked through the corridors, the two stumbled upon an argument. A few mages from the White Tower were fighting with a mage from the Red Tower. The Red Tower mage claimed he was only speaking the truth. He reminded them that he had top grades at the academy, entered the Red Tower, and was the first in his class to reach level 4. In contrast, the others remained stuck at level 3. According to him, this explained why they ended up at the White Tower. In his view, they had chosen the wrong place to grow as mages. One of the female mages from the White Tower grew furious and was about to snap back when Karim Fernium appeared. His presence immediately made everyone involved tense up. Even so, the Red Tower mage had the nerve to pretend nothing was happening, claiming he had just run into some old academy classmates and was simply chatting with them. Karim Fernium asked which families those mages belonged to. The young man replied that they were all commoners. Upon hearing this, Karim turned to Leo Brilt and said that someone of his standing should only spend time with people of actual value. Embarrassed, Leo Brilt apologized for the incident. Karim Fernium then pointed to Oscar Crushen and used him as an example, explaining that he was the patriarch of the Crushen earldom and someone worthy of respect. Shortly after, Leo Brilt formally introduced himself as a level 4 mage of the Red Tower. Karim Fernium explained that he had brought the youth along to gain practical experience. He noted that Leo was the second son of Viscount Brilt and possessed great talent, though he still needed to correct certain aspects of his personality. In fact, Karim commented that it would be wonderful if Leo could become more like Oscar Crushen. A short while later, the carriage arrived. Before leaving, Karim Fernium said he hoped to speak with Oscar Crushen again in a more appropriate setting, surrounded by the right people. When the visitors finally left, only the White Tower mages remained. Oscar Crushen then asked the female mage who had been arguing if she was angry. She replied that she didn't care about being looked down upon personally, but she couldn't accept them speaking about the White Tower in such a manner. Oscar Crushen replied that, unfortunately, that was the current status of their tower. When she asked if he wasn't bothered by it, he admitted that he was. Of course he was angry. However, complaining would solve absolutely nothing. According to him, the world judged and discriminated against people based on their origin, status, family, and the institution they belonged to. He then asked what the only way to stand tall against such prejudice was. The answer was simple: talent. A talent so extraordinary that no other trait could be used as a flaw. The female mage argued that it was unfair. Nobles received support, resources, and training from a very early age, while commoners had to fight for every single opportunity. Oscar Crushen agreed. The starting line was indeed completely different. However, he asked what they could possibly do about it. The world was not a fair place. To him, any real change began when one accepted that reality and decided to face it head-on. One of the young mages then asked how the White Tower could possibly surpass the other towers. Oscar Crushen answered that they should capitalize on the exact areas where the White Tower was superior, and, as an example, he pointed to himself. According to him, it would be impossible to find a better teacher in the entire continent. Naturally, upon hearing that, the young mages got the distinct impression that he was absurdly arrogant. But Oscar Crushen announced that in 3 days, a training camp would be held for all level 3 mages. Attendance was mandatory, and no one could skip it. When they asked for the end date of the training, he replied that it would only end once everyone reached level 4. Hearing this, the mages grew far more excited. Oscar Sage knew that in order to reveal to the world the theory capable of turning those children into level 4 mages, he would need to visit that place once more. If he had a choice, he would never return there. But perhaps he had no other option. 26 years earlier, Oscar Sage stood beside his master, Gilbert Rosenbeck, the 16th master of the White Tower. As the old man watched his disciple perform his exercises, he offered no help whatsoever, claiming it was for Oscar's own good. Oscar grumbled that he must have dozed off for too long in his secret hiding place, which was why he had been found out. But Gilbert merely replied that it was all part of the training. After all, once Oscar became the Tower Master, he would have to deal with this sort of thing regardless. Oscar argued that he would be doing that kind of work until he was sick of it, so he didn't understand why he needed to start so early. Gilbert retorted that he himself had only grown sick of it after 42 years of doing it. He then commented on how quickly time passed. It felt like only yesterday that he had found that abandoned boy on the street, and now that very boy was about to become the new master of the White Tower. Oscar joked, asking if he was some kind of stray cat for his master to speak of him that way. Gilbert then reminded him that he had pulled him out of a filthy alley, cleaned his ears, and practically scrubbed him down to his nose during his baths. The memory left Oscar thoroughly embarrassed. Even so, Gilbert told him he had done an excellent job so far, though he still had a long way to go. Oscar asked if there was any more specific advice, guidance on leadership perhaps, or mistakes he should avoid, but Gilbert only replied that he should just do whatever he wanted. At first, Oscar thought it was a joke. However, the old man remained serious and explained that Oscar could not afford to stagnate. He needed to keep moving forward without stopping, like the wind. He should shape the tower in his own way, and with his capabilities, he would surely do well. After all, who had been the one responsible for teaching him? Hearing this, Oscar asked if his master couldn't just postpone his retirement, noting that he still seemed full of energy. Gilbert replied that he intended to enjoy the perks of having a talented disciple. Besides, lately his knee had begun to ache whenever it rained. Oscar reminded him that he had a mission scheduled for the following day. Gilbert confirmed it, but confessed he didn't want to go. He was only doing it because the Emperor had ordered it. Oscar commented that that other old man also seemed incapable of retiring. In response, Gilbert complained that his disciple was being far too critical of his own master. Oscar then asked if he was heading to the Red Mountains. Gilbert confirmed that they had found traces of a missing person in that region and wanted him to investigate the situation. Although he was certain his master would be fine, Oscar still asked if he would return soon. Gilbert replied that it was just a simple reconnaissance mission and that he would return before the succession ceremony. He spoke as if he were just going on vacation. Even so, there was something that still bothered Oscar. He wanted to know if he really wouldn't receive a succession gift. He had heard that the masters of the other towers always gave something to their successors. It was then that Gilbert revealed he had already prepared a gift. He said he had hidden it in the place Oscar knew better than anyone, and that Oscar could look for it while he was away. Surprised, Oscar asked if that place was outside the White Tower. Gilbert replied that Oscar had a remarkably poor opinion of his own master. That very day, Gilbert Rosenbeck set out on his mission. Meanwhile, Oscar planned to prepare a surprise to welcome him back. What he could never have imagined was that this would be the last time he would see his master alive. The secret hideout. In the present, Oscar Crushen returned to a place that remained practically unchanged, even after so many years. The only difference was the overgrowth that had sprung up around it. It had been 26 years since his last visit, since the day his master departed. He walked to the nearby lake and used wind magic to submerge himself. In truth, that lake concealed a secret entrance. Shortly after, he was teleported into a simple, comfortable, and beautiful cabin. Oscar himself had built it in the past, and he had to admit he had done an excellent job. This was his secret hideout. Despite the absence of any active preservation magic, everything inside remained pristine. Since no one else could enter the place, it felt strange. A bit too clean, in fact. After all, he had never cleaned the place himself. It was then that he noticed a letter sitting on the desk. It bore his master's seal. Nervously, he broke the seal and opened the envelope. In the letter, Gilbert praised the construction of the hideout, writing that everyone needed a window to breathe. It didn't necessarily have to be a place. It could be a person to trust, or even a hobby to ease the mind. The important thing was to have something like that in life. Reading those words, Oscar realized that his master had known about the hideout all along. All this time, he had believed he had fooled the old man perfectly. Beside the letter sat a box. Inside it, another message explained that this was the gift for his succession ceremony. Gilbert admitted he felt too embarrassed to hand it over in person, which was why he had hidden it there. He also wrote that he hoped this treasure would be used by his most precious thing. Inside the box lay a pair of gloves. Upon seeing them, Oscar was instantly reminded of a past training session. On that occasion, Gilbert had asked when he would finally surpass his master. Oscar had replied that it was impossible as long as the old man kept using his secret weapon. Gilbert, teasing him, asked if he was talking about the gentle breeze, and proceeded to call him a crybaby. Oscar snapped back immediately, denying that he was crying. He explained that those gloves easily blocked sword key and mid-level magic, possessed a resistance superior to steel, and were capable of shattering boulders without effort. It was an absurdly powerful artifact. Even so, Gilbert asked why he complained so much about giving a little advantage to an old man. Oscar countered that it made him look like a villain, and that good things ought to be shared. He wanted a useful artifact too. Gilbert simply told him to go find one on his own, as he was far too busy planning his retirement. Recalling that conversation, another detail surfaced in Oscar Crushen's mind. When Gilbert Rosenbeck's body was brought back from the mountains, the gentle breeze, the artifact he wore at all times, had vanished. Oscar Sage had believed that demons had killed his master and stolen the artifact. Throughout all those years, he had never returned to the hideout because of an obsession he carried with him. He had been leading the White Tower to the absolute best of his ability, exactly as his master had left it. He was obsessed with becoming a leader worthy of Gilbert's legacy, and equally obsessed with vengeance against the demons. Over the years he had slaughtered tens of thousands of them, and every single time, he asked the same question: where is the gentle breeze? He would demand to know how they dared touch his master's treasure. But now, in the present, he finally understood why he had never received an answer. It wasn't because the demons were hiding something. The gentle breeze had been right in front of him the entire time. He even muttered to himself how he had spoken ill of his master to Edna Solaplace, complaining that the old man hadn't left him any gift at all. He whispered that he wanted to see him again, yet grumbled about how stingy he had been. If Gilbert had taken that artifact with him, perhaps he would have defeated the demons in the Red Mountains. Perhaps he would have saved his own life more than once in critical moments. Perhaps he would be smiling right now, just as Oscar had always imagined. Oscar Crushen remembered that his master had promised to return. He also remembered how the old man used to pat his head while wearing the gentle breeze. He ended up weeping for so long that his eyes grew swollen. He couldn't even remember the last time he had cried like that. It was embarrassing, but at the same time, he felt immensely lighter. Even so, he did not forget the reason he had come back. He needed to do this before it was too late. His goal was to leave behind the breathing technique of the Oscar Sage style for the future leaders of the White Tower. He picked up a blank book and began to write. He explained in the text that the sole flaw of a balance-type mage lay in the speed of mana accumulation. Among all magic systems, it possessed the slowest rate. Because of this, Oscar Sage had once devised an idea. If he could forcibly keep his mana circuit active 24 hours a day, gathering mana without pause, he could entirely overcome this weakness. Among all the biological activities a human being constantly performs, breathing was the simplest to combine with training. If it were possible to accumulate mana while breathing, the result would be extraordinary, practically invincible, and it was precisely from that childish dream that the Oscar Sage style breathing technique was born. When he first created the technique, he had used the Ouroboros spell heavily as a reference. Now that he had restored Ouroboros, he briefly thought about claiming he had created a new technique based on it. In the end, however, he felt it was too far-fetched for a mere level 3 mage to claim they had developed a breathing technique. After all, in his past life, he had only managed to finalize it after reaching level 9. Therefore, he found a better solution. A magical tome lost inside the secret hideout of an ancient tower master wouldn't arouse any suspicion. After finishing everything, he signed the book with the name Oscar Sage, not Crushen. It was a pity he couldn't leave more knowledge behind. This would likely be his first and last opportunity. Since he was leaving something, he wished to impart far more than just a technique, but he wasn't even a tower master anymore. He would have to make do with this single volume. After closing the book and sealing it with magic, he recalled a small note at the end of his master's letter. Gilbert had told him to have some shame and clean the place up, complaining that the room was filthy when he arrived. Oscar Crushen answered aloud to the empty room, "I clean much better than you do these days." And with that, he bid a final farewell to the memory of his master, Gilbert Rosenbeck. Later, Oscar Crushen led the elders of the tower to the lake. Pretending he was unfamiliar with the location, he explained that he had stumbled upon it by chance while searching for herbs to harvest. When he placed his hand upon the water, not a single ripple appeared. Hamel Glimwitz immediately commented, "This can only be an illusion magic of the highest order." Inwardly, Oscar Crushen felt relieved that he had erased the mana code. Otherwise, it would have taken them centuries to find the entrance. The four of them ended up entering the hideout. Oscar Crushen, Hamel Glimwitz, Feidenlein, and Maxim Biska. None of them could have imagined that a dungeon could be so comfortable. Hamel Glimwitz remarked that it looked more like the hideout of some ancient elder from the White Tower. Furthermore, there was still a powerful preservation spell active. At least an archmage must have lived there. Feidenlein agreed, adding that if that were truly the case, there should be traces of the owner scattered around the place. Shortly after, she found a book on a table. Analyzing it, she commented that the book itself had been produced about 20 years ago. Meanwhile, Oscar Crushen was thinking that he had written it that very morning. Upon opening the volume, Feidenlein noticed that the cover bore only the words breathing technique. There was no special name, but a moment later, her eyes widened. She called Hamel Glimwitz over immediately, stating that it was extremely important. Very, very important. The signature at the end belonged to the former master of the White Tower, the 17th Oscar Sage. Unable to contain her excitement, Feidenlein asked if that was the legendary Oscar Sage-style breathing technique. Hamel Glimwitz urged calm. He first analyzed the contents and, after confirming its authenticity, declared that the heavens had not yet abandoned the White Tower. The reaction was immediate. Maxim Bisk and Feidenlein hugged each other and even jumped for joy. Meanwhile, Hamel Glimwitz deeply thanked Oscar Crushen for finding the place. He said that the book would bring a new tomorrow for the White Tower. It would be their wings of hope, and none of it would have happened without his discovery. Oscar Crushen thanked him back, but thought to himself that, in truth, he was the one who should be grateful. He had never had the opportunity to fix all the mess he had caused in the past. Therefore, he sincerely thanked them all. A few days later, everyone was gathered on the field instead of the classroom. The sun had just risen. Oscar Crushen showed up wearing physical education trainer clothes, which immediately caught everyone's attention. The mages began to surround him right away, full of questions. They wanted to know if it was true that a huge commotion involving the Purple Brigade had happened at the National Security Department. They also asked if he had really fought a tattooist and survived. Oscar Crushen replied that he would tell them everything, but only if they survived the training. He warned them that it wouldn't be easy. During the camp, everyone had to follow his instructions without question. Those who couldn't handle it could quit at any time. In return, he promised one thing. By the end of the training, everyone would become level 4 mages. The students grew curious and asked if it would be some kind of secluded training or something similar. Oscar Crushen replied that there would be no isolation at all. Anyone who wanted to give up could simply take the mana elevator and leave. It was that simple. Right after, he ordered everyone to cast acceleration magic. As soon as they were ready, they were to start running around the field. And it wasn't just a regular run. They had to keep running until they collapsed from exhaustion. According to him, it was easy. A few hours later, nobody thought it was easy anymore. The entire group was practically dying from so much running when Oscar Crushen made yet another announcement. Just for the record, whoever finished last would have to run 10 more laps. That made everyone speed up immediately. At the end of the first run, some students actually fainted. Seeing the scene, Oscar Crushen just shook his head. He asked how anyone could pass out after so few laps. He ordered everyone to get up and announced 10 more laps for the entire group. When nobody answered, he asked where the reply was. Since they remained silent, he increased the punishment to 15 laps. The students nearly lost their minds. They asked what kind of magic training this was. At this rate, they were going to die. Oscar Crushen replied that, since it was the first day, he would give them a special 10-minute break. Hearing the word special, several students grew worried. If that was the special break, they probably wouldn't get another one. During the pause, Oscar Crushen decided to explain the reason behind the training. He took a chalkboard and wrote down the definitions for the first 3 mage levels. Level 1 was the stage where a person could manipulate mana and cast simple, basic magic. Level 2 was the stage focused on improving the precision, calculation, and efficiency of those spells. Level 3, on the other hand, was the stage where a mage completely understood basic magic and began to apply it in various ways. According to him, those were the academic definitions of the initial levels. Then, he asked a question. Anyone who still believed they hadn't understood basic magic or couldn't apply it was to raise their hand. Practically everyone raised their hands. Seeing that, Oscar Crushen asked what they thought they had been learning during the basic magic reinterpretation classes. He explained that they were already at a level where they didn't need to learn any new basic magic. Their foundation was already complete. He even stated that, even when compared to level 3 mages from other towers, the foundation of the White Tower students was much more solid. One of the female students then asked if they could truly reach level 4 just by running. Oscar Crushen replied that they could. According to him, the problem lay in how they viewed the situation. If their foundation was already perfect, why hadn't they crossed the barrier to the next level yet? Demian Proud answered that perhaps their mana circuits hadn't finished stabilizing yet. Oscar Crushen confirmed it immediately. After a new mana circuit is installed in the body, it can take anywhere from 6 months to 2 years for it to fully stabilize. Another female student asked what would happen if someone tried to add a new circuit before that process was over. The answer was simple. That person would die. Oscar Crushen compared it to stacking one sandcastle on top of another. The moment a wave hit the structure, everything would collapse and disappear without a trace. He explained that mana circuits were far more complex than blood vessels or the nervous system. Any mistake during manipulation could leave someone crippled or dead. Such cases were not rare. rare. The Empire called this phenomenon mana overload. The Yang Dynasty, however, called it heart demon invasion. Because of this, the Imperial Magic Society concluded that artificially stabilizing mana circuits was impossible and recommended halting all research related to the topic. A completely safe method had never been found. Hearing this, Damien Proud asked if that meant the training was illegal. Oscar Crushen replied that everything he was doing had magical, scientific, and legal foundations, so there was no reason to worry. Even so, Damien Proud admitted that it sounded even more terrifying. It was then that Oscar Crushen revealed the answer. The Imperial Magic Society hadn't found a solution, but the White Tower had. The Oscar Sage-style breathing technique. According to him, that entire training had been designed to draw out 100% of that technique's potential. In other words, running was an essential part of the process. Even so, several students still didn't understand why they needed to run specifically. Before another question could arise, Oscar Crushen announced that the 10 minutes were up. He ordered everyone to stand up immediately. If they rested any longer, their bodies would cool down, and it would be even harder to start running again. Then he began to urge them on. Go, 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 go. Damien Proud remained suspicious, but the rest of the group had already started running again. Since he didn't want to finish last and earn 10 more penalty laps, he ended up running along. By the end of that day, everyone was completely destroyed. Nobody could imagine how long they would have to endure this to finally reach level 4. Damien Proud was on the verge of giving up when one of the students stood up and declared that they wouldn't abandon the training. He said he hated being looked at with pity far more than he hated the pain in his body. One of the female students agreed immediately, saying she felt the exact same way. At that moment, Oscar Crushen appeared, announcing that the food was ready. Even the students who could no longer stand were practically dragged to the cafeteria by their peers. Seeing that, Damien Proud recovered a bit of his motivation. He didn't want to be left behind while everyone else kept moving forward. Later, everyone gathered for dinner and were surprised to find a true banquet waiting for them. The food was excellent, much better than anyone could have imagined. The biggest surprise came when they discovered that the person responsible for preparing it all was Oscar Crushen himself. Immediately, they began to wonder when exactly he had learned to cook so well. He replied that he had just picked up the knack by watching others around, and then decided to finish the explanation he hadn't been able to conclude earlier. According to him, the relationship between training and breathing techniques was still not fully accepted by everyone. He then explained that muscles grow during the recovery from microtears, something everyone already knows, but he asked if they knew that the growth of a mana circuit works exactly the same way. If a mana circuit is pushed to its limit, suffering damage and being regenerated repeatedly, it becomes more resilient and stabilizes faster, just like muscles do. Therefore, it was possible to develop a mana circuit using the same method used to gain muscle mass. Someone then asked why the academic society claimed this was impossible. Oscar Crushen replied that the problem was the cost. For this method to work, one would need to drink extremely expensive potions like water until the mana circuit completely recovered. Furthermore, constant healing from a priest would be required. It was for this reason that combat mages serving on battlefields evolved at an absurd pace, since all those conditions were met there. The students responded that they couldn't use that many potions and didn't have enough priests either. Oscar Crushen told them not to worry. He intended to stuff them with potions until they were sick of them, as he had prepared several high-level potions. When they asked about the lack of priests, he explained that they possessed something no other tower had: the Oscar Sage-style breathing technique. This technique would constantly restore their mana circuits. As the days passed, the students grew increasingly tired, but Oscar Crushen kept rewarding everyone with potions. On the 4th day, they trained until the sun disappeared. By the 5th day, Damien Proud noticed something strange. He wasn't tired. In fact, he felt great. His mana flowed differently, and the training felt much less exhausting. Perhaps that crazy method actually worked. At one point, Oscar Crushen called Damien Proud over, handed him a book, and congratulated him. According to him, Damien Proud had earned the right to advance to level 4. When he went to install his new mana circuit in his room, he was to use that book as a reference. Inside was an extremely precise diagram of a mana circuit created specifically for Damien Proud, taking into account his body structure and daily magic habits. It was almost terrifying, because Oscar Crushen shouldn't have had access to his physical data. Even so, he had drawn not only the current circuit, but also the ones he would install at levels 5 and 6. Finding it absurd, Damien Proud asked if he had really drawn it all himself. Oscar Crushen confirmed that he had. For a moment, Damien Proud forgot that this man was a true genius. He commented that it was incredible, and that not even a professional designer could create something so good. Curious, Oscar Crushen asked who this designer was. Damien Proud explained that he was a level 7 mage from the Purple Brigade, specialized in drawing mana circuits. After receiving clients' physical data, Oscar Crushen simply asked if he would really hand over his physical data to just any mafia out there. After all, doing so was practically announcing his weaknesses to the whole world. He then advised him not to look for people like that anymore, and assured him that he did a better job. Damien Proud replied that he already knew he was a genius, and that he didn't need to repeat it all the time. Even so, Oscar Crushen congratulated him again, and said he figured he would be the first to reach that level. Damien Proud thanked him. On the 6th day, Oscar Crushen officially introduced the class to the first level 4 mage, Damien Proud. Everyone wished they had been the first, of course, but they congratulated him nonetheless. Right after, Oscar Crushen announced that starting that day, he would add new activities to the training routine. He explained that if they trained their muscles and mana circuits with the same intensity every day, growth would eventually slow down because the body would get used to it. Furthermore, they had already increased their recovery capacity thanks to the Oscar Sage style breathing technique and were still consuming recovery potions like water. Therefore, they needed to trick the brain to prevent it from adapting to the current load. People thought he was speaking a bit too beautifully, but to put it simply, he was just telling them that he would make everyone work even harder. He went on to explain that the morning training sessions would remain the same. They would still keep running, but they would have to use twice as much mana on their acceleration magic. In the afternoon, however, they would hold duels to gain practical experience. One of the students pointed out that there were 30 people in the group, and if Damien Proud were excluded from the combat due to already being level 4, someone would have to fight twice. However, Oscar Crushen replied that he had no intention of excluding him. From the very beginning, he had made it clear that this group training would only end once everyone reached level 4. Even before they started, he also warned them that anyone who couldn't handle it should give up right away. According to him, they were all one single body. If even one person lagged behind, the entire training wouldn't end. The class was shocked by his words, but they went back to running. Oscar Sage knew that everyone had graduated from the academy at the beginning of that year. The academy taught nothing but endless competition. It was a place that drilled into you that only those who surpassed others would survive. Since he had always ranked first, he understood that mentality perfectly. After all, the main goal of the students was to secure a spot in one of the 4 great magic towers. Even so, he also knew that a time would come when they would need to rely on one another. In war, you had to trust your companions to watch your back, and it was impossible to trust someone with whom you had never built a bond or even a shred of confidence. For a long time, Oscar Sage couldn't trust other mages. Because of that, he fought alone, always leaving his back exposed. And precisely because he faced everything by himself, he ended up in countless dangerous situations. At the very least, he didn't want history to repeat itself for his juniors. At the end of the afternoon training, Damien Proud summoned his Windblades and asked for a re-evaluation. He reminded Oscar Crushen that, in their first class, he had called his magic garbage. Now, he wanted to know what the instructor thought. Oscar Crushen replied that if he had seen that technique in the past, he would have praised it highly. However, Damien Proud was no longer the same person. For a level 3 mage, that would deserve a perfect score, but for a level 4 mage, it was merely ordinary. He then said he would show him what a Windblade truly worthy of a level 4 mage looked like, and ordered Damien Proud to launch his blades. Oscar Crushen stated that this would be Damien Proud's homework, and told him to pay close attention. When all of Damien's Windblades came into contact with Oscar Crushen's aura, they simply scattered into petals. Those were his Windblades. Seeing that, Damien Proud thought that the man truly deserved to be called the young noble. All of his blades had been defeated by Oscar Crushen's petals, yet without causing a single injury. The instructor explained that each petal was small, but reinforced with his mana. Because of this, the power was more than enough and extremely concentrated. From the perspective of whoever faced the technique, it was by no means easy to block. He then said he wanted Damien Proud to completely memorize that spell before the end of the training. The technique was called Flower Shower, and it would be the first spell he would officially teach the boy. Meanwhile, in his office, the vice master seemed a bit worried. He commented that that day was approaching and asked the director of the delivery department if the Order of Elterra had made any new requests for cooperation this year. The director answered that they had. In fact, they had offered 5 million more than the previous year. Hearing this, Hamel Glimwitz said they needed to put in the effort to prepare everything properly, as they couldn't afford to disappoint them. December 25th was coming. Just hearing that date made everyone nervous. Then, the head of the delivery department mentioned that they had also received a rather unusual request coming from the Vinci territory. They specifically wanted Oscar Crushen. Hamel Glimwitz thought it could be a good experience for him, and authorized the dispatch. Next, Feidenline commented that she had received some complaints about the lack of mid-level mages in the delivery and potion departments. According to her, the new recruits from the other magic towers were gradually reaching level 4. If they wanted to expand the White Tower's business and improve the mages' skills, they would need to draw up a plan. Hamel Glimwitz then asked how this year's recruits were doing. The director of education replied that there wasn't a mage ready to hit level 4 just yet. There was a promising candidate, Damien Proud, but his circuit still needed to be stabilized. At that moment, Maxim Bisk asked if the curriculum and books intended for beginners were ready. The director replied that the material used the previous year hadn't yielded good results, so everything had been discarded. However, Feidenline pointed out that, thanks to Oscar Crushen's classes, this year's students seemed to have progressed significantly. Who knows, after the camp, some of them might already be at level 4. Maxim Bisk replied that bringing beginners up to the mid-level was by no means a simple task. If it were easy, they wouldn't face so many difficulties recruiting new mages every year. It was then that Hamel Glimwitz realized it had already been 3 weeks weeks since the start of the training camp. He asked if anyone had returned yet, but the answer was no. No one had come back, and to make matters worse, they didn't even know exactly what kind of training was being conducted. Because of this, they decided to check on it in person. When they arrived at the site, they found Oscar Crushen gathered with his students. The elders quickly realized that the camp had already ended. Oscar Crushen ordered the students to greet the visitors, and everyone immediately saluted, welcoming the vice master and the elders. Then came the announcement that left everyone speechless. All 32 students from the basic magic reinterpretation class had been promoted to level 4. Frieren was completely shocked. She could hardly believe that everyone had reached level 4 and expressed just how proud it made her. To Oscar Crushen, praising a knight's footwork was the same as praising a mage's eyes. Mirroring this sentiment, Frieren commented that the look in those students' eyes had completely changed and that they looked wonderful. Maxim Bisk, on the other hand, wasted no time. He simply scooped Oscar Crushen up as if he were carrying a sack of potatoes and declared that he would have to explain the entire situation immediately. Before being carried away, Oscar Crushen only asked his students to rest. As he watched all of this unfold, Hamel Glimwitz wondered if it was truly acceptable for Oscar Crushen to act like a military instructor, but considering the results, it was hard to complain. After receiving the full training report, everyone was deeply impressed. Hamel Glimwitz stated that if this information were to be made public, the reputation of the White Tower would change completely. For his part, Maxim Bisk reflected on the fact that Oscar Crushen had discovered the breathing technique only 2 days before the start of the camp, and in that short period, he had already found the ideal training method. That was the very definition of a true genius. And that wasn't all. Oscar Crushen had also organized specific training programs for each student, taking into account each individual's level. Hearing all this, Hamel Glimwitz commented that at this rate, Oscar Crushen would soon discover the security magic hidden within the breathing technique. At that moment, Oscar Crushen remembered that it did indeed exist. After all, he himself had added that protection to the spell to prevent anyone from trying to steal it. Even so, he informed them that he had discovered several other things during the trials and would include everything in the official report. Maxim Bisk stated that finding someone who progressed so rapidly was extremely rare in history. Perhaps something similar had only happened during the golden age of the White Tower, back when geniuses were popping up everywhere. He then praised Oscar Crushen for his excellent work. Frieren was also thrilled. According to her, this would be a massive help in recruiting new students the following year. The Blood Tower was respectable, and the Black Tower was doing well, but neither of them belonged to the 4 main magic towers. With the results presented by Oscar Crushen, she believed that all the top talents of the coming year would choose the White Tower. Finally, Vice Master Hamel Glimwitz reminded Oscar Crushen that December 25th was drawing near. Oscar Crushen replied that even though he had lost his memory, he at least knew the meaning of that date. It was Christmas, the day the goddess's first apostle was born. Apostle Chris Luther had spread the goddess's doctrine across the land. Furthermore, he was the one who founded the religious order and became the first pope. Oscar Crushen explained that Apostle Chris Luther called his birthday Christmas and declared it a Memorial Day. December 25th became a celebration where families, friends, and couples could spend time together. Hamel Glimwitz then asked if they remembered what the White Tower did on that day. Oscar Crushen asked if they sang and ate cake, but Hamel Glimwitz replied that he didn't know that many details. He explained that after the war, when the White Tower had no income, the order began offering a Christmas collaboration, and this had continued over the following decades. Basically, it was a way of playing Santa Claus. Oscar Crushen asked if they had to deliver presents by flying through the sky. Hamel Glimwitz replied that, in fact, that was exactly it. Oscar Crushen found it interesting, but asked if it was even possible for the White Tower to cover the entire continent by themselves. Hamel Glimwitz replied that, no, it was next to impossible. Maxim Bisk commented that this was precisely why everyone got so stressed around this time of year. However, now that they had 32 level 4 mages, everything would be a lot easier. Oscar Crushen figured most of the work would fall on them and concluded that he was out of the mission since he was only level 3. Hamel Glimwitz replied that in fact, the Lord of Vinci had made a special request and wanted him included as well. Oscar Crushen thought to himself that this favor was starting to cost him dearly, as it was only resulting in more work for him. Hamel Glimwitz explained that the Lord wanted to thank him for his help during the Cadena flu incident. Oscar Crushen commented that Vinci had about 5,000 inhabitants and asked how many people would participate in the operation. Hamel Glimwitz answered that they had sent one person for each village with 500 inhabitants, totaling 11 participants. Oscar Crushen found it odd and asked if it shouldn't be only 10. Frieren replied that he was included merely for appearances, as he would spend most of his time at the Lord's mansion. Hearing this, Oscar Crushen grew much more excited. The departure would take place in 3 days, at 8 in the evening, and Vinci would send a car to pick him up. At that moment, Oscar Crushen took back everything he had thought before. The Lord of Vinci truly knew how to return favors. 3 days later, everyone was prepared preparing the supplies and organizing what was necessary for the trip. When the car sent by the Lord of Vinci arrived, Oscar Crushen was completely dazzled. It was an elegant and luxurious vehicle. He found it incredible. The driver called out to him and introduced himself, saying he would be his chauffeur for the next few days. He also explained that this was the car sent personally by the Lord of Vinci. Then, he clapped his hands and the door opened on its own. Oscar Crushen was even more impressed. He stepped into the vehicle and immediately noticed how comfortable it was. In his opinion, modern technology was truly fantastic. Cars were simply amazing. The journey took place overnight, and he remained comfortable the entire time. Even long trips were relaxing for Oscar Crushen. After some time, the driver informed him that they were already entering the Vinci territory. Oscar Crushen observed the landscape with interest. He had never visited Vinci before. It was a mountainous city located in the northwest of the empire, built on top of a steep mountain. Its massive gates and elevated position made it a strategic point for defense. When the demons attacked the west of the empire, Vinci was the first territory to face them. In a desperate situation, without the arrival of imperial reinforcements, the citizens resisted on their own for 6 months. The place was practically a natural fortress. To reach the city, the car had to cross a massive highway suspended by a long bridge that led to the top of the mountainous region. When he finally arrived, Oscar Crushen thanked the driver for the excellent trip. As he stepped out of the vehicle, he thought it would be great if the White Tower had cars of that caliber. Right after, Peter Vince, the Lord of Vinci, came to receive him personally and asked if the journey had been smooth. Oscar Crushen replied that it had, and thanked him for his kindness. Peter Vince then said he could use that car and the driver whenever he needed in the future. Misunderstanding, Oscar Crushen asked what he meant by that. The Lord replied that the car was a gift for him. Hearing this, Oscar Crushen was overjoyed. At that moment, he began to see Peter Vince as a true saint. Meanwhile, in the frozen mountains above Vinci, a group of officers was being massacred. A man watched the scene and commented that they remained as weak as they had always been. To him, having lost to such trash was simply absurd. He also mentioned that it had been quite a long time since his last visit to Vinci. Back at the mansion, in the reception room, Peter Vince once again thanked Oscar Crushen for his help. He apologized for the late invitation and explained that he had only managed to sort everything out recently. Oscar Crushen asked if something was going on. Peter Vince replied that there was, and began to explain. After the cadena flew past, they conducted an epidemiological survey to permanently close the case. The problem was that they couldn't find an epicenter for the disease. They investigated multiple times, and it always led to the same result. The first recorded case was an elderly woman who lived alone on the outskirts of the city. Aside from a monthly trip to the market for groceries, she had practically no contact with the outside world. The chances of her having encountered someone infected were almost non-existent. Oscar Crushen commented that it was as if the disease had simply fallen from the sky. In his mind, there were only 3 possibilities. The first was that the virus had emerged naturally inside the elderly woman's house, but that seemed completely surreal. It was very difficult for a disease to appear out of nowhere in an environment without favorable conditions. The second possibility was that she had contracted the flu a long time ago, and the symptoms were only showing up now. However, that also seemed unlikely. After all, the cadena flu was classified as a rank B threat precisely because of its transmission speed and the rapid onset of symptoms. There remained only a third hypothesis. Oscar Crushen looked at Peter Vince and asked if there had been third-party intervention. In that case, they would be facing a clear act of bioterrorism. Peter Vince confirmed that, unfortunately, this was the most likely conclusion. Nothing made sense unless someone had spread the disease deliberately. The problem was that there wasn't a single suspect. Vinci was an extremely isolated region. Even Frieren, the closest city, was about a 10-hour carriage ride away. Because of this isolation, the Vince family barely ever participated in high society. They knew few nobles and had no reason to believe anyone held a grudge against them. However, Oscar Crushen asked who the first infected person had been. Peter Vince replied that she was just an ordinary citizen, born and raised in Vinci, without any criminal record or suspicious background. Oscar Crushen could not fathom a reason for anyone to do something like that to an entire city, but he raised another hypothesis and asked if perhaps demons were responsible. Peter Vince let out a brief laugh and commented that it was a frightening thought. His family had indeed repelled demonic attacks several times in the past, but the demons had vanished after the war ended. Oscar Crushen replied that it never hurt to take precautions. Peter Vince then explained that following the death of the high priest, who served as the psychological anchor for the demons, the general consensus was that an internal war would break out among them to fill the power vacuum. With their forces divided, they would no longer pose as great a threat as before. In fact, they had remained quiet for the past 20 years. Oscar Crushen concluded that he was probably just imagining things due to the influence of his wartime experiences, and apologized for the suspicion. Peter Vince replied that it was no problem. He had heard that the White Tower was constantly on the front lines against the demons, so it was only natural for both him and the veterans of the Order to reach that kind of conclusion. After that, he apologized for taking up so much of his time and said he should rest. The butler would escort him to his quarters. The butler guided Oscar Crushen to a luxurious and elegant elegant building reserved exclusively for him and the mages of the White Tower. The place was enormous, featuring refined decor, sophisticated lighting, and impressive staircases. Oscar Crushen was surprised to find that an entire building had been set aside just for them. Before leaving, the butler offered a tip. The room at the end of the second-floor hallway had the best view. Oscar Crushen thanked him for the recommendation and headed there. As soon as he entered, he found a cozy and comfortable atmosphere. The view was indeed excellent, and he quite liked the ambiance of Vinci. Suddenly, however, Veronica Fricks entered the room. She had also taken a liking to that particular chamber and was surprised to see him there. Oscar Crushen explained that he had been invited by the lord of the city. Veronica Fricks commented that he was lucky and asked if he actually intended to use that room. Noticing her interest, he asked if she liked the place. Since the answer was obvious, he offered her the room without hesitation, explaining that there were plenty of others available. Veronica Fricks was delighted by his kindness. Oscar Crushen simply wished her a good night's sleep and went to find another room. As she watched him leave, she was amazed that the great Oscar Crushen had yielded the best room to her without a second thought. Early the next morning, Oscar Crushen stepped out of the annex building and found the city covered in snow. He grew pensive as he recalled the previous night. He had no intention of sleeping, but he ended up passing out completely. The room was just too comfortable. The last time he had slept that well was in Baron, when he lost consciousness at the Hoover Mansion. Since then, he usually just meditated, instead of sleeping. If it weren't for the curse he carried, he probably wouldn't avoid sleep like that. Unfortunately, the night had not been as pleasant as the comfort of the bed. He spent hours dreaming that he was fighting people infected by demons who had turned into zombies. It was an extremely irritating dream. Walking through the city's main square, he noticed something strange. There was no one in the streets, the shops were empty, and not a single soul was in sight. Sensing that something was wrong, he entered a nearby tavern. Inside, he found several people who should have been eating, drinking, and talking, but everyone was unconscious. Oscar Crushen examined the situation and immediately realized this was the result of high-level magic, far beyond his ability to directly dispel. Perhaps the spell had been cast over the entire city. That would explain the absolute silence of Vinci. The only strange thing was that he seemed to be the only one awake. At that moment, he heard footsteps approaching. He quickly lay down and feigned sleep as well. Shortly after, a man armed with a sword entered the tavern. He looked around and muttered that he thought he had heard something, before concluding it must have been his imagination. After all, no one was supposed to be awake. As soon as the man lowered his guard, Oscar Crushen struck. The swordsman reacted instantly and slashed in his direction, but realized too late that he had hit nothing but an illusion. A gust of wind strike, a wind bullet, hit his chest dead on, slamming him to the floor. As he struggled to stand, he couldn't comprehend how anyone could possibly be awake. Wasting no time, Oscar Crushen demanded to know what they had done to the townspeople. The swordsman retaliated by attacking again. His sword unleashed a dark energy that surged through the air. However, Oscar Crushen dodged it with ease. To the enemy, it looked as though he had stopped the attack using only his bare hands. What the swordsman did not know was that Oscar Crushen was equipped with the gentle breeze. Immediately after, the mage cast the lacerating wind directly inside the swordsman's body. The pain was instantaneous. Oscar Crushen calmly explained that if he couldn't answer out loud, he could just nod his head. Despite his suffering, the man replied that nothing would change. Before the end of that day, every single sleeping person would lose their life. That was the will of the high priest. Upon hearing that name, Oscar Crushen felt a sudden surge of rage. The swordsman kept talking, exalting the high priest as the strongest, wisest, and most perfect being in the world. He declared that they were the pioneers who believed in him, and that only the Black Fingers would guide the new humanity. When the high priest returned, the empire and all of mankind would fall before him. Oscar Crushen had to use an enormous amount of restraint to keep from blowing the man's head off right then and there. Instead, he just delivered a single kick. The blow was so powerful that it launched the man against the tavern's counter, smashing him straight through the wooden planks. He muttered that he had already met plenty of bastards just like him, people who didn't fear demons, but were completely obsessed with them, opportunists who let themselves be deceived by empty promises, monsters disguised as humans, capable of selling out their own comrades just to survive. It reminded him of the first master of the Black Tower. Because of that man's betrayal, countless people had died for no reason. The number of victims was so massive that it wasn't even worth trying to calculate. Oscar Crushen was certain that not even tearing this fanatic to pieces would be enough to soothe his anger. Perhaps he could understand this kind of behavior during the war, when everyone fought desperately to survive. But now, they lived in times of peace. Then, a question crossed his mind. Why did people like this still exist? He demanded to know who was behind the Black Fingers. The swordsman replied that there was no one else. Everything he had done was purely out of devotion to the high priest. Since the answer was completely useless, Oscar Crushen resorted to using the lacerating wind once more. This time, he changed the question. He wanted to know what they had done to the city and why no one could wake up. The swordsman replied that everyone was having wonderful dreams. Dreams about the rebirth of the high priest. He fanatically declared that the high priest would return to life. That was the final straw. Overcome with fury, Oscar Crushen kicked the man in the neck. The very next instant, he realized he might have overdone it. There was a good chance he had just just killed the only suspect who possessed useful information. It would have been better to discover the cause of the incident before finishing him off. Now, he would have to look for clues from the other members of the group. Thinking logically, he reached the most sensible deduction. Everyone was asleep and sharing the exact same dreams. The fact that he was the only one awake likely had a direct connection to his own condition. Analyzing the mana present in the environment, he noticed that the entire city was permeated with demonic power. The shared dreams of the inhabitants carried the exact same mana signature. Oscar Crushen knew that, whether it was magic or a curse, there was a reason he hadn't been affected, and that reason was simple. He already carried a dream curse. When two curses clash, they tend to repel each other. Since the curse placed upon him was far more powerful than the one cast over Vinci, he ended up being practically immune to its effects. Now that he had identified the source of the problem, he could attempt to solve it. After all, if there was anyone specialized in curses related to dreams and nightmares, it was him. Adopting the same mana wavelength that was hovering over the city, Oscar Crushen applied the effect to himself. He then sat down in a chair and waited. It took a few moments, but he soon fell asleep, just like all the residents of Vinci. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in the exact same tavern. The difference was that he was now inside the dream world, and in this place, everyone was awake. He walked out of the bar, grumbling that he hadn't ordered any food, thinking it wiser to analyze the situation based on the mechanics of a dream curse. Sometimes, a curse simply ends without anything happening. However, if the goal is to kill the victim, something will invariably go wrong within that dream. He noticed that the sky looked bizarre, even though the dream city seemed quite lively. There was only one way out of there: defeat the intruder inside the dream. The intruder was the core of the manipulated functions that prevented people from waking up. Whether it manifested from the dreamer's memories or desires, it always appeared in connection to the owner of the dream and remained constantly near them. As he walked through the bustling city, he thought that even though this was a dream shared by 5,000 people, there was still only one true owner of the dream among them, the person who was originally cursed. First, he needed to find out who that person was. Only then could he identify the intruder. The problem was exactly that. How was he supposed to find a single person in a crowd of 5,000? On his way, he ran into Veronica Fricks and thought her arrival couldn't have been more perfectly timed. He immediately warned her that they were inside a dream world, but she didn't believe him, assuming he was trying to pull a prank. Veronica Fricks replied that it was Christmas, not April Fool's Day, and went on her way to an appointment. Oscar Crushen asked what kind of appointment it was, and accompanied her to a building that housed an extremely sophisticated restaurant. There was a reservation under her name. When Oscar Crushen announced that he was going to eat with her, Veronica Fricks asked what he meant by that, and made it crystal clear that it wasn't happening. As he observed the situation, he realized she was supposedly meeting her parents, who seemed overjoyed to see her and immensely proud of her. This caught his attention because, according to the small diary he had found when he first arrived in this body, it was clearly written that Veronica Fricks had grown up in an orphanage and had no parents. At that moment, he believed he had found the owner of the dream. Even so, Oscar Crushen sat down at the table. Veronica Fricks' parents asked if the two of them were dating, and she immediately shot back that they weren't. Her father then asked Vic not to yell at her mother, to which she replied that it was all just nonsense. She then added that her mother had also asked a rude question. Watching the scene play out, Oscar Crushen thought this family seemed far too harmonious, almost as if they had stepped out of a storybook. If Veronica Fricks had grown up in an ordinary family, it would probably look a lot like this. She wouldn't have had to face so much pressure to survive, nor would she have needed to become so strong. Inside this dream, she looked happy and radiant. She was completely different from him. Even when he was young, he had never wished for a family. He had felt a passing curiosity about the meaning of the word, but it was just that, curiosity. He didn't know what it was like to have one, nor did he ever desire it. Veronica Fricks, however, desperately craved a family. For that exact reason, he felt he had even more cause to stop this from continuing. Thus, Oscar Crushen stated that they didn't have much time. Veronica Fricks told him he needed to stop with this ridiculous nonsense, and commented to her alleged parents that he wouldn't stop talking about how everyone needed to wake up from a dream, along with other meaningless things. Her mother replied that her little boyfriend must have had a nightmare. Once again, Veronica Fricks asserted that he was not her boyfriend, and warned Oscar that if he kept acting like that, he would have to leave. Undeterred, Oscar Crushen asked if she would believe him if he provided proof. Next, he asked what Veronica Fricks' mother's name was. The woman merely replied that she was Veronica Fricks' mother. He said he understood, but he wanted to hear her actual name. The woman repeated, confused, asking if he wanted to know her name. Realizing how bizarre the situation had become, Veronica Fricks asked what was going on. It was then that Oscar Crushen explained that she was an intruder. The way to identify them was by asking unexpected questions. They were incapable of executing commands outside of their programmed functions. Because of this, they had to be eliminated. Otherwise, every civilian in Vinci would die. The moment he spoke those words aloud, everyone in the restaurant stared dead at him. Oscar Crushen realized he had made a mistake. Apparently, Veronica Fricks' parents weren't the only intruders there. Thinking it through, he recalled that the previous night, the butler had mentioned that all shops remained closed during Christmas. If that were true, true, it made no sense for this restaurant to be open, let alone the other shops he had seen along the way. This meant that every single person working was an intruder. A waiter lunged at him brandishing a bottle, but Oscar Crushen reacted instantly, firing a wind bullet that killed the attacker in seconds. Veronica Fricks asked if he had lost his mind, but as soon as she finished her sentence, the waiter's body vanished into a mist. The actual dreamers fled in a panic, screaming that he was a murderer. Meanwhile, Oscar Crushen stood up and found himself pursued by the intruders. He tried to make Veronica Fricks understand that these beings were not human. In that restaurant alone, there were about 30 of them, a number he could easily handle. Sometime later, however, he was completely surrounded. All the intruders in the city had gathered there to kill him. Even though he knew handling this alone would be difficult, Oscar Crushen kept fighting. He defeated several intruders while continuously urging Veronica Fricks to wake up. Veronica Fricks began to wonder if this really was a dream. After all, not even her parents were real. It was all nothing but fabricated memories. The two of them stood up, saying it was dangerous to stay there and that they needed to go home. She asked what home they were talking about. They replied that she had a home, didn't she? A charming cabin with a beautiful garden. If those memories were true, it would be the perfect house, a place she could return to whenever she wanted. Yet, even in the face of such a pleasant image, Veronica Fricks felt a deep sadness. Her supposed mother tried to help her up, but she threw out an unexpected question. She wanted to know the name of the white flower that bloomed in front of the house. The woman answered that they were just flowers. Veronica Fricks corrected her, saying they were daffodils, and that her mother herself had taught her that. The woman apologized, claiming her memory hadn't been very good lately. Her father interrupted the conversation, saying that didn't matter right now and that they needed to flee. But Veronica Fricks asked another question. She demanded to know their names. As expected, neither of them could answer. At that exact moment, she heard Oscar Crushen shouting her name once more. It caused her to remember everything they had been through together. She recalled the day they faced the silkworm and how Oscar Crushen had saved her. Before making her final decision, she asked her mother to gently stroke her head. When the woman tried, she felt absolutely nothing. In fact, it was even worse than Oscar Crushen's awkward attempts, which was saying something, because her mother's stroke was supposed to be far better. The two figures insisted that her reaction made no sense. They said they were a family, the family she had always dreamed of having. Veronica Fricks replied that it was true. That really was the family she had always desired. But, above all else, she was a mage of the White Tower. She was Veronica Fricks. Without a shred of hesitation, she summoned a gale hand and crushed both intruders. Right after, she declared that mages of the White Tower never abandon their comrades, and sent a whispered message through the wind, calling upon the veterans to aid them. Meanwhile, Oscar Crushen was still fighting. After cutting down countless intruders using martial arts and the sound of waves, he was reaching his absolute limit. His mana was almost entirely depleted. If he cast just 2 or 3 more spells, he would be completely drained of energy. Unable to spot Veronica Fricks, he began to wonder where she had gone. Had she left the area? Right then, a voice answered from behind him, asking exactly who had gone where. In the next instant, a massive wind press smashed through the restaurant's roof. Veronica Fricks appeared on the scene, announcing that the savior had arrived. Oscar Crushen dryly commented that a savior shouldn't require so much help. Destroying a few more intruders as she spoke, she replied that she had already called the veterans and told him to look up at the sky. When he lifted his eyes, he saw she was telling the truth. Descartes Rhine, Karok Drien, and Lena White had finally arrived. Seeing them, Oscar Crushen felt an immense wave of relief. At least he was no longer fighting alone. Sometime later, the group managed to eliminate every last intruder in the city. When the battle finally concluded, Lena White asked what would happen next. Oscar Crushen replied that, if his theory was correct, everyone would wake up on their own. But Lena White questioned that. After all, they were still inside the dream. Before she could even finish her sentence, she vanished. Descartes Rhine commented that she would probably wake up next, and that he would meet everyone on the outside. Oscar Crushen agreed, stating he would see them again in reality. In the end, however, he was the last one to leave that dream. This was because he too had been captured. Before waking up, he caught a vision of his former disciples. He watched each of them slowly being struck by the fragments of the shattering nightmare. Then, through that broken veil, the figure responsible for everything appeared. The man observed the scene and commented that it was extremely interesting, noting that he had just witnessed a phenomenon within his own powers that even he didn't know existed. Upon seeing him, Oscar Crushen recognized him instantly. It was the Nightmare Baron. The Nightmare Baron replied that Oscar Crushen's arrogance was truly impressive and went on to state that the two of them would meet again in the future. Before vanishing completely, he left one final message. He hoped the mage would be just as entertaining the next time they crossed paths as he had been today. And that's it for this series today. I hope you enjoyed it. Don't forget to subscribe and leave a like if you enjoyed the video, and see you next time.